is up, DK Sim fam? Good to have you with us with Jason Rossi. I am Adam Kaufman. This is the Nooner, and what better way to start off our Thursday? We have got the Cardinals and the Chargers. How are you, buddy?
I'm telling you, man, I am fantastic. I've been jacked for this game all day, prepared and ready to rock this thing.
Yeah, keep building that lineup, get everything set, obviously, for people that are not in the free roll, which is under a strange name, admittedly, and we'll review all of that in just a little while. We will make sure, obviously, that we let you know what we are thinking as far as lineup construction goes once everything locks. But I do think that we can tell you, some of the good plays, which are, fairly common sense at this point. I mean, Kyler Murray, obviously, both the running backs. And I know I have historically in the Madden 20 days told you to fade Kenyon Drake. It's Madden 21. It's a brand new ball game, baby. Kenyon Drake is a good play, as is Austin Eckler and Justin Herbert, obviously. The thing is, though, Rossi, is I know you are wrestling with this very decision as you build this lineup. You can only pay up for so many of these guys. So who are you going to fade in this one?
Well, I can tell you I'm going to fade. It's a tough call, but I'm going to go with Austin Eckler. I can't fade Drake. Even though it seems more logical to, like, if you're going to go Kyler Murray and Drake, like that, I don't know, with the games I've done, I know you're the official sim broadcaster of the Cardinals since day one-ish. But for me, you kind of got to pick. But I'm going to put them both in the lineup today because the Chargers defense is no great shakes. So I'm going to fade Eckler in this one.
Yeah, it's not an easy call, obviously. Lineups locking momentarily. Smash that like button, the 6 or 7 of you that are here with us for pregame. Not to worry, there are more coming. Don't worry. Criminal Bob says, good morning, Koff. My lineups are fire today. Watch out. Buzz Killington says, afternoon, Koff and Rossi. Morning, DK Sim fam. Koff and Rossi says, Cena. A lot of people saying hello to us, and hello to all of you. And thank you for being with us. What excites you most about a sim like this? 2 of the younger, finer QBs that are in the NFL today.
Very fine. Very fine. Oh, are you asking me that question?
Yeah, I want to know. What
the attractiveness of the quarterbacks. No, honestly,
that's what it is.
Here's a very interesting. I like to give credit where credit's due. It might have been Ross Tucker or somebody tweeted a list of 17 teams that quarterback position is somewhat in flux. And guess what? 2 teams that aren't there are the Chargers and the Cardinals. 2 teams that have their 2021 plans, new coach for the Chargers, the Cardinals looking to probably build off the early momentum they had last year. I just like stability here for these 2 teams where they're going. So if that's the one thing that is definitely the most, that will stand out when it comes to the sim itself, it's the playmakers. It's, are we going to see a DeAndre Hopkins sighting? Last time I had them, he actually had a decent game, but usually he's the most fadeable star in the game.
Why don't you give us your lineup now that obviously the game is underway? The Cardinals with the ball to start things off there, and Kyler Murray is 1 for 1, but that lack of production, I suppose. Kenyon Drake, he had a catch, just only got him right back to the line of scrimmage. That's it.
Yeah, not a good start. Captain, for me, Michael Williams, but don't call him Michael. I don't think his mom will tweet at you if you do, though. I put Mike Williams there, teamed him up with Herbert and Virgil Green for your Chargers with my punt play. For the Cardinals side, Kyler Murray, Kenyon Drake, and I got to get a kicker. We're indoors, Zane Gonzalez.
I like that. I have a...
Thank you. I needed that approval.
Sure. Yeah, I can tell. I have a relatively similar build here for the Nooner Sim. I've got, Murray and Eckler and Drake. I opted to fade Justin Herbert. Not an easy call. Didn't like doing it. Don't feel great about myself. He'll probably throw for a Bundy, but I had to do it. Please. So both the RBs that are in there, along with Drake, or along with, what's his face? Sorry.
Which
my
one?
mind refreshed on me. Kyler. I've got Larry Fitzgerald, the Chargers DST. My captain is Max Williams.
Ooh, Triple X going down.
I'm not sure I've ever captained him before. We're going to see how this works.
Well, to defend your captain of him, I like literally was doing this moments as we were starting, and the captain spot's very expensive in this lineup. Like I could see people I'm intrigued to see the numbers of a Larry Fitz just because he was so cheap. Not that I think he's a great play. If he gets you,
I can tell you He is 39% owned overall, 3.5% in the captain spot.
Okay,
but to your point, it's about the more expensive guys, right? So Austin Eckler is 87% owned, 39% in the captain spot. Kenyon Drake, 55% owned, 13% in the captain spot. That was the guy most people were fading. There's Drake right there. Maybe you think you maybe shouldn't have. Kyler Murray, about 67% owned, but only 5.8% in the captain spot. And Justin Herbert, this is actually the guy that, not unlike myself, people elected to fade, of the big four. 29.6% owned, 2.9% in the captain spot in our larger free roll. And that is a guy that, if they were playing basically anybody else,
numbers
would be pretty popular today.
Yeah, absolutely. That plays a big role. And that's one thing, for people joining us, and as football in reality dwindles, I think we'll see more people joining us over here. You're going to notice, definitely look at the matchups, start to really get to know the defensive side, some of the playmakers there, or who's on both opposing offenses, because you'll definitely see those numbers go up and down for different ones. Like Joe Burrow, for instance, I just had a lot of Bengals games. His ownership's relatively down. Then you see them play a team like, it was weird, it was Cleveland, and his numbers shoot up. It's just something to keep an eye on.
2nd and 2 on the way. Kyler, perfect. 6 out of 6 so far. As we are 3 minutes gone by, opening quarter, no score. Jason Rossi, Adam Kaufman, producer Madison. We got Brad Guy in the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s. And Derek is our Game Ops representative.
My boy. Love Derek.
Game in the best way possible. Drake, 2 for 15 on the ground early on. 1st and 10, though, from the 13. Emerson's forehead in the DraftKings conference room says, Kaufman, you need to get some sun, man. I mean, I know this is true of Rossi as well, but
excuse me,
it's winter in New England, man, and it's a pandemic, and I'm not really going outside. So there's only, I'm short of investing in a tanning booth for the house. Is we've got a touchdown here by none other than Kenyon Drake. First points to the day. There's not much I can do about this Emerson's forehead.
Yeah. Emerson's forehead, I'm sure you get plenty of vitamin D. I take a vitamin D supplement during the winter specifically for these reasons because, well, one, my doctor advised it, and two, I get no sun. In the very few times, it's out, I don't know where my screen was, but it's pretty bright out today, but it's 30 degrees, so I'm I'm all set. I'm good. I'll chill with the light that's bright on me. So me and Count Dracula over here, we're keeping it very pale for this winter.
I know the great, parent that I am, my kids yesterday, the whole mess of them, they were like, let's go outside, let's play football. I look over at the little temperature reader clock thingy that we've got in the kitchen. It's 32 degrees. I was like, we could, or
we couldn't,
or we could fire up the PS5 and play a little Madden.
Dad of the year. Love that.
Let's maybe do something else. Let's consider that.
I want somebody threw out. Jonathan said he captained D Hopkins today. He says, let's roll the dice. Now, this is a man who likes to live dangerously. I got to chill with you one day, Jonathan. Crazy cat captaining DeAndre Hopkins. You must get some sun. Also, Ryan saying, in the old school Chargers unis. Shout out to our guy Brian on the 1 through 7s because he picked some good ones today.
Yeah, he had even said right before we came on, he's like, I think you're going to like the throwbacks today. And yeah, looks good. Eckler, 1 for 4, 2nd and 6, halfway through the first, 7-0 if you're just joining us. A Kenyon Drake touchdown, the only thing we've got so far. And also, if you're just joining us, you will notice this contest is called the Nooner, the 500 likes to mute Kenny free roll. And that was not me.
You hit it. You must have done it.
Apparently, we've succeeded. The Emmernet intervened. No, we miss Kenny, and thanks to Rossi, obviously, for pinch hitting, very last minute. Kenny, unfortunately, had some tech issues, some internet issues, and was unable to join us here for this sim. The comical aspect, though, I just get a text from Emerson, who was on a Slack with us earlier when we had some stuff going on that we were recording prior to this sim that Kenny was supposed to be part of, but again, Emmernet issue. And Emerson said, I named the 2 o'clock contest the Ducey Memorial Bowl about an hour ago. Apparently it was an omen. So, funny. Sure enough.
Oh, hey, That's what happens, right? The internet, I had a sim the other night with Christian, and it was 90% robo Christian and 10% actual Christian. And, things happen. Things happen. The internet, especially during these times, working from home, it's stretched as far as it can go. We are all finding, exactly how good our providers are, the areas that we live in, and big city, Kenny, obviously just feeling that New York stress.
I smell a new nickname brewing. Big City Kenny, as the ball's punted away. Feels too kind. Top ownership in the free showdown here. We don't usually give nice nicknames. Eckler this is the larger showdown, obviously, not our quaint little free roll here. Eckler at about 77%, Murray 62, Drake 46, Herbert 45, Michael, as you said, 38.5.
Oh, see, so people feeling it. We'll see if it all works out.
John, I see you. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Matt says, Koff almost took you down last night in the last-minute NBA contest. Yeah, it was I was watching that there, Matty. We had a sweat to the end. Eked it out, just barely. Drake up to 37 on the ground. We didn't play last night. I forgot to send you a lineup.
Yeah, I thought it was because for once I'm on a little bit of a hot streak. I thought you were done with me.
No.
And if I knew how to actually set those up, I would do it.
You don't know yet? It's very...
I've tried so many times. I invite random people. I've done it twice now. I've given up, and I've lost to those people, by the way. Those people are just taking my money. I don't know who you are, you random strangers, but I appreciate that you're just, down to jump in the contest.
Drake, 5 for 37. Yeah, isn't that great? All right, this guy challenged me. Sure, what the hell?
Yeah, let's go for it.
DraftKings, DFS, bringing people together.
It kind of does, let's be honest.
It really does. 3rd and 4 coming from the 26. Well, we could always here's one thing that I have found lately with all these postponements in the NBA or just scheduled short slates. Like last night, and I don't think I'm saying anything that's crazy here. Most people probably feel this way. Last night was a nice 9, 10, 11 game slate. It was a lot of options, a lot of differentiation between people's lineups. Tonight we just got a 3-gamer. That 3-gamers are it's tough because you're worried about having a good lineup, but you're just as worried about who is the other guy going to have, because you don't want to have an identical lineup. I had a lineup against, it was either you or maybe it was BK. One of you the other day we were doing an NBA head-to-head on a short slate. I think it was just the 2-game slate because one of the games was postponed, and the only difference in our lineup were 3 players. So it just came down to basically a 3-on-3 contest.
Yeah, just the way we want it. That's what the NBA should do with double overtime. But with that being said, no, I agree. I think it's so funny when you see these 2-3 game slates. I agree with you. I'm more worried. I'm like, who's the one guy I can maybe pull out of my hat? Like somebody who's super cheap, which in a contest we did recently, I got a goose egg for. But you have to just take a stab sometimes. Like maybe this guy plays 11 minutes and puts up, 5 to 10 points, 6-7 rebounds. Has just one of those nice quarters, or it just spells the star depending on the team. Again,
Jordan's coming.
Not always likely.
Lindenbaum coming at me in the chat here says, LOL, Koff, the ultimate Corona bro, acts as if it's airborne. Jordan, we're not going into a whole thing about the coronavirus, but here's all I will say to that comment. My story earlier had nothing to do with going outside, pushing my kids on the swing set or playing football and catching the virus. It was because it was freaking cold outside.
Yeah, yesterday was the coldest day it's been in a while. It's been relatively nice in New England, this kind of mildish, I would say, but not I'm going to go hang outside, and especially not sending my kids out there.
I'm saying.
Unless you want to be, whatever. Each their own. You parent whoever you want to parent. Just be careful and bundle them up.
Yeah, I mean, some people enjoy the outdoors. Some people are me. What I mean?
Some people are like, kids, go be active. I look forward to your athleticism. And some people are like, hey, I got the PlayStation 5 downstairs. You guys want to get together after school?
Yeah. My wife may want to take the kids skiing. I may want to put on a movie. But
that's why it's a perfect pair right there.
Yeah, that's what I tell
ebbs
her.
and flows. Sometimes I worry about people that are so into all the same things. Because I'm like, do you ever have any individualism? And I don't mean that bad. It's
sure. Whatever
couple or friendships you have, partnerships, go for it. But I always like having the yin and yang to my relationship, my marriage. Because I'm like, I want to go do this. You go do that. We've been together for the last 18 hours. Cool. Talk to you later.
People say opposites attract. That's the saying.
I know one person that said that.
You know, similar people work out.
Was that about the cat? You think Paul Abdul was singing to that weird cat in the video? Because that video is really disturbing. It's a really very strange situation.
Half cartoon, half Paul Abdul.
Yeah, it was just
odd,
bizarre. Like, and it made me question a lot of things. And I was like 3 years old at the time and questioning everything, the future, what the world will look like. I wish I could marry a cartoon, but not real. Can't do it.
Which cartoon would it be?
I actually don't wish this. I'm not one of those people, but I will, for argument's sake, obviously Jessica Rabbit. Come on.
I was going to say, you're definitely, everyone's default is going to Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah, because come on, like that was just different and the whole different, like if you had to think of like a wife material, like when I was a kid, it was like Patty Mayonnaise because she just seemed like the ideal.
Like, oh, wife material.
Yeah, Patty Mayonnaise was awesome.
If I'm debating what cartoon I'm going to marry, I mean, is it? Am I looking for a girlfriend? Am I looking for wife material? What do I want here?
I'm in it for the long game here. I'm not playing. I'm 14-year-old me or whatever. I was even younger, like probably like 7-year-old me. Doug, it was like, oh, Patty Mayonnaise for sure. Oh my, look at this.
See you later. Touchdown, just like that. 32-yard score. And well-deserved DeAndre Hopkins, who oftentimes does not show up in this Sims, but here he is, folks. Here he is.
Jonathan, where are you, my man? Show out. He said, I'm captaining him. I like to take risks. I said, I want to hang out with this dude, and it paid off there. Amazing play, because I avoid him like the plague.
Jared says, just hit the like for the commentary today. Good team. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I appreciate that.
Demetrius says, Kaufman needs a tan. 500 likes today, you get a spray tan, bro.
I got the, I'll one-up you. Realistically, if you guys, I'll force them. If you guys get to like 700 likes, if you pull off, there's only 547. If we get to 700 likes before the hour's out, I will personally make sure that Kauf gets spray tan. So
I like
you make
that.
it happen. Ball's in your court.
Tell your friends and family, folks.
Yep, I have a friend that does that. My wife, whenever we go on vacation, she gets a spray tan. I don't understand it, but again,
she's getting that base tan.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's not real though. I'm like, why don't you just? I get whatever. This is not clearly I'm out of my league with this conversation, but every time she's like, why don't you do it too? I'm like, nah. I like that sexy pale look that turns into a sunburn and then a real nice tan about 10 days later.
I want to go back to the
1980s. Me too.
The Paul Abdul discussion, the opposites attract video.
Yeah, please.
What would you say are the, and this for you in the chat as well, or Mads, Bry Guy, Derek, all your significant others, whatever. We're not discriminating here. What would you say are the most significant differences between you, in the sense of, like you said, I'm going to do my thing, you do your thing. What are the key differences in your relationship between you and your wife, just as people?
That's really, I think I'll throw something. I'm a super hobby guy. Like I like having like tons of hobbies, where my wife is more, I don't know, like she's more she's really good at like whatever she's doing, and I'm more like I'll do 10 things, like including the sim. It's like I love sports. Obviously, I'm a huge wrestling guy. I like podcasts. I love all forms of media. I'm a literal audio junkie. There is audio on literally all day, every day in my household, whether it's music, podcast, something. And she's just more like chill. Like she could like sit down and like focus on her computer and like work on a project with like no noise. And I don't know. She's just more like, I'm definitely more spastic in that sense. Like I need to do 10 things at once to do one thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That was a quick answer, but I'm trying to think of like other little things. Coffee, aside from maybe the activities, what would you, is that like the difference between you and your wife?
No, I mean, we probably have a bunch of differences. I mean, she's definitely more, I just think this is true. Like you're generally speaking a product of how you're raised, right? I mean, you're into the things that you were into as a kid that really your parents were into, and like it filters down. So, inadvertently, like your parents either, set you up in certain areas or screw you in certain areas. So like my wife, super outdoorsy because her family is out, like she skis and hikes and like just likes to be outside. my upbringing was, like more, I mean, we like traveled and stuff like that, but wasn't, I certainly wasn't like going fishing, going camping, going skiing, going like, we were not an outdoorsy family.
Yeah. So
these were not my areas. So, that is like the constant, as our kids get a little older, it's a constant conversation with my wife and I of like, how do we make sure that we, get our kids more exposed to things like that I didn't do, like, because I think that they would probably benefit, like it'd be good for them as they are to be out on skis at 5 or 6 or 7 years old, as opposed to being a 38-year-old man like me who like can't go on ski vacations with his friends because he doesn't know how to do it.
I'm with you. That's like my future plan. I already said, like, I don't do roller coasters, but I think I'm going to change the game soon because I'm like, I don't want to inherit them to inherit fears. But yeah, it is fascinating how like you seem like more of a homebody and your wife was like, let's get outside. And not like just the way she was brought up. That's interesting.
Yeah. That's probably the biggest difference. I think in a lot of core areas we're similar, right? Like, generally you marry someone or you date someone that like you have a similar value system to or something like that. But yeah, I mean, some of those things like, I love, like, as you do, like stupid, funny movies. My wife, like, just give her a romantic comedy and she's good. Like, she's not like, I could sit and watch Will Ferrell movies or Sandler movies or stuff like on repeat. Mm-hmm. That's not her cup of tea.
She's like, get me some Sweet Home Alabama and a glass of wine.
Like, cue up the Notebook and leave me.
Don't talk.
Yeah.
You know what? That's interesting because my wife is all action movies. It's weird. Like I sometimes just want to watch like a dumb comedy. Like it's like 10 where winded completely down, had dinner, did some after dinner like activities. Like I came down and wrote something, whatever. And she'll be like, I'll be like, what do you want to watch? If we're not watching a show, she'll be like, I don't know, let's put on Netflix. Okay, so you pop it on. I'm like, oh, Superbad's on Netflix now. I'm like, yeah, let's watch that. She's like, what else? I'm like, okay, I'll go through 10 options. She'll see an action like Olympus Has Fallen or something. She's like, you want to put that on? And I'm like, no. Like, I want to like zone out. And you're into like explosions right now.
It's for Gerard Butler. That's all it is.
Yeah, no, but it's speed. Like, she like loves speed. She'll be like, I want to throw Speed on. I'm like, no, I don't. I want to throw on like 4 Christmases, even though it's the middle of January. Don't ask me why.
Yeah. We've all been through this. The process of like trying to select a movie to watch with your significant other is about the worst experience in the world.
Just from 5 o'clock on, if for anybody that's in a relationship that's in the same household, it's what's for dinner. That's a nightmare. And then followed up by what do you want to watch? Unless you have, that's why like I do like getting into shows because you just kind of have your night planned in a way.
The Guru says, guess I jumped in chat for the first time at the wrong time. What are they both talking about? It says, been watching since day one on the Game Center. Finally made it to the chat fam, and it's not working. Eckler stopped at the 1 3rd and goal. We're talking about nonsense, the Guru, as we typically do. And
we're talking about the theory of life, actually, and where mankind came from. So please jump in a comment.
And moreover, where it's going.
Yeah.
Flagrant Foul says, differences? I like me. She hates me. Touchdown, and a nice easy one for the Chargers to cut this deficit in half. At least that'll be the case after the looming extra point here. Austin Eckler, I'm saying, it's tough to fade these RB1s here today.
Tough day to fade them. But yeah, they took a couple tries there. Again, the struggling, they kind of made their way down into the red zone and then took a couple chances, or took a couple tries, should I say. But Austin Eckler gets it in. This guy's one of the best running backs in Madden this year, especially coming out of the backfield, or like receiving wise, but there it is.
Joseph says Kaufman the friendly ghost. Someone had said Rossi looks like George Hamilton compared to you, Koff. It's blinding. Mads notes in the chat, our producer, that this is all really funny to her because she is the palest of pale. It's true. She's got that, super white Irish, motif going on. But I really do. I don't know if it's I'm looking in the Zoom window. I am like whiter than a sheet today, man.
Well, you're also wearing like a beige shirt.
Yeah,
doesn't help.
That's true. It's a good point. To a Delilah episode.
Oh, I love Delilah. I had a conversation with Delilah once with Emerson, And I was like, one of my goals was to get on that show and or I wanted to interview Delilah. Like I wanted to be on the other end.
You want to know something hilarious? I don't believe this is still true. I think they've since split. I guess I could probably Google it because she is a prominent, radio personality. One of my high school history teachers was married to Delilah.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
Yeah.
What did he look like? Just give me the body shape. Was he a big old husky man?
No. Mads just says one of 4 ex-husbands. I was just going to say, I think he's been married several times.
It's okay. You got to find the right one. Takes a couple
he is, I don't know about now, but back, 20 years ago, he was average height, skinny, kind of slick back, brown hair, but not slick back with a ton of product where it's
Was he attractive? Was he attractive?
He had a Ned Flanders. You know what? He kind of had a Ned Flanders look to him, including the mustache. I would if you were to cartoonize this man, I would say very Ned Flanders like.
Okay. Well, good for her, I guess, and good for him if things didn't work out. I'm sorry to hear it, but listen, Delilah is a delight.
I hope he's not listening.
I hope he is. I hope he's here. And he actually comes out storming. Being you don't even know, Delilah's a nightmare.
What is this?
Yeah, what are you talking about? I like this spongy.
Please talk football. This is chick talk.
All right, dude. I literally before this, I did a 30. Well, that's not what's manlier. I haven't lifted weights since before the pandemic. So I was crushing curls. I was doing bicep. What's the move? Bicep just dips earlier. Cough. I'm feeling so swole. I'm telling you, the testosterone in my body right now from a 7 to an 11. And I am telling you right now, I love football. I love just man things. I love crushing wings, chugging blue cheese, because don't give me ranch with my wings. And I love just all the man things. Man!
I feel like that should be a bumper sticker. I love man things. Mad cute blue cheese.
Oh, well, that's fine. I'm not judging. I'm a blue cheese over ranch person in 70% of the scenarios.
Tricep dips, says Brad.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah, but I was rocking bicep dips. It's insane. You guys got to get on my level. Emerson's nothing on
get on my level.
Yeah. Have you guys ever just taken protein powder and just popped it right in your mouth and didn't even drink water after and just dried it all the way down? That's how you get it in. That's how you ingest your protein.
We all know the real man way to drink a protein shake is just pour the powder in your mouth and swish it around with your own saliva like a dude.
Yeah, that's what men do. Men talk.
Late in the opening half, 14-7 Arizona. Rossi, Kaufman, thank you all for being here with us. We appreciate you. Give a little love back. Smash that like. We're just about 100 with about 700 people watching. Brad Guy says, so I've been doing some troubleshooting. I'm now just tuning in and I have a question.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Brian, we're talking about men stuff. You know what I'm talking about. You know when your old lady gets you down and you're just man, I just need a guy's night. So you hop on the old Zoom and you chat up all your boys. And you're dude, we're watching some Speed tonight. Or what's a more manlier movie? What's the most manliest movie? We're watching Magic Mike.
No, that's not the manliest movie.
Oh,
that's the movie with the manliest men.
Well, my bad.
No, I think you nailed it with Speed. Speed,
okay.
Manliest movie ever made.
We're watching Rambo First Blood Part 2, and we're just going to absolutely just eat raw steak. Men stuff.
What are you doing tonight? Watching Expendables 1 through 3?
Oh, dude, you're going through the trilogy again? Yeah, dude, it is Thursday.
Once a week, bro. Elite Largo. Real men jump down from a tree onto the back of a deer and chomp down on the neck for protein.
No animals. No thoughts of the people in the Chat Kings conference room are the thoughts of reflected of DraftKings or any of the hosts or producers.
Two good color commentators. We need one of the nerdy guys to call the game with you, says JJK. Who are the nerdy guys, JJK?
Nerds, please.
For starters.
Yeah, I used to give them wedgies in high school. Nerd! And I just call them dorks. And put L's on their foreheads. And knock their schoolwork down and then copy it. Because I'm such a dude. Okay, I'm done. Maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling this too.
Jordan says, Rossi's such a beta, he can't even come up with the correct guys movie.
Dude, I've watched so many guys movies. I just call them dude flicks. Like, how come there's not a term called dude flicks?
Bruce says, Koff has a man bag. I prefer to call it a satchel.
Actually, I have a satchel. Should I get it for halftime? It's right. Take a little maneuver. We'll see.
You brought this up before. When is, because I do think this must be a popular thing, right? That people who actually have time on their hands do during the pandemic. Those who are following protocol and aren't seeing people. Do you have a lot of like Zoom nights with buddies just to kind of catch up and hang out, or is that not really a thing?
It was super hot in the beginning of the pandemic. Now it's like I get a random text like every so. I have my Zoom conference with my pals is right here. Adam Kaufman, Brian on the 1 through 7s, my dude Derek, and Madison. These are my pals. These are my Zoom friend calls.
My main man, Madison. Final 21 seconds here of the opening half.
Yeah, it's. I feel like it's actually one of my goals for continuing this year, like more just phone calls with friends, like just picking up the phone. My buddy called me last night, and it was one of those, like the phone was ringing, and I just didn't answer. I had no reason not to. I just didn't want to talk.
Just didn't feel like it.
And I hate myself for that.
Well, we're still of that generation where it's like talking on the phone is okay. I feel like if you're like 2 or 3 years younger than us, talking on the phone is the most ridiculous thing you could possibly even comprehend. I mean, even our guy babysitter Billy, who's basically our age.
Yeah, he's in between us, I believe.
I remember I called him once. I don't remember why. I was like driving, and he was texting me, and I called him because, again, like, was being safe, but also I just did. Sometimes I'd rather have a 5-minute conversation than go back and forth over text for 20. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Like texting, I do it a lot, but it's also fairly annoying if you're in the middle of something. And so I called him, and he just picks up he doesn't even say hello. He picks up the phone. He goes, "Are you calling me?" Like, yeah, believe it or not, like people do that from time to time.
Is that the new hello? Did I not know?
People actually do sometimes talk on a phone.
Unbelievable.
What I don't do with people really hardly ever, unless it's like calling Glash or his girlfriend in the middle of a sim or something, like I don't really FaceTime. I'm not a big FaceTimer.
See, that's what I've actually become. I like doing FaceTime. Yeah, because it makes it easier to walk around. Well, I guess no, it doesn't. But like if I'm working like where we are now, like sometimes I'm just like typing away, and half of my phone call history is FaceTime because with family or some friends. So I don't mind it. I'm gonna FaceTime you one day, Koff, out of the blue.
I hope you do. You know what? I don't mind it either, but I sort of look at it the same way that I look at this right now, the way that we are talking over Zoom. I find it, and I don't mean over Zoom like during the sim. I mean over Zoom like right now at a quarter break when we are on camera and people are looking at us and we are staring right into their souls, looking at them. I feel like FaceTiming with somebody sometimes, like I can't just relax and talk the way I would on the phone because it feels like I should be looking at them.
Don't worry about that.
I can't just like, I don't know. Yeah. No, I need to actually like look at you, and it distracts me from the conversation itself.
I can completely respect it. No, but there's also like the element of like what the best part about talking is you can like be doing other things, like put the person next, like to you. I don't know, if you're washing dishes, you can have a conversation. But
Mad says you haven't FaceTimed enough, then you stop caring about the camera.
Yeah, I agree with her 100%. It's really what happens, just kind of goes away.
Or then like you're my kids when my parents call and they'll talk to them for about 3 seconds and then put a phone on a table and run around. Like while my parents are just looking at a ceiling.
Yeah, they're like
this is fun. This is really good. I'm glad we're seeing you right now.
Like, boy, Koff 2, where are you?
Yeah.
By the way, if you didn't know, that's what Kaufman named his children.
It's funny you say that because I've gotten to a point where I mean, anyone with multiple kids or even like multiple pets knows this. You just get so used to shouting out names in the house that you do inevitably almost automatically call your kids by the wrong names all the time. And I have just started calling them 1, 2, and 3 because it's just easier.
They're his things.
Yeah. Hey, 1, feed the dog. 3, stop eating whatever it is you've just put in your mouth. It's easier.
It really is. It's my goal. I'm just going to name everything that has a number.
Matt says I've been called the dog's name before. This is what this. Yeah, like that. I mean,
happens.
That happens.
I'm very curious. What's the dog's name?
Well, it doesn't so much happen here because the dog's name is Chloe. So there were 3 boys and then a girl dog. So that's a little easier to not screw up here. But yeah, for Mads, Max.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's fair. Max
and Mads. Yeah,
if they called you Mads. Was that your nickname? Like that's another thing. Like I'm very intrigued by that stuff. Like what nicknames for different people. Like Brian, did people just call you Brian? They call you Bry? They call you
Chickpot.
What?
Call him Chickpot. You never heard that story?
Chickpot.
Chickpot. Yeah.
Like today they call him that? Is that his dating profile name or is that like
yeah, it's just
dudes. It's just him being a dude. He just goes on there. I love Chickpot.
That's what his softball team. All the guys call him Chickpot.
Oh.
Instead of chicken pot pie, it became chicken pot fry, and then it just became Chickpot for short.
All right. Honestly, that story was a lot better than I was expecting it to be. Chickpot.
Yeah, Chickpot. Or to us, Fry Guy in the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s.
Yeah. Just call him professional. Brockpot. Ooh, like Brockstar.
Like Brock Holt.
Oh, Robbie Noble he's talking about. Yeah, he just dropped the Brockpot in there.
Oh, because he looks like Brock Lesnar. If he were...
Oh, he does actually... No, but like the face, like I do like...
Well defined.
Oh, well, let's not... Listen, Brock Lesnar's just like a specimen. Brian is just a unit. Like, there's a big difference.
He's a human being.
He is, and he's just...
He is not the Adonis that is Brock Lesnar.
I wouldn't want to look like Brock Lesnar though. Like they're like people always like, as a big wrestling fan, it's like, oh, who would you want to look like? It's like not that dude. Like that doesn't seem like comfortable.
Yeah, even like
John looks like a shark. No.
Cena's ripped to shreds. I don't want to be built like that. Even The Rock. Like The Rock is too big. Dude's big.
No, he really. I agree with all of this. Like, give me somebody that's like 220 in good shape. I'm good with that.
Matt says you.
No, honestly, that's fine. Yeah, my wife would probably beg to differ. But no, like I realistically think like call me crazy, dude talk on the DraftKings Dream Stream. But I don't think, and Madison as a female and any other females or men that are around females, I would love the answers. Regardless of what your significant other partner or ideal partner looks like, do you really think you could be with somebody that looked like a John Cena, like all the time? And I'm glad that there was no stock there because, like, I really am. I think about that. Like, that is just such a mountain of a man, and probably like what that takes to look like that, like what that daily routine is. I'm very interested.
I bet now that he does look like it, though, like it's one thing to get there, but now that he does look like it, I bet the daily routine to maintain isn't as insane as you would think it is.
Completely. Whoa. Madison, my ex was 6'7" and just dabbled in bodybuilding. Don't know what that means, but I will say 6'7" and dabbled in bodybuilding. Good luck to the follow-up to that one.
Fluctuated.
What does that even mean? So do I. It's called between like 195 and 210 every year.
No, for me, and like if I were willing to actually, work at it at all and aspire to have some type of shape, I don't know, like a Ryan Reynolds or like a Ryan Gosling or just a guy named Ryan.
Those dudes are ripped.
Like but that's the kind of, but like a reasonable ripped.
I don't know.
But what I mean is like they don't, like not so ripped that like they look funny in shirts. Like
it's a good point. Like John Cena looks ridiculous in a t-shirt. He just does. It's just
that's what I mean. Like he looks like he has no neck and he has muscles everywhere. Like that's not what you're going for. Mads though, with the bodybuilder X, disagrees.
Mads it's Thirsty Thursday wherever she is. I can just tell. But I would say that no, I I more agree with you than not. I always, like, listen, obviously, coming as a real hunk here, I look like a fire hydrant if it was a human being. But, like, if I had to, like, relate to it, I can't even, like, think. It would definitely be somebody that, like, naturally, like, I feel like Coffee, you have a good natural, like you don't have, like, you're not going to gain 10 pounds if you have a tough month.
No, I have a, I have a fine baseline physique. But I have not come off the baseline hardly ever.
I'm going to get you in that, because who was, why can't I think of the actor's name all of a sudden? Parks and Rec, Star-Lord.
Chris Pratt, yeah.
Chris Pratt. Like, I remember his Men's Health was, like, the first one. Thank you, Madison, as well. She also very quick to that one. Thirsty Thursday with Madison.
That's another guy who's obviously, I mean, used to be pudgy, obviously, but now
he was straight up, like,
ripped.
Like I don't like the word with the F that starts with the F that ends with the at, but
yeah.
He was like not chunky. He was a big boy. Like there was one picture. So his Men's Health, when I used to read that more often, was one of the most intriguing of all time to me because it was the most realistic I've seen somebody do that. And then obviously Mac from Always Sunny, but his was like a whole different scenario. Like his was with great purpose where Chris Pratt was like, this can't be my life. Like, I don't want to be the funny sidekick forever. And, had people help him out and get into the Avengers, or at the time before.
Even, like similar vein, like, what were people thinking originally when like Paul Rudd was cast as Ant-Man, and then all of a sudden you see him with his shirt off and he's just shredded.
Yeah, it's a good, like, and obviously John Krasinski, it's another great point by Madison. Yeah. It's like these actors realize, like, if I just get in great shape, watch out. And I think Paul Rudd's one of those guys too. I think, like you, probably has a similar build, probably similar stature. And if you just turn that thing up to 11 for, a 6-month time span, you could be Ant-Man. That's what the goal is now.
I need to turn it up to like 6. that would be a good place to start.
Well, listen, getting out of your chair once every 3 days isn't a bad idea. Just
yeah,
saying.
This is what I'm saying.
Shut him down!
Wait, Small Ben says, are we really censoring the word FAT? I personally censor it, so I will let you know there are 2 words I don't use in my vocabulary. Well, aside from some swears, but I'm not going to repeat those.
No,
one,
list them all.
One is, let me spell them for you. Get ready. Goodbye, everyone. No, one is the U word that ends with GLY. Never use it. Hate the word. Think it's just a bad word. I think it's worse than most words. It's the most, because there's no realistic approach to it. It's just
in any context though. Like I understand not to someone as that, but if you were like, man, this is an ugly sin today.
No, that's fine. You're right. I should have preferenced it. When you're talking about people, I don't think it's proper to call somebody that because it's just harmful. It's not. There's no benefit to it. If you call me like chunky, it's like kind of funny, whatever. Like that's different. And then I usually don't use the F word either. That ends with the AT because it's another one that like some people's bodies just can't. They can't do anything about that. So here you go. Dude talk. It's back.
Dude talk.
Sensitive dude talk.
Anytime we have an awkward pause, we'll just go dude talk. 17-7 late in the third quarter. By the way. Bry Guy says, what about fat? Pretty hot and tempting.
Nope.
P-H-A-T.
Nope. Don't know how to use that word in a real sentence without it sounding like the other one. You have to like preference it. Oh, look at this. I am king.
That dude is fat.
Yeah. Like back in the day, I probably did, but I don't know.
Wasn't that what Money Talks? Chris Tucker and Charlie Sheen? You fat.
Yeah.
Sorry?
What a PH.
With a PH. Bills fan, where's Keenan Allen? Great question.
Honestly, we're still looking for him.
Chapo on Twitch. Keenan Allen on a milk carton, huh? Yep. Side of it, looking for him.
I am King TY says, I tried CrossFit and damn near died. Definitely not someone ever going to tell you how to do fitness. Wouldn't say CrossFit's your probably first thing. Maybe go like to a strength and conditioning first if you ever want. I'm not. CrossFit's too much for most people and kind of ridiculous.
Michael says, Rossi could never be a doctor. Mr. Smith, you're a bit chunky.
Yeah, well, do you think the doctor uses the F word? Like, you know how many times I've been to the doctor when I was well over the rite of poundage, and they just put overweight. It's a simple diagnosis, overweight.
Country Boy says, Koff tries to break up Rossi's happy home with the how your spouse is different question, and Rossi tries to break up the Sim Fam happy home with his muscle spouses. Quarter break. Dude talk.
Dude talk on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Now back to Adam Kaufman and Jason Rossi.
Ed Zone Dance. Kaufman is shaped like a can of Red Bull, and Rossi is shaped like a can of tuna.
Be impressive.
Yeah, it would be something else. Jim donated $1 in the NBA contest yesterday. Way to go. Get back at it again tonight, my friend. 3-game slate, 7:30 lock. Eckler, and Drake, they're doing okay. They each have touchdowns to this point.
Brad saying CrossFit.
Ton of bicep dips.
Dude, you do those bicep dips. It's just insane. Got to
Let's
get on my level.
See how we're doing. Wolverine.
I'm getting smoked.
There's another specimen, Hugh Jackman. Wolverine.
Oh, please.
385 is sitting in front by about 1.5 right now with Drake in the captain spot. Murray, Eckler, Hopkins, Gonzalez, and Reed. Man, I consider Joe Reed at that price, $3,400. I ultimately faded him. 7 points so far today. I'm sitting 17th. Where are you?
Dude, I'm in 152nd with a bullet.
Out of 172. It's not great.
Feeling good. Going to be a big quarter for Mike Williams. He's going to score 4 tuds and bring me to victory. Spoiler.
Small Ben says the word fat is ugly. I mean chunky.
How dare you?
How dare you?
I used to get personally offended. Here's the thing. A lot of people are like, oh, well, you must have been called the U word and the F word. No, it was worse. If I got called it, whatever. But I used to hear other people call other people it. I don't know what it is. Just stab me. It's like, ooh, got me. We all have words. You can clearly make fun of mine. I'm cool with that. But you all in the chat and Koff and Derek, B-Rye, you guys all have those words. And it's just you just can't hear it. Some people it's what kind of cake do you like? I like a moist cake. Some people don't like that word. I said it quickly, so move on.
No, some people really are disturbed by that word. I know a lot of women in particular who just really don't like that word.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a bad word, though. You can say it.
No, absolutely. But I just think that that's one of those words that gets to people.
Mads happens to think that's dumb. Some people don't like the word dumb, Mads.
Some people don't like the word word.
Words. Dion says, what's up, Koff? Rossi, been a while. Just on my lunch at Clinicals. Good to see some handsome faces on the sim.
I don't know where you saw those, but I will say...
Did we cut to somebody else's video?
Did Brian jump on the stream and Derek?
Brock Lesnar hop on here?
Mini Brock? Did he come on here? No, honestly, if you are jumping in and that's what your Clinicals, good luck. Thank you. Gonna need you soon, so ace those tests, get through it, and looking forward to seeing you on the other side.
Smash that like button, huh? We got over 700 people watching on YouTube alone and sitting just over 100 likes. Let's keep on smashing that button. Turn that thumbs up blue, huh? Let's get to 150. Hammer that thing before we get out of here. And, this is an appropriate question from Ryan. Turns out there's football this weekend. You wouldn't know it based on listening to this sim. These are my comments, not his. He says, what game are you most excited for this Sunday? Green Bay, Tampa, or Kansas City, Buffalo? So, which one are you most excited for, and who are your projected winners?
Dude talk. Dude, I was doing some tries. Okay, so... Oh, yeah, because this is going to be the last time we're together, so it's a good call. I am more excited for the Packers-Buccaneers. I think obvious reasons. It's just such a showdown of two of the greats. Can Tom Brady get back to another Super Bowl? The storylines are there. We just saw Phillip Rivers retired. The big argument, is he Hall of Famer, is he not? Don't care to go there right now. Just that's what it is, because he doesn't have these Super Bowl appearances, AFC Championship games, big performances where this is Tom Brady's legacy is locked in. He could lose every game from here on out. He's fine. But Aaron Rodgers kind of, in the way that people judge things, which I think is unfair, needs this victory. He needs it to really cement himself over Brett Favre, because Brett Favre went to 2 Super Bowls, I believe back to back. Don't quote me on that. And Rodgers has been to 2. Did they lose a Super Bowl? They only go to 1. I'm sorry. My research is...
I know he's 1-1. I'm trying to remember.
He beat the Steelers. I think that might be it, now that I really think, because I don't think they lost to anybody. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, 1-0. Thank you, Brian. So talk about legacy, get back to a Super Bowl, win, lose, or draw, that's huge for Aaron Rodgers. Because as much as he's surpassed Favre in so many ways in Green Bay, this is what he needs. So that game, I just think the storylines are there. Don't get me wrong, but Bills, Chiefs, a lot of great, the youth. Can Josh Allen, can the Bills get back to the Super Bowl? I like that game. I like that that's the later game too. I like the early start for the NFC. So for me, I will take Packers and Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Packers and Chiefs. So going,
Favorites.
chalk, obviously. Yeah, super chalk, which is fine. I mean, that's coming into the playoffs. That was what I said. Packers, Chiefs with the.
I don't want to see it too. Like, I'll be honest. Like if it is Bills, I'd rather see Bills. I just want to see the Packers regardless. And this isn't Brady hate. Agreed. I just think it would just be more. I like the story there more. I'm sure the Buccaneers. It will be amazing too.
Well, look, you can put a great narrative on all four of these teams. Yeah. It's just which one do you like better?
Yeah, I like Packers. I like Chiefs. If it is I'm not going to be mad anymore. I will be honest very quickly, Cuff, and the long answer to a short question. I didn't watch last week. I don't know if we got together before, but I didn't watch Brady last week. I couldn't do it. I was too emotional when he won. People were calling me out on Twitter. People were bashing me. I just couldn't do it. This week, I'm full in. I'm watching. If he's successful and he wins, I'll be happy for him. I've turned. It took me what week are we in here? 20? It's taken me this long. I'm still happy for him, but it's just still really hard to watch. But go Pack, go.
I'm gonna keep watching, but I am also in on snowing outside right now.
No.
Ugh.
Oh, it must be because you're high altitude, way up in the palatial suites and your ivory tower.
Yeah. You buy $1 $2 million home, and all of a sudden you develop a reputation.
Seriously, and that's just your side home.
Hopkins, this is my vacation home.
You stream
Hopkins home. With another touchdown, by the way. So hopefully you didn't fade him, folks, like I did.
Oh, I did too.
Yeah,
this is remarkable.
I watched Brady Breeze. I wanted that game to be great. Obviously, it was far from it. I want this one to be great. I hope Brady does awesome. I hope Gronk does awesome. I hope, Evans and Godwin, not so much Antonio Brown, Fournette. I hope it's, a really fun, high-scoring game where there were 60 points. But I'm rooting for the Packers as well. And I've been over this ad nauseum for the Sim fam, so they've all heard me go down this spiel. But I'm just all in on the Pack story this year as well.
Yeah, I just like Rodgers taking that turn. And like I said, if Brady does win, it's going to be super. It's still going to sting. I'm sure during the game, I'm going to try not to be this guy, but I'm sure if it's the last drive and the Packers are down by 3, I'm going to be kind of rooting for them to go for beat the Buccaneers. But I think it's just, you really can't go wrong. Like you said, there's good narratives and all 4 matchups, the Super Bowl matchups that can be can you really go wrong? Bucks, Bills, what a story there with Brady going potentially to stop the Bills again. Chiefs versus Bucks, Brady and Mahomes. Mahomes hasn't beaten Brady in the postseason. The Chiefs actually never beat Brady in the postseason. And then, Packers, same thing with the other 2 matchups. I think it's very fascinating.
I'll tell you this too. This is from a sports radio, TV, talking head perspective. If you're someone who is all in on the Brady versus Belichick storyline and who is more important and all that stuff, at this point in time, Brady either has to lose to Rodgers or it doesn't matter what happens. And what I mean by that is, as long as he gets through to the Super Bowl, then win or loss, he has made a Super Bowl without Bill Belichick in year 1 without the Patriots. If he gets ring number 7, great. Only, further extends the aura that is Tom Brady and further silences all the people that want to maintain that somehow, some way, there's another quarterback better in history than Tom Brady, which, by the way, at least statistically, you want to say to the eye test, fine, there are better athletes than Tom Brady. But statistically speaking, no, there has never been a better quarterback than Tom Brady, and you will never convince me otherwise of that. But if he goes to the game, he just goes to the Super Bowl and loses, be it to Buffalo, which would never happen, or to Kansas City, then, so be it. People are going to have the exact same conversation than if he won with regard to Belichick and the Patriots. The only thing that can maybe slow down that conversation is if he falls in the NFC title game. Otherwise, you're just going to get a 2-week ramp up to the Super Bowl of all of that.
Now you make me uncomfortable again.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault. It's just my heart. No, that
fat, ugly heart of yours.
It is a really good point though, because I still think even if Tom Brady wins the Super Bowl, I know this could be total Pat Honk thinking. Belichick has time. Like, it is a major difference being a coach to being a quarterback, especially a quarterback that chose where he could go and he found himself. And this is not disrespect. This is smart by Tom Brady. Tom Brady should not have gone to like Indianapolis, let's say. That was another like people like low-key option for him. The Tennessee Titans, like he wouldn't probably be in this position in either one of those places.
Agreed.
Tampa Bay was just the perfect spot, cap room. They were able to bring in Antonio Brown, which, by the way, if you go back in the beginning of the year, they get Brady and Bruce Arians like, no way, no how. I'm not bringing in Antonio Brown. And it's like, hey, dude. Brady's like, what's up? What's up, Bruce? He's probably calling Brew. He's like, what's up, Brew? He's like, yeah, what's up? He's like, hey, I just, yeah. Oh, BA, that's what he calls him. He's like, hey, I just signed Antonio Brown. What? He's like, yeah, I called him and I got it all worked out with the GM. We're good. He's just like, okay, cool. Thanks, Tom. Thanks for doing that for me, so I don't have to take the blame.
Yeah, glad that I just spent all that time in the preseason saying, no way, no how, never, ever is Antonio Brown going to be on our team.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, so I think that's where I will the conversation could be what it is, and people are going to be, Kenny Ducey style. I can't be wrong on either side, but I think if Belichick over the next 5 years has a contender, multiple AFC title games again, Super Bowl appearance, win or loss, like how do you equate? That's where I think this gets difficult. Like if he's able to do that over the next 5 years, well, Brady over the next 5 years, say he goes to the playoffs 2 more times, then gets, retires, steps away, no Super Bowl wins. Like I think that's where it's like this argument kind of, stinks. It can blow up in your face with like numbers because time will go on probably longer for Belichick.
But you know how it works in sports media. People rush down
are you kidding?
On that. So like we need to have the answer to the debate yesterday.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
careers aren't even over.
Yeah, and we're like, yeah, exactly. And like Belichick, like I believe if you're watching in the NFL, like this offseason, it's the biggest. We're either going to see a complete collapse for the Patriots organization from being a Super Bowl contender all these years to being a video for Secret Base, used to be SB Nation, that they're going to talk about the Patriots collapse post Brady, or they're going to be the most miraculous second coming, even if they're not a quote dynasty, it's just being a contender or being in the playoffs consistently.
Well, don't forget, and not to go all Patriots here, obviously, because we are wrapping up. But this was a conversation. This, and I'm sure a lot of people out there do. This was a conversation that was happening in New England for years before Brady even left. It was, except because nobody really. It was always a possibility, but nobody really, truly, I don't think, entertained the idea of Brady walking. Not because they thought he wouldn't, but because I think, like me, a lot of people thought like Robert Kraft will never let that happen. Like he's going to retire a Patriot. So the conversation was always spun from the perspective of, how much does Bill want to or need to win a Super Bowl without Tom Brady? But it was always thinking about post-Brady's career. We have a touchdown here, Keenan Allen.
There it is. Get off that milk carton.
Off the milk carton. So it just so happens that now you have the parallel storylines because obviously Brady is not only gone, but actually closer to achieving that than Belichick.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm all on board. And I think it's a great point. And in New England, it started the year when he was suspended the 4 games. And you saw Jimmy Garoppolo play well. Brissett got the win. It was like, oh, it was better. And that's, I feel like, where it really stemmed from. So I as a fan, I hope the Belichick at the end of the day wins whatever little argument. But it doesn't really matter. I want Brady to be successful. Too many good memories to ever really bash the guy, even though I still think he left us a little high to dry.
Jordan says, my captain, but pretty sure it's too late. Well, I don't see it near the top right now, Jordan, my friend. I'm sorry. Wolverine is still hanging out with about a 1.5 lead. I'm sitting 46th, not as good as it was earlier. Out of 172, breaking the captain spot, having himself a fine day. 32 plus points. Hopkins, though, probably well on his way to the Krusty Koff player of the game. He is only on the 5th of lineup, $6,400 in the flex, and has about 25 points.
24 non-captain. It's crazy for a guy that you just fade. It's okay, but I tell you, this is the last 2 games I've done with him. He scored. This is 3 touchdowns in those. I'm sure there's been games in between, but he's somebody I'm keeping my eye on again. By the way, Hugh Jackman, I think I'm in for his body. I think so. That seems like he's like, I know he must have to do some crazy cuts. 50. Yeah, and he's just like, I'm in on him. Because he's not super big either. Like bodies, like width-wise. Right. He's like slender and just ripped.
Yeah.
Not good enough for Madison, I know, but I'm just saying that's kind of, I feel like he has that realistic-ish. Like you still have to.
I want to be like, if if I didn't have to put any real work into it and I could just snap my fingers and this would be the reality, I want to be like, when you take your shirt off, you got the great beach bod, you look ripped, you look shredded, but when you got a nice suit on, you're not like popping it at the seams. Like like a Hugh Jackman who's out there hosting all those award shows, at least pre-pandemic. The
dances in it.
Yeah, he's very talented. He sings, but he looks well put together, cleaned up, and he doesn't look like his suit is going to rip off his arms.
It's a good point. Yeah, I agree.
Rock, you're too big. You're too big, Rock.
Oh, absolutely. You've seen the guy in a suit. You ever watch Ballers? It didn't even look comfortable. It's like, dude, that looks like what my thighs look like in pants. Like that's your arm. Get out of there. Monster. When I'm wearing my jeggings.
Mads just wants a bodybuilder in Zumba pants.
That's fine.
That's what it is.
There's a lot of 80s wrestlers. She's like looking for Macho Man over there.
I was just going to shout him out. That was the one.
Oh, yeah. Madison, the cream rises to the top. Yeah, that would be...
Oh, she says hashtag Team Chris.
Oh, well yes. But I'm on that team too, by the way.
But you know what? That's another good one. Like,
I think he's huge. I think he's a huge man.
But huge more so than guys that I mentioned before, but not at like Rock Cena levels, like not professional wrestler or former athlete huge.
I don't know. I mean, I obviously haven't seen him in person, but some of the photos, I look at him and I see him in the movies. I'm like, I don't know.
When we hang out, I'm going to invite you over so that you can see what he looks like.
The way he looks like in person?
In a suit, in person, yeah.
What about his brother? I feel like his brother has a little more of the slender. Liam. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So then now, Madison, we're finding the fine line. Hemsworth, by the way, I'm all in on that. Like any woman who said either Hemsworth. Okay, now we're just not even caring. That's like
no. Why discriminate? As long as Hemsworth, we're good.
But it is interesting, unlike the Sim kind of in a way. But I will say that Hemsworth, I'm all in. And anybody who's not in on him, I have a lot of questions.
Yeah. My question is, what are you into? What do you need to know? So Murray went 265, couple of touchdowns. Herbert, 199. That was the draft.
Throwing 28 passes each. A lot of passing for not a lot of yards. Mm-hmm. Like neither one of them hitting a bonus on 28 passes. That's intriguing to me, especially Murray completing 27 of those passes.
You are correct, sir.
Thanks.
Let's see. Looking at some of the rushing and receiving stats as well. We'll give you those. I promise. Again,
we got Derek. Derek's working on the ops. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm not worried about Derek.
Want me to tell you some other bodies? What do you guys need to know?
Yeah. What do you want to hear about after this 24-14 Arizona win? So Drake, 53, Eckler, 44. Each of them had a touchdown, obviously. Not sure either necessarily warranted their salaries, but obviously, you had to have them. They're both in the leading lineup and projected winning lineup here with Wolverine. Murray only 22 on the ground. That's a bit of a
yeah, that's where it comes down to. I think that's where he stung you a little bit for his price tag.
My captain Max 7 for 67. Drake went 7 for 37. So I will give old Kenyon more credit there for all the receiving production. Eckler 5 for 16, Allen 4 for 58, a score. Hopkins 4 for 85 and 2 touchdowns. Fitzgerald 4 for 44. Henry 3 for 33. And so are we in agreement, DeAndre Hopkins for the Krusty Koff player of the game?
Yeah, I think it's really no debate. He played the best game he's played in a while. 2 scores, had the most receiving yards in the game with 85. So give him whatever it is he deserves, because DeAndre Hopkins, you did it, man. We appreciate you. We love you. We respect your game. I still think you're the best receiver in the game. And you today get the best award you've received all year. That is the old Krusty Koff player of the game.
Who is the big disappointment? The Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, and you don't want to say you left him at the drugstore and you forgot you left him there and all that stuff.
So there's a lot of people I was debating looking at the numbers, but it's going to come down to Mike Williams. He was a top 5 owned, 3 catches, 32 yards, no sniff of the end zone. The passing game, like I said, 28 pass attempts for Justin Herbert, just connecting for 99 yards. That's not good. That is not what you're looking for from a high octane offense like this. Eckler played out. He scored. Keenan Allen, while he was being favored in the chat of where is he? The old milk carton. Really, Mike Williams was the disappearing act of this game. So he will get the Billy Delaney, don't call me after I text you because I don't understand when answering a phone, did you call me award.
And that in the business is what we like to call a callback. Here's what you have the rest of the sim day here, folks, the Dream Stream day. So Emerson will be coming along with Reed T for Jags and Texans for the next sim, which begins in basically 1 hour, almost on the nose, a few minutes before for pregame, obviously. That is the Mad Matinee, fittingly with producer Madison. Then you got the Panthers in Washington. Emerson still with Professor Zach Thompson. Ooh. That is the early bird special. And then the happy hour sim, Lions Raiders. I'll come on back with Christian DeAndrea. So AK and CJ hanging out for a little.
I'll be ready. Yeah, I'll be ready for that one. Yeah. 6 o'clock with Christian. That's when his internet is tough. You get
whatever their internet issues, Rossi. Here we go. Prime time, Bucks Rams, Brendan Glasheen and Brandon Cristal. Brendan and Brandon, which would be the case for Madden After Dark as well for Bills and Cowboys.
I never get their names right, so can I be on that one too, just so I don't ever get it wrong?
That sounds pretty good to me.
I was like, hey, Brandon. Yeah. Oh, I meant Brandon. I mean Brendan. Brandon?
Hello?
Yeah, hello? Either one of you.
Oh man, beautiful. And Joe says I need to get my sponsors in for post-game interview. Yeah, you need to include all of those. They're very important. Very important. Brandon says they're a place to view recent stats from these sims. Sure is, Brandon. Just go into the player cards when you are setting your lineups, when you are obviously starting to enter in some contests, and you can look at all their history in these Madden 21 sims. It's a lot of good knowledge there. We're going to go. This has been an entertaining sim. There wasn't a lot of football, and you know what? I don't care because we had ourselves a great time, and I think you guys did too. So thanks to Mads, thanks to Bry Guy 1 through 7, as Rossi said. Thanks to Derek, all the Game Off squad, and to Rossi for being available in an instant. We appreciate you, my friend. It was fun.
Absolutely. Stay hydrated, Koff. Go get some sun.
Yeah, seriously, or at least change my shirt so the ring light doesn't continue to reflect off whatever. All right, see you later. See you at 6.
You look good.
Clear.
Oh, I should have told.
We live.
It's a hey, hold on. I had an intro already. Damn it, dude.
Ready?
All right, here we
Three,
go. 3, 2.
2, 1.
It's a beautiful sim. Sky falls, you feel like it's a beautiful sim. Bam, 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 bam. All right,
Man, my lineup rocks today.
Okay. Ooh, let me tell you something, dude. I went crazy heavy on the Jaguars.
Is that who's playing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know I told you beforehand it was the Colts and the Broncos. No, dude. It's the Jaguars at the Texans.
Unbelievable.
So here we go again. What's up, everyone, on the Dream Stream over on YouTube, over on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. See, we got some new friends. You are all part of the DK Sim fam now. You are one of us.
I got
now. You cannot leave.
Low
Places. I wanted him to sing that so bad yesterday.
Right.
I was
me
like,
too.
come on, man, do friends in low places, man.
Taking requests? There's a piano bar? Is this a piano bar? Taking requests?
Dude, his run up to the stage too, and like my wife loves Garth Brooks. She's so obsessed with that dude. So we'll we can dive into like our favorite Garth Brooks songs or whatever. Also, his wife, incredible show. I think it's on the Food Network. Madison would know this, producer Madison. You would probably know it too.
Whoa, we call us. Whoa.
What?
I'm just kidding. Food Channel's great. I'm just kidding.
Okay. All right, cool. I was like, damn, am I already off to HR like 2 minutes into this thing? But what's up, guys? Emerson Lotz here, Reed T. Fowler here. We got Brad Guy on the ones and twos, producer Madison in the house. We got Joe and Derek from the ops teams. They'll be the one adding up scores manually from home. So shout out to those guys. We've been doing this thing for almost a year, and the family's grown, and we love the fact that you are all here. Should be a good time. Lineups have locked. This is now when we can share our lineup with all of you. Would you like to share yours first, since you apparently are so confident in what you have decided to build?
Well, I have to tell you what my lineup is like as the game progresses, right? But my top guy is the newly New York holding. Gee, right off the bat.
Oh, already? Is this an omen of what's to come?
Jimmy Oshag, already a hold, but Deshaun Watson, the future Jet, the future Kenny Ducey quarterback. Deshaun, I'm just kidding. I have no idea where he's going, but Deshaun Watson, I think has to be in your lineup, Emerson. 23.8. Get him into the captain spot. If you don't, you're a clown.
No.
Don't put Tyler Eifert in your captain spot. Don't put D.D. Westbrook in your captain spot. And do not put DJ Chark. I'm just kidding. I went heavy on Deshaun Watson. Brought it back with Jags.
All right, man. Well, a lot of those guys who you feel are not worthy of a roster spot, as Gardner mentioned, and that could have been picked off, but it wasn't. We have 3rd and 6 here. This is what a peak lineup looks like. This is what peak performance will be in this sim, guys. It's DJ Chark in the captain spot. It's Gardner Minshew. It's Tyler Eifert. It's D.D. Westbrook. It's Josh Lambo. And my only exposure to the Texans is that big, beefy tight end, Darren Fells. All right, we're off to a hot start here if you decided to stack the Jaguars. As now, bring out the gear. The punting unit will come onto the field. So we're just going to go ahead and make it interesting here. Those of us, again, brave enough to just stuff your lineup filled with Jaguars.
So a little birdie told me, Emerson, and by a little birdie, I mean the Bri birdie told us. He informed us. We had a visitor to our Twitch channel the other day that was very exciting.
We did? We did. Yeah.
Would you like to say who it is?
Yeah, no. It was our last game, man. Channel got rated by J-Dub. And for that, J-Dub, we love you, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for introducing the Dream Stream on Twitch to a whole new audience. Really good times. And we had almost like 800 people at one point, which our Twitch channel is still like, I think it's still the newest social media platform we have. Although I think DraftKings launched TikTok recently. That could be newer. As hey, Deshaun Watson, sacked, baby. I'm all about that life. 3rd and 8 coming up for the Texans. But J-Dub, much love, dude. And don't forget to fill out a lineup. Hopefully you did in the Ducey Memorial Bowl. That's the contest name. Everyone says, what happened to Ducey? Did we lose Ducey? And no, guys, he is still with us. He is still kicking, still 6 feet above ground. I think that's about how tall he's
6 feet. Whoa, time out.
I don't know, was he like 5'11"? 5'11"
like
above ground?
5'6". Like,
okay, but you put...
He's like 6 inches taller than Samir. That's my game.
But you put him on the bunk bed, he's like 8 feet above ground. So,
well, yeah, look, if you have a bunk bed, that might qualify you as below 5'8". Like, you're below the Mendoza line, like average height. You still sleep in a bunk bed.
So his internet apparently crapped out. I almost slid into that noon sim with Kaufman, but Rossi jumped the gun and was able to beat me to it. So you guys had Rossi and Kaufman. A lot of you.
Rossi on call. I love it.
Yeah. He is. He's a guy who's like, oh my God, I can get away from my wife and child for like an hour. Sign me up. But so a lot of you guys on Twitch, guys and gals who were hanging out, that's who you had last game, Kaufman and Rossi. So thanks again, J-Dub. And if you are here, much love. I'm sending you a virtual hug right now. Our entire DraftKings family is. And should be good. We got a whole slate today, 6 games. You've already seen one. You're watching the second right now. Coming up, though, at 4 o'clock, which there's already a contest as well. Panthers at Washington. It'll be yours truly, Emerson Latzia, and Zach Thompson on the call of that one.
There we go.
Contest already made, as I mentioned. It is the LOT ZIA Winnie versus Gracie Puppy Bowl. That's right.
Would you like to explain what that is?
Well, yeah, just, Winnie is my puppy. Gracie is his puppy. And I will be representing Winnie. He will be representing Gracie. And
I got it.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Real simple stuff.
Yeah,
But
I
there's only
thought Gracie was a puppy that Winnie met on the
Oh,
streets.
No, on the mean streets of Boston. No.
Oh, man.
She had a great time at the dog park today, though. Really good times. Don't we all? And then, get this. Oh, my God, I buried the lead. I walked back into the apartment. Wife's grinding. She's working from home, producing her show. She's putting bread on the table. And all of a sudden, strangers start texting us. I said, what is going on? And it turns out her tags fell off the dog park. And she has a tag on that fell off of her harness. It says, I am loved. So basically, if she was ever to run away from my wife, people would know to text me and say, hey, we have your dog. And so, her tag is hanging at the dog park. I got to go pick that up after this sim.
Got it.
That's it.
I thought you were talking about, like, Meg's tag fell off.
This is
like
Winnie's.
The way you presented that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? It's a major complaint. But I leave out bits and pieces of stories to try to help you guys piece it together, man. It's like a puzzle. Like, what the hell is this guy talking about?
Right.
But what's up? I see the usual suspects here today over on Twitch. Mamba Vision, Yogi, Reed Tees, Germ, P. Fooligan. What's cooking, everybody? Anybody new here? Yeah, the Ugies. But any new faces, say what's up, drop your name in. We'll give you a shout out. We'll give you some love. You guys have earned it, baby.
Yeah, if anybody out there knows some YouTube guys that want to hop in on and look, we love you all. You guys are celebrities in our hearts. But, our bosses look at the metrics. If we get the most likes and the most views on this stream, they will keep us as the 2 highest paid employees at DraftKings.
Yeah.
So
we are like super blessed, and I'm willing to. That's why every once in a while I decide to buy lunch for some of the peasants on our team, like Brendan Glass-Sheen, or everyone knows Babysitter Billy. And sometimes I just feel so bad because we're paid so much that it's like, let me just buy you. I'll bring you Chick-fil-A. I'll volunteer to buy you and bring you over Chick-fil-A, and I'll even get it for your significant other. So the Texans convert on 4th and 2. Oh, and back corner of the end zone, very next play. How about it, kids?
there we go.
Deshaun Watson to Kenny Stills, wide receiver 3.
No longer, but Emerson. Breaking news.
What do you got?
Eagles. All you Philly fans out there, you got a new head coach. Nick Sirianni, the Colts offensive coordinator, will be the new Philadelphia head coach. Sirianni spent 3 years as the Chiefs assistant coach, 5 seasons with the Chargers, and the past 3 with the Colts. Now the 30-year-old Sirianni becomes the lead man in Philadelphia. That is from
39.
Adam
He's 39, dude.
Schefter. That's this like it's a wave. It's a wave of young like you're seeing most of these coaches now in their 30s, early 40s. Matt LaFleur, right? Is there the new head coach with the Chargers, the DC at he was the former DC with the Los Angeles Rams. So, man, this is what's happening. There's a young wave of coaches, and the old guard is holding on for dear life. Kind of how quarterbacks go, huh?
Yeah. So I thought Josh McDaniels was for sure going to get that job, at least the way that it was being reported. Spent all day Sunday down in, I think it was Palm Beach, wherever the owner lives, in the off season, which most billionaires, it's Palm Beach. And I guess the meeting lasted like all day long, multiple meals, and then it came out the next day. They were doing like crazy deep like background check, just to double check, dot their I's, cross their T's, make sure everything's good to go with them. This came out of nowhere, at least for me.
Why is it only those 2 letters is used in that analogy? Like that's the only couple of letters that you have a second like action to do, depending how you write your letter.
Yeah, because
like
an F, a lowercase F, you're crossing.
Yeah,
you
cross the F.
Lowercase F.
Yeah. Right? A Z. Sometimes people cross their Z's.
Yeah, 100%. Chris Thompson now 3 carries, 42 yards in this game. What other like letter? I guess you could like complete your O, complete the circle.
Yeah, there you go. Curl the N. I don't know.
Curl the N. Yeah, dot my I's and curl the ends. That's a
people
good
like,
one.
who is this guy? Why is he changing the way we speak? I'm going to listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Forget that. I'm not using cross. I'm going to switch it. I'm going to say cross my I's and dot my T's from now on.
I like the curly ends. That's actually very smart of you. And creative. And it would grab my attention like right away.
Like no one curls their ends though. Now people
cursive.
will.
You know, back in my day, they taught cursive in school.
Oh yeah, me too.
I learned cursive in 3rd grade. I was crushing it. Minshew finally doing something, 2 of 3 now, and he goes. I think that was Eifert over the middle.
Remember those booklets?
D.D. Westbrook, rather.
The dash, the lines that had the dash where you would like use that to do the lowercase and then the uppercase. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Brad guy. He said, I thought you were saying cursing. No, I learned that way before 3rd grade. I'm serious.
Yeah. Have you ever seen his mom's social media account?
Yeah. Crazy,
or
dude.
Their conversations?
So, there's a story. My mom loves to share it with people to say that there's always been something wrong with me. And so it was kindergarten, right? This is the problem. My mom let me watch all of the terrible movies when I'm like 4 or 5. My mind is a sponge. I'm developing. I should be watching, the Magic School Bus and all that stuff. Instead, she's letting me watch Beetlejuice. There's a scene in Beetlejuice where it's like right after Beetlejuice comes alive and they're talking to him and he's on the model and he stands there and he grabs a part of his body. He says, "Nice effing model, huh?" And she said, I got up in kindergarten, in my kindergarten class, in front of the class, said it. And then the teacher had to pull my mom aside after school. And this is what your son decided to do today in class.
I thought you froze there.
Nope.
I also have a funny
just
story.
A dramatic pause.
I have a funny story along that. Were you in 1st grade?
No, that was kindergarten, dude.
Oh, okay.
Miss Rosner's class, bro.
Dude, I was in 1st grade with Miss Stackhouse. God rest her soul. I think she passed away.
Oh.
But I said, so like I was a huge football fan, still am, right? But I had a football that I would bring to school, San Francisco 49er football. just because that's the one I got at the airport, I think, when we would go to California.
I was like, wow, you were a 49ers fan. Okay.
No. But anyway, that's beside that. That's not even a detail that needs to be mentioned in the story. She took it away because I dropped a dime to my friend in the classroom. Just a complete dime over like everybody right into his bread basket. She took the ball away, and then I said in response, "F you, a-hole." Like, that's what I said. And she looked at me, and I saw the whites of her eyes. And you remember back in those days, I don't know if it's the same now. You had to bring on, like, you had a note that your teacher wrote, at least we did, that said exactly what you did. And you had to give that to your parent. And then the parent had to sign it. And then you had to bring that back to the school.
Yeah.
I remember my mom, and she told me this after like many years. I brought that to her. She went into the other room, and I remember that. And she said she was laughing to herself because, like, I don't know what that means.
I know.
And she asked me, she's like, "Do you know what this means?" I'm like, "No, but I heard you say it once when you were mad. So I thought, like, hey, I'm mad. I want my ball back."
My sister, like, dude, my niece was like just suspended. Like, she's like 9 or 10. She was just suspended under like a little school in Florida. And my sister's like, you know, these kids, they say and do like the dumbest stuff, and like you have to like discipline them, but it's hard to like not walk into the room and like laugh your tail off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because just of what they do.
Yeah. Because, like, come on, what does a kindergartner or a first grader know about cursing? No, they only know the emotion that is behind it. Same way as dogs. Like, they're all based off of feelings and emotions.
Uh-huh.
So.
3rd and 3, Gardner beat America's hero out of the back of the end zone. So he's only 2 of 4 for 14 yards. And now we're going to bring back up the Lamborghini. We're going to give it a nice little spit shine. But
you know what I haven't done in a while? I haven't done a call out to a player that's not playing well. I haven't done that in a while. Well, no, it's only the second quarter. You got to wait a little bit.
But you could still be a little early. You could still get after it if you feel like it. By the way, Josh Lambo in the flex in that free showdown, 17%. Rough start. I am currently, even with the Lambo field goal, I am 134 out of 135 entries. Oh my God, in the Ducey Memorial Bowl contest. By the way, yeah, again, his internet dying right before the noon, and Rossi rising up like the phoenix out of the ashes to support Kaufman there. No one knows where Ducey is. No one's heard from him since then. But we, he will be back eventually at some point, we hope. And then in the free showdown, everybody, 14,000 entries just south of that. Cameron 26 Davis, current solo leader there.
Emerson, there's a golf tournament going on right now. Did you know that?
There is, and I'm glad you mentioned that because I forget who it was. He just loves picking your brain about the PGA. Edge 95. I love seeing Edge 95 in the YouTube chat because this individual always is asking about golf, and you and I share that passion for golf, a thrilling, epic, intense sport right after football in my heart. So what would you like to share?
The American Express is underway. Emerson. Oh, Doc Redman. Kenny.
Oh, he stays on his feet. Come on, baby.
Kenny, not Ducey. Stills. There we go.
This is the Kenny everybody likes.
Yeah, his internet. Kenny Stills' internet is working. The American Express in La Quinta, California, up there in Palm Springs, routinely one of the easiest courses or tournaments because they have really easy courses for this tournament. Usually in a 3-course rotation, now just 2 with the Pro-Am being canceled due to COVID. Is DJ, 5-yard run there. But a couple of guys of notoriety who are in close to the lead. Abraham Answer is at -2. Patrick Cantley -2. Doc Redman -1. He was at -2. Doc. Bogeyed so far. Matt Wolf is even through 1. And Camilo Villegas is leading right now at -3. Tied with Benny Ann, Josh Teeter, Michael Thompson, Adam Shank, and a bunch of other guys at -3 right now.
Hey, does Camilo still do the Spider-Man thing to read his putts? He doesn't?
I don't think so. No. That was awesome.
That was awesome, and it was also
I tried it
way...
once.
Did you?
Yeah, wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. I don't have the core power. Like, I don't have the hip flexors for it. That's really what you need.
On his fingers. I mean, it was smart of him because at the time he was younger, up and coming, and if you can do something quirky and just weird like that, people will hear about you before you actually win a tournament. It's great. And there's Akins, 1 catch, 12 yards now for him. By the way, tight end 2, because Darren Fells, who's in my lineup, has decided to not do anything up to this point.
That ain't good.
Let's go. 1st and 10 from the 24. Deshaun Watson going to use his legs and hang on to that football, kid. Why is Glass texting me?
Oh, God.
Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I told Madison. I'm on a stream. Let me live. Okay. Yeah, he was nice enough. We switched Sims tomorrow. So he slides under the 2. He'll be with Jeff, and then I go to the 4 tomorrow. We're both with Jeff. So that should be fun. But right now, I'm living in the moment, man. I'm living with you. We got Bry Guy, Germ already over on Twitch, giving Bry Guy some love, and producer Madison, and again, Derek and Joe from the ops team. We got 600 people hanging out with us on the Dream Stream over on YouTube. We're at 184 likes. 16 of you right now who have been holding back for this dynamic duo, the 2 highest paid employees at DraftKings. Please hammer that like button right now. The Sweet 16, that's what we're looking for. As Watson now to Duke Johnson Jr., Miles Jack on the tackle. Speaking of Miles Jack, by the way, I think it was 3 years ago today, was that AFC Championship game with the Jaguars and the Patriots. Miles Jack was not down. They called him down, had the Jaguars scoop that fumble and ran it back and scored it. The Jaguars would have been in the Super Bowl that year, but they were not.
Oh, trust me. I know a couple of things about Patriots getting calls that they shouldn't. And I take you back to the early 2000s, Emerson, in the Snow Bowl, where Tom Brady miraculously can throw a football, I guess, with his hands tied behind his back. Oh.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that was, whoa, that anniversary was Tuesday, wasn't it? Is that what you said? There you go, touchdown, y'all. Another one from Deshaun Watson, but this time to Will Fuller. So we're working up from Kenny Stills, wide receiver 3, to Will Fuller, wide receiver 2. Now if maybe Brandon Cooks or Darren Fells gets in on the action next time around, that would be dandy.
Who you liking this week, Emerson? Got any leans for the football games this week?
I am going straight up Buccaneers all day long.
Taking the trip up to Lambeau?
Yeah, 100, dude.
Going up to Winterfell and taking out the Snows?
Winterfell? Lord Lazio?
Okay.
Bend the knee?
Where would you would have to be, like, you would be in the capital for sure. Like, you'd be in King's Landing. That's
damn right, dude. I'd be chilling with my pet dragon.
You'd be like in District 1 and like that's where you would be in Hunger Games. You're definitely that guy.
Take me to White Castle, my dragon dude. About 2 minutes to play here in the first half, everyone. But I'm just feeling it. I have no reason. I have no stats or information to back up. It's just what my gut is telling me. I mean, I could read off and sound smart information.
Well, why? Why would you do that?
That doesn't make any sense. That's not my job. That's your job.
That's true. That's true.
I do remember Tampa Bay trouncing them earlier in the season.
Oh,
it could go toe-to-toe with anyone when it comes to throwing downfield. Yeah, Tampa Bay and Tom Brady throwing downfield. They'll find an answer. I don't care that their defense, as I've mentioned on the stream before, made that Heineken kid look like Joe Montana. And they could barely contain a decrepit Drew Brees. It's a different beast, man. It's a new season. It's a new week. And Aaron Rodgers letting a discount double check go to his head.
Ooh.
Too much pressure riding on him since he was announced that he's going to be a future guest host on Jeopardy. That guy has not looked the same since then.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Only had one good half last week. How about that? First half. Adams, too. Oh, 9 catches. Great, dude. Like 60 yards. Get the hell out of here. I had 60 yards in the first half in a 4-on-4 flag football game. The first game back after returning from a torn ACL, NCL, and meniscus. So give me the 43-year-old, the seasoned vet.
Wow.
On a mission.
Wait, so wait, what are you saying about Tom Brady last week going 18 for 33 and 199?
Exactly, and 3 total touchdowns.
No.
Yeah, you buried the lead there, Smithers.
3. Okay, the one rushing touchdown was from half an inch out. So give me a break there.
Yeah, you kidding me? And it's a lock every time with that guy. There is no one better at doing anything in the NFL than Tom Brady is at quarterback sneaks. I'm serious, dude. It's science.
Better than Josh Lambo from 25 yards out?
Josh Lambo is better from 55 out than he is from 25 out.
That's true. Well, here's some great comments about that question. Mockingjay says on YouTube, Bucks going to get smashed. Pew Fooligan on Twitch, Tampa can't win in the snow. Bry Guy says Brady is undefeated in the snow, just saying. Mamba Viz.
Thank you.
That's Brady's natural environment. Jermaine says Brady will lead them to victory. Dracula, I heard Brady is sharing his cold-resistant blood.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, Bry Guy rubbing it back in, against your Raiders, saying, undefeated in the snow. There is a crazy stat. I heard it the other day in passing. It may have just been at the coffee shop, but it was heavily in favor of Tom Brady playing in elements where it's going to be like a little snowy and a little cold. And I don't think Tampa Bay as a team has a great record in cold weather, but this is a different year, man. Let's go. DJ, you got to get in there, kid.
Yeah, there you go. Now you're hoping Emerson for an Eifert TD. Chark. I mean, you got all the receivers. Very interesting strategy from Emerson. Goes heavy on the receivers, doesn't really stack one receiver, and then backs it up with Josh Lambo. If they run it in, you're screwed.
Oh my God, how was that not in?
Oh, they gotta go. Oh, timeout. Okay, they have no more.
All right. Well, actually, I thought I rostered him and I didn't. So I need Chark from Minshew, Eifert from Minshew, Westbrook from Minshew, or like Lambo would be cool, like a Lambo fake touchdown pass or something.
What about Jimmy Oshag? Well, James O'Shaughnessy touchdown. That would really
hurt. I'm not feeling that right now. And you know what? Good. I like this. 34% of the people in our 135 entry Ducey Memorial Bowl contest. What is happening? That is the last thing you could have done with no timeouts.
Wow. Going to halftime with no points to show. Well, 3. There you go.
Good God, man.
J-Dubs, is this, if you're here, J-Dubs, is this how it happens? What do you think here? Is this how it happens when you're playing? You get no timeouts on the 2-yard line going to halftime without scoring? Probably not, J-Dubs.
The Germ says he Hoyered it. Yeah, shocked he didn't get up after being sacked and try to call a timeout. He didn't have it. Oh, man. All right, so here we are, 14-3 at halftime. And in the receiving department, wow, okay. Duke Johnson Jr. leading 3 for 26. Chark has that 1 for 19 that ended at the 1 or 2 yard line, couldn't get in. But yeah, I see a bunch of people talking about all the viewers we had over on Twitch before. I learned a new thing today, the term rated on Twitch when you send your viewers over to another channel, which is really cool of J-Dub to do. So that was neat. In the free showdown, by the way, Deshaun Watson's the highest owned, guys, at 86%. Chris Thompson, 48. Brandon Cooks, 47. Chris Conley, 40. And D.D. Westbrook, just a hair under 40% owned. So 2 more quarters to play in this one. And I saw it earlier, Front and Turner on YouTube says, holy moly, I have missed you all. We have missed you as well. And it's good to have you back. And we have hit 200 likes. Look at this. You ask, super easy, and you shall receive, because we are the DK Sim fam. And we support and love one another. What's up, Congo Cab? I see you there, dude.
Congo
Tony
Cab,
P.
Raiders fan.
Yeah, he is. Jordan Lindenbaugh, what's going on? Travis C. David Speck. What's up, Russell? Jim. There's Ed Zone Dance. I like that one. Oh, Ed's bringing up the orchids. Yeah, I caught 2, that's how talented I am. I caught 2 fruit flies or gnats with just one hand today. And I'm sitting at the table working, preparing for this game hours ahead of time, and there's one flying in front of my face. You missed the story yesterday. We have an orchid in our house now that was accidentally delivered to our house that was included in our grocery order. And with it, though, came a bunch of gnats. They're like fruit flies and gnats. So we're trying to fix that situation right now.
I believe it's pronounced gnats.
Yes. Depends on, where you're from. Like, tomato, potato.
Yeah, it's like the toilet, if you're on the southern hemisphere. It goes the other way. Same thing.
What is that about?
It's the gravitational pulls.
Is it really, though?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because it's just a question I've never really known the answer to. All right, 3rd and 8. Watson now, you can see that, 9 of 12. Around 100 yards. Duke Johnson with his 4th catch. Again, leading receiver in this game, or just about 26 yards. If you're just tuning in, welcome. We've been waiting for you. But we have 2 touchdowns for Houston at this point. It was Deshaun Watson to Kenny Stills. And then it was Deshaun Watson to Will Fuller. And then those 3 points you see from the Jaguars were delivered by the big beefy leg of Josh Lambo. I am Emerson Latzia. He is Reed T. Fowler. We have Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s, producer Madison, and Derek and Joe from the ops team.
There we go. There we go.
What do you got on the agenda the rest of the day? Because you're done after this one.
Yeah. Well, Thursdays is my, I think the last time we talked might have been last week Thursday, because we have that weekly spot with Mike, with Mutt.
Oh, that's right.
WEEI. So we're doing that tonight, talking about everything when it comes to the conference championship. And this is when I start prep for the next week's golf tournament, Emerson.
Wow. Look at you early.
Gotta do it.
Always on top of your stuff. 8 of 11, Gardner Minshew. Chris Thompson, his 2nd catch, 9 yards. Oh. How about Tiger Woods, man? Like 5th back surgery? Good God, I hope he's ready. I hope he's ready to go for the Masters. I saw most reports were like, that's when he's targeting, try to get back to it, right? Like
Rory said he looks fine. Like once he had it, he saw him back on the range. So Rory says that he should be okay. But I mean, Rory is not a doctor, nor is he Tiger, nor is he had 5 back infusions, like spinal.
Yeah, like chill out, Rory. But I will say this about Rory. He's a big Peloton guy.
Also with Rory, if you got 7 minutes, even if you don't make time and you enjoy watching the perfect swing on European Tour's Twitter account, they had Rory on the range in Abu Dhabi for 7 minutes just watching him hit. And if you're a fan like we are, it is poetry in motion, my friend.
Yeah,
it is beautiful.
That's going to be a stacked field this week.
Yeah.
I feel like all the guys head over there, but a bunch of the Americans, people on regular PGA Tour usuals, like will fly over there to play in that, right? They'll probably get those appearance fees.
Yeah.
Let's, because I've seen some people mentioning like Carson Wentz, and then I'm kind of putting 2 and 2 together here with the report from Adam Schefter that the Eagles are hiring Nick Sirianni, the Colts offensive coordinator, as their new head coach. You think part of the reason he decided to maybe take this job and get out of there is because right now he doesn't know who his quarterback's going to be next year? What does Indianapolis do right now? You're going to have a new offensive coordinator, and then I don't know if it's Jacoby Brissett. You draft someone, but with Philip Rivers retiring, that's a big question mark for that AFC South team.
Yeah. I mean, like, what are you waiting for, right? I mean, you got fairly close this year. Like, what do you need? You got fairly close this year. But Philip Rivers is, he's, I would say, right around average, league average, maybe a little bit better when it comes to his efficiency as a quarterback. But I would argue, too, that, like, Jacoby Brissett, while he's not Philip Rivers, he's not the worst quarterback out there. I just think that if you're the Colts, you don't need much to really have a complete team. Their secondary, flag on the play. Their secondary is a little questionable, but, they've faced a lot of injuries. Brock Yassin wasn't in. I don't think he played. I forget when he got hurt or if he was hurt for the entire year, but I remember there was a substantial amount of time, if not a long time, that he wasn't in. And he was one of their top picks a couple years ago out of Temple. So injuries always play a part of it. I think Philip Rivers not being there isn't a huge dent because you got a lot of key pieces in that offense right now that you can really lean on. Like Pittman, obviously Jonathan Taylor, Nyheim Hines is still a factor. The double tight ends that they got. I'm not too worried about them.
What about Dan Campbell with the Lions? I can't believe that's a 6-year contract that he reportedly signed. Like, I don't know if he makes it that long and that far. I heard his introductory news conference today was, like, unbelievable. Like, talking about, like, biting a kneecap off. It just seems like a guy who you would never, ever, ever want to get in a fight with.
No.
But then the question is, who's this quarterback going to be? Like, are they going to try to ship Stafford out? Could they end up shipping Stafford to the Colts?
Potentially,
yeah. Heard some rumors. But someone was just asking about Dan Campbell, the Lions. That's why I presented that to you.
Yeah, Dan Campbell's. He's a man that you want to go to battle with. Detroit's not the best when it terms of quotes. Like, he said some questionable things in the past. I don't support that at all.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah.
Lions' 11th different head coach, including interim coaches, since last winning a playoff game in 1991.
Wolf is right, right guy. Ugh.
I know, dude. Even the Jaguars have a more recent playoff win 3 years ago. A lot more on the way, too, with Trevor Lawrence. But we will see. So that leaves now the Texans as the only job open in the NFL.
That one's going to be fake.
Who's going to be brave enough to take that? And is there anything the Texans can do with that hire, Reed, that could maybe patch up what is broken between the team and Deshaun Watson right now?
It's their last-ditch effort, right? They're probably banking on the fact that Bieniemy, whether the Chiefs win or lose, wants to be a head coach, right? And that's probably one of the only things I would think from an offensive standpoint, from an organizational move, that would get it closer to where Deshaun Watson comes back. Not to where he comes back, but just gets it closer. And that's for Bieniemy, it's a huge risk. You take that, 4 or 5 year contract, maybe longer, for a lot of money, and Deshaun Watson decides to leave. What are you left with? Especially, not having a top pick in this year's draft, so you can't rebuild with a quarterback in this year's draft. There's guys that is that Fells?
Yeah, it is Fells. Yes, congratulations, everybody. If you've rostered Fells, Finally, he has appeared. He is no longer on the side of a milk carton. 1 catch, 8 yards. 4th down coming up for the Texans.
Yeah, so like it's going to be interesting. I mean, it's going to be a job that's going to be vacant until the Chiefs, whatever happens to the Chiefs. At least I think.
Yeah, no, they ended up interviewing Bieniemy, and that's who Watson wanted from the get-go for them to talk to, and they wouldn't do it. Like, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just do it? Like, I mean, he's a legit candidate too.
Well, you know, there's a lot of things that go into that stuff.
Yeah,
you know that. Come on, Emerson.
Come on, man. Okay, so 14-6 here, dudes and dudettes. After 3 quarters. What the hell, Gardner? Step it up, man. You're embarrassing me. But Chris Thompson, at least on the ground, 13 carries, 68 yards. David Johnson is 10 for 18. Duke Johnson Jr. has 3 for 15. Duke Johnson Jr. still your leading receiver in this one as well. 4 catches, 26 yards. Kenny Stills has 2 for 54. Does have 1 touchdown. And then the second one going to Will Fuller. Will Fuller, that must be, I think that was his only catch in this game. Yeah, it was. So it was 1 for 3 and 1 touchdown. Honestly, I'm looking at the score. If I'm just tuning in, I'm looking at the score between these two teams. I'm thinking I've landed on Wild Weather Wednesday.
Yeah.
But no, it's Thirsty Thursday with Reed T. Fowler and Emerson Latzia.
And look, Josh Lambo, congratulations. You are the focal point of this offense.
He's the man.
The Jags have really focused in to make sure you get yours. But come on, Jags. You need to do a little bit better than this. Paging all Jags. Please report to the field. Thank you.
Brad Guy in the 1s and 2s informing us in our Slack conversation that stats have been updated. Again, that's the lovely duo of Joe and Derek on the ops team.
Dude, I was talking to Joe the other day.
Yeah.
He's got a bone to pick with you.
No, he does not.
Joe said,
"Get out of here! You're
one
doing the Samir
person,
thing."
one person that he does not like working with. Well, it's Samir first and foremost.
Yeah.
And then the second one, not very close. He said it was you.
It's fine. So I'm not the first, though. It's Samir. As long as I'm not the worst in his eyes, that's fine.
I'm just kidding, Joe. Joe's a saint.
Joe, I can't believe he's doing this to you right now, man.
Oh, Joe.
Hey, never mind. He says true story.
We got him, Joe. We got him.
Where are you guys and gals in the contest? Whatever contest you entered, what place are you in? Who do you need to have produce for you as Chris Conley produces his 3rd reception in this game? My lineup, this is one of the worst lineups I have ever built. This is embarrassing. And I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do for the 4 o'clock, but there is a contest already good to go, guys, for the 4. Zach Thompson and I will be on the call of that one. Gardner Minshew just getting in the way, finding Chris Thompson. Way to be, Gardner.
Looks like CT is the guy that you wanted to have on this team, right? If it wasn't Josh Lambo, he's getting all the production here. Emerson, are you going to also swear off making sim lineups because you do bad the same way you do when you have a bad PGA lineup?
Yeah. Actually, no.
On Thursday, people. Twitch fam, YouTube fam, on Thursday, like Thursday afternoon, I get a text from Emerson. Dude, he doesn't text me anymore, by the way, guys.
No. Okay.
Emerson texts Glass Sheen way more now, which is, I mean, true story. If we're talking about true stories, Joe, true story. It's been a while. Oh, don't try and send a text right now, bro. You can't.
I'm not sending a text. I'm not texting you. I'm not doing that. I text you other times.
But yeah, he usually says on Thursday evening, he's like, I'm done. I'm absolutely done. And then he does well. So is that like this? You're gonna be done with the Jags?
Next sim that I have that I'm calling for the Jaguars Mark my words. Mark the tape. I will roster only one Jaguar, the one minimum that I have to have from a team. I'm over this. I'm not part of this anymore. The Guru 805. I think we saw earlier. It's your first time here on YouTube. In the chat, if that is true, congrats.
What's up?
You have fooled me. That is okay as well. I just wanted to give you some love and let you know that we care about you and we will listen to you.
Like, sub, hit the notify button. Notify button?
I am
notification button.
Yeah. Oh, that's the alert button, right? The one that's
The bell button. Bell
Bell
button.
button.
Would you have worn bell bottoms if you were
I don't
growing up in the
think
70s?
so. No.
Well, it depends, though. If you're in college, I think you would have been forced to.
Yeah. I like floral, funky, bright patterns. So like the shirts, and I love a shirt unbuttoned like to the mid chest. Big fan of that.
Yeah, cheddar everywhere for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude. It's one of my go-to moves at a wedding.
Hey!
Yes, Shark! That a boy! Way to show up, kid. My guy. DJ Shark, DJ Shark.
Oh, going for two here.
This is about time, dude. Third straight game with a touchdown for DJ Chark. Come on,
Oh,
Minshew. Gosh,
no.
dude. This exactly why Trevor Lawrence is the future. Cannot handle this crap. So Chark has a touchdown now in 5 of his last 6 games. That's a beautiful thing, boys and girls. Chark attack. Chark week. Don't go breaking my chart. La da 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 da.
Now, you have to go for 2 there, Emerson, but if you went for 1, the extra point, that if Houston scored, right, 21-7-8, you would still be within 1 score. So this means now you have to hold Houston here to a field goal if you're Jacksonville, if you want to come back. If not, turn off the lights. The party's over.
Reed, DJ Chark Jr., 35% owned in the free shutdown, 8% the captain spot. He was $9,600 to roster. Checking out the alerts on my phone, the Steelers have signed Dwayne Haskins.
There you go.
So I just kind of reminded me to announce that was I saw Small Ben 7 in the chat. So this guy,
I like that.
agrees to a
Small
1-year
Ben.
contract, and
Small
going from
Ben
Small
7.
Ben to Big Ben.
That's good.
Jason Dubs says, how many Chark puns can we come up with? Chark up another touchdown. Let's go. Man.
There's my mind is just going to a place where I can't say anything
Yeah.
on the stream.
I know. And since you're not Glash, you're smart. You have a filter.
Like, I can't get that. I can't remove that and that analogy.
Oh my God. Now Aiden's texting me.
Oh God. What does Stracciatella want?
Wow, the Vols stole UCF's athletic director.
That's right. Good.
So that's what he's doing. Of course, he's giggling about it because your team and all right, whatever. Anywho, let's go. Peace out. We gonna get him? Nope. You ain't, because he's one of the fastest players in this game. Cooking in the kitchen. Lucky number 13. Too many cooks. Too many cooks. Too many cooks. Too many cooks.
There we go. Some may say he's off the charts with that. Oh.
And
Fry Guy mentions that. Actually, I do want to hear you say this kicker's full name.
Oh, Kaimi Fairbairn.
No, I'm not.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm
Not
doing
in it.
that.
Not in
No,
it.
you. I remember asking you months ago to pronounce it, and you crushed it, which doesn't shock me because of
There
your
you go.
roots. But yeah, if let's just say if I tried it, Houston, we have a problem.
Oh, there we go. Look at that.
Oh.
Oh. But Bry Guy says wide receiver
what's
1,
up?
2, and Trace. 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, that's right.
The
Start at
Tuds.
3, we go 2, and then 1 on the board. So Watson just kind of crossing his I's and dotting his T's, my friend.
What? No, there was a perfect opportunity for you not to use those 2 letters, and you still did.
All right, and curve the N.
And
If you're still
completed the
writing in
O's.
cursive. But Deshaun of the dead, alive and well. Elementary, my dear Watson.
That was indeed a catch from Mr. Westbrook.
What's on? What's off?
No, it's got to be Jaguars players now. Or
Okay,
we're done
all right.
with Houston. Come
All
on.
right, man, dude. Well, I
Get the
burnt through all my
program.
Houston funds, so whatever. Come on, Gardner. We need some points here. Stop throwing it to, what do we got? Chris Conley. Come on, how about some more Chark action, babe? Thanks again to any newcomers, new people,
It's just me and you. It's just me and you.
all of you folks hanging out on Twitch. Welcome. This is the Dream Stream for DraftKings, where we bring you all sorts of hashtag content throughout the week. D.D. Westbrook, 5th catch of the sim. Nearing the bonus for him. So with these sims too, if you're new, like, you know, we talk a little bit about the sim. We talk about news of the day. It can be football, can be pop culture, can be just weird news. If you need life advice, it's also a perfect opportunity for you to ask us, especially when Reed and I are here, because we tend to know a lot of stuff. But we got your back. We are the DK Sim fam, and we are here mostly all day, every day, from noon to like 11:30. So half of all day, every day. So like 50% of the time. What's going on over here? What's happening?
Me and Bry Guy are having a
Oh
conversation.
God, yeah, I can't right now. So
I can't share this.
They're in the
can't
note.
share
You cannot. You need to relax. There's a minute and a half to go in the 4th, and you and Bry Guy can duke it out. Please get in there. Fight!
You guys need to hustle your bustles right now, Jaguars. Hustle.
Dude, I have climbed up from 134 out of 135 to 119. Hook it up.
In the
Let's
end
go.
zone. Uh-oh, not again. Oh!
Yeah! D.D. Westbrook. Oh, yes, he's on my team. Good.
D.D. Westbrook finding his way to the end zone. Like, no, that was going to be a bad one. I'm just going to stop one behind. Yeah. I'm gonna cut
Good
that one off.
call there, my dude.
Good. That was going nowhere good really quickly.
But, you know, for a second there, I was ready to give you an A for Eifert.
Oh, wait, time out,
did you hear
Emerson.
that? Did you hear that? Sorry. I farted. Let's go.
We got to give a shout out to Hoodies.
What do you got?
Hoodies. I can't. That's a really hard username to pronounce, and I don't want to screw it up. I'm just gonna say Hoodies. It's a new Twitch user. Producer Madison has informed us. So,
Yeah,
Hoodies.
Producer Madison, let us know what you see. Let us know what you see over there. I'm trying to balance so many things right now.
Rockville, Rockfi. Also 0908. Hoodies on in the building. Thank you, Bry Guy. Thank you.
Yeah,
Gave me
even
spaces.
the Roiding Badger. It's like, damn, a whole lot of new people here. Don't worry. First time playing Fortnite. You know, Dracula Attorney. All you guys, P. Fooligan, X Silence.
You know where we came from.
Well, yeah. You know, well, we appreciate the OGs. We'll never forget you. You were the rock in which this house was built upon. And now we will welcome in new family members. I know everyone's talking about J-Dub and how we had they invaded, is that how you say it? So they raided the last game, the Twitch channel from J-Dub, man. Spiked our viewers.
There we go.
Boss move on his part. You know what? I'm going to give him a follow. I was looking earlier. I have 6 friends on Twitch.
You do?
So you know what? I'm going to tell all of my friends on Twitch, let's invade his channel. Let's give him that boost. Let's give him that 6-man boost.
What if they already follow his channel?
Well, then we're all just going to be chilling, you know? What do we got? 51 seconds to play. Victory formation. Is what it is, man, you know? Yeah, couldn't get it done. Yeah, but good to have a hoodie. Yeah, Bry guy. Exactly right. That's me, once again, showing you, Brian, how to put others before yourself. He says, let's give the guy with 23,000 followers a 6-man boost.
What is that?
You know what? If you ask J-Dub, would he prefer 23,000 people watching his channel or 23,006 watching his channel? He's going to say 23,006. And I have no problem rallying the troops and saying, let's get over there. Let's watch him tear it up on Madden.
That's a 0.02% increase.
Thank you. That's exactly why we have you here. All right, so they couldn't get it done, man.
Dude,
Jags
Gardner
couldn't get it
Minshew,
done.
bro.
But hey, ended up with 2 touchdowns. Look at that, 82% completion percentage. I think 84 completion percentage for Deshaun.
I think Deshaun had a perfect QBR rating or QB rating.
Hey, it's always darkest before Deshaun.
Deshaun was not dead. As a matter of fact, he was alive.
Okay, all right. Who's on first? Watts on second. Okay, all right. Hey, give me a Krusty Kaufman, player of the game.
I want to say Deshaun, but I'm going to go Chris Thompson. Chris Thompson was a guy. Here's a guy who went 14 for 66, I believe, on the ground. He didn't score any touchdowns, so that's going to hurt you in that. But look, he was nearly half the ownership that Deshaun Watson was at. And, you know, he got you a decent amount of points. Again, I don't believe he had a touchdown, but he got you 14.3 DKFP without a touchdown, man. If he got in, whoo, baby. But 37 receiving yards, 68 rushing, 4 catches. That ain't bad for Chris Thompson. So, yeah, give me CT as the Krusty Kaufman.
Right now, it looks like, looks like Joe and Derek could be wrapped up here adding up scores. But when they go final, if they were to go final now, Doug Junkins, 919, would be taking home the $50 in the free showdown, almost 14,000 entries. So he had Westbrook and the captain, then Watson, Minshew, Cooks, Conley, and Stills. All right, so what about your babysitter Billy? Not my kid. I'm still single player of the game. So the LVP.
That one's, Didi did okay, right? What was Didi's line? I believe.
I have it. It is 6 catches, 62 yards, 1 touchdown, had 18-20 in the flex.
So probably Chris Conley. Chris Conley at 40% rostered. He only got you, 49 yards and 5 catches. So
nailed it. Under 10 points.
That's not going to cut it, especially at that roster percentage, what his price was at. And if you stacked him with Minshew, you weren't shooting yourself in the foot there, but you expected a lot more from the 4th highest rostered in the free showdown. So I would say those 2 guys. Other than that, I didn't expect Duke to have a big game. I didn't expect Chark to have a huge game, but he got you the touchdown. And Kenny Stills, 2 for 54 and touchdown. Wasn't a ton of volume, but got you to the 6. So
Criminal Bob, I'm with you. Fells failed me. He failed
Yeah.
me as well. You are not alone, my sweet chinchilla. Stephen Foster, looks like you're the winner of the free roll
There we go.
for the Ducey Memorial Bowl. So wherever Ducey is, we remember him, and hopefully his internet eventually starts working again so he can actually do his job. Didn't show up for your hit before noon, right?
Well, he
11
did,
o'clock.
but then once we were about to shoot and hit record, his internet went out. And then we gave
Exactly.
him 5-10 minutes, and we're like, we got to go. The show must
He's got that's because he's trying to work from the top bunk. You got to get down closer to the router. That's on the
Yeah.
ground. Bottom
And he's
bunk has
I
better
wanna use
internet strength.
Yeah. I mean, look, it was good that we didn't get any Jets takes on a
You
hit
were like-
that didn't involve Robert.
was good he
Saleh
didn't
of the
show up.
Jets. Right. So I'm paying homage to Kenny with the Jets color here. Hope he's okay. But man,
Put it
alive.
back.
Bad bandwidth, man.
All right, so everybody, we got 4 o'clock coming up. Hold on, producer Madison drop the schedule. 4 o'clock, Panthers at Washington. Myself and ZT on the call. I got a contest made, dudes. Winnie, the LOTZIA, Winnie versus Gracie Puppy Bowl. Already 130 lineups in there, so we got 70 spots left. Okay?
Wow. Okay.
The closer we get to 200, the less likely it is Kenny returns to the stream. So make sure you guys fill out a lineup. But appreciate everyone being here today. Thanks for filling out a lineup, whatever contest you're in. Thank you very much for hanging out with us on DraftKings and showing DK some love. We appreciate it, seriously. But Reed T. Fowler and Emerson Latzia, producer Madison, Bragg on the ones and twos, and Derek and Joe from the ops team. I will see all of you wonderful people at 4 o'clock. Thanks for being here. Hello, good stuff. How goes it?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing amazing.
Just hanging out.
Just chilling, dude.
Let's do it.
Big contest we have today, man.
It is. It is. Bring it on.
You ready for the Winnie versus Gracie Puppy Bowl?
You know it. You know it. Got to be ready for that. I consulted Gracie, with exactly who she thought, we should have in the lineup, but she was a little disappointed because we have a cat on one side with the Panthers, and then the other team doesn't even have a mascot. So
no, that's true.
I mean, she wasn't sure really which way to go. So
how about this? How about the winner between our two lineups in the free roll becomes their dog becomes the official mascot of the Washington football team moving forward. Why don't we just play it that?
Okay, let's go.
In Simland, we'll just have a little bit of fun. We'll lighten it up. Anyone who's new here, by the way, Winnie is my fur baby. She's 4 legs, and then yours is Gracie. We'll have a couple of puppies right now, living that puppy life. I know. Right before we came on, too, I heard you. You went into dad mode. You were being stern with your children, telling them to control Gracie.
Somebody's got to do it, and I'm going to be here with you guys. So, actually, the discussion was one of them didn't want to do their homework, so he was playing outside with the dog instead of actually doing his homework. So, can't be doing that.
I was that kid when I was a kid. Was the one who didn't want to do the homework at all.
Yep. Aren't we all?
All right, so it's you and me, Zach Thompson, everybody, Emerson Lazio. We've had a bunch of new followers and fans.
Yeah, it's always exciting
on Twitch today. Yeah, it's been really cool because
that's awesome.
Big time personality, J Dub over on Twitch, right? He did this thing for our Twitch channel, and they rated it in the first game. And so a bunch of his followers and fans have been hanging out with us today on the DraftKings Dream Stream. And it's been really cool, kind of show people we're all about, do some sim talk, some football talk about dogs and life and all that stuff. So again, shout out and thank you to J-Dub for hanging out with us and introducing people to the Dream Stream and how weird we are here today. But we have Bry Guy on the ones and twos, producer Madison, Joe and Derek, from the ops team adding up scores. Winnie is looking at me now. I really hope she doesn't have to go to the bathroom because she's going to have to wait about an hour. Right?
That would be exciting.
Okay, so it looks like lineups will be locking here. Actually, they're locked already. So we could give our lineups now that they have locked. And I want you to go first. I want you to tell me who Gracie decided to roster.
All right. Gracie decided to captain J.D. McKissick. So,
okay, cool. That's fine.
We'll see how that works out. And then the rest of our team, she actually went with a lot of cats in there: Teddy Bridgewater, Curtis Samuel, DJ Moore, Ian Thomas, and then the Washington football team defense.
Love it, babe. Okay, well,
how about Winnie's lineup?
This is what Winnie decided to do. We went with Kurt the Squirt Samuel in the captain spot. Okay. We went Christian McCaffrey, guys and gals. Dwayne Haskins Jr., Jeremy Sprinkle, Scary Terry, and then our guy, Joey Sly.
Oh.
Yeah. I know. You know what? I know Haskins, too, in the Sims.
Yes.
Remember in the 2020 edition we were doing this and how good he actually was?
He was actually pretty good, yeah. And even in this version, the Madden 21 version, every once in a while he has a really huge game. And I think a lot of that is he has super low awareness. So because of that, he takes stupid risks, and usually they don't work. But every once in a while, they do. That was how Billy explained it to me when we were first talking about some of these lower-rated quarterbacks that would just have giant games. Sometimes it was because their awareness was so low that they would just throw stupid passes, but every once in a while they connect and you end up with a big gain. Whether that is the case in this one or not, I don't know. You can see Terry McLaurin, your boy, there to the top of the screen with the superstar trait. That's relatively new. That was one of the December updates to the superstar traits and X factors that EA Sports did, just to kind of keep their game up with the latest developments. And they gave Scary Terry that superstar trait.
Looks like defensive tackle Jonathan Allen also received some there
that
for
is
Washington.
Also true,
while outside linebacker Ryan Kerrigan no longer has superstar abilities.
Lost it.
And no X factors. And in the right guard, Brandon Scherf. I don't really, not too familiar with the guards of the league. But anywho, so those are your guys with superstar trait.
Top 10 guards right there. Yeah. You don't have that pulled
yeah, he's not like my my favorite guard in the league. But as we are underway here for the third of 6 sims today, yep, there he is, Scary Terry.
There he is. Haskins off to a clean 4-for-4 start here.
McCaffrey, not a shocker, 83% owned, highest owned in the free showdown. Then there's McKissick, your captain. Then there's Teddy Bridgewater, Dontrell Inman, and Scary Terry. Those are your top 5 and the highest owned players on the free showdown. You got here a lot of motion. Look at this. Dwayne Haskins with complete control of the offense and then just decided to dial down the middle. Yeah. Maybe trying to bait him off sides or something like that. But first time.
I don't know what that was. They basically audibled into a completely new formation and then ran it right up the middle.
I looked up and I was like, are they running like fake punt or something right now? I have no idea what's going on.
It's the swinging door.
The annexation of Puerto Rico, right? So the first time playing Fortnite over on Twitch, right? So Roland, who everyone knows on the DK Sim fam on YouTube, Roland said just made his way over to the Twitch fam. First time playing Fortnite, says Roland, it's so much better here. Roland says, sounds good. I'm going to stick around for the rest of the games on here for today, exclamation point. First time playing Fortnite, then says, word, welcome, Roland. So the fam showing each other some love, and that's twitch.tv/DraftKings, YouTube fam, if you want to poke on over there.
Sure. Check it out on Twitch. Second and inches stopped just short there on that run by McKissick. Washington with a nice opening drive for new coach this year, Ron Rivera, who seems to have them headed in a pretty good direction. Just needs to figure out what he's doing at quarterback.
Yeah, so, I mean, is Alex Smith, he didn't officially retire, right? We're just thinking
no,
it might be the
not
direction he goes in.
Yeah, I don't know. Even if you do bring him back as a backup, I don't think you can really count on him as your starter.
No,
especially now with the injury history, and then even this year, it dealt with multiple injuries down the stretch with the calf injury, and then I think there was an ankle involved too. I mean, there were multiple issues he was battling through there towards the end of the season. As we see the fullback dive up the middle for the first down.
Get me that all day long, dude. So that's Marcus Ball?
Ball. Sounds like a fullback. Like, get out the way. Here comes Ball.
Move, Ball. Get out the way. Get out the way, Ball. Get out the way.
Flexed in 0.09% of lineups in the free showdown.
I mean, usually that's like the play you see them try to pull off and get the goal line at the
goal line. Yeah, they did it a little bit further out that time, and it was 3rd and 2. It was not just inches to go there. It was 2nd and inches, lost a couple of yards on the previous carry, and then 3rd and 2 dive. Here we go, 2nd and 10. In the shotgun, Haskins looking to the side. He's got Sprinkle.
I think that's his third one. I think it's his third catch on this opening drive.
I know it's at least his second. It is his third. You're correct.
Look at that, boys and girls.
Somebody's paying attention
today.
Wow.
Spencer S. says on YouTube, hey, Emerson, I put albino squirrels outside your place. I hope you can keep your focus. It's interesting that you say that because it was hours ago, as on 3rd and 6, Dwayne Haskins all day, corner of the end zone, touchdown. Haskins to Steven Sims Jr.
a very impressive opening drive for Washington against Ron Rivera's old team, the Carolina Panthers. Although we're going to get a quick review here.
They reviewed the first touchdown of the last game I was on, and it held up.
I've never seen a touchdown come off the board. Have you ever seen a touchdown come off the board? I've seen catches taken away, but I've never seen a touchdown taken away.
So it's just, if this holds up, and it is, come on, tell me, show me, it's gonna.
There.
Okay, cool.
What?
Wait, what happened?
Now there's a flag. I don't even know.
Okay, so if this holds up, we've got ourselves the first touchdown for Steven Sims Jr. in 3 games. So he's gone 2 straight games scoreless, but finally on the board here. Went 9.3 fantasy points last time out, then 5.9, then had a couple double-digit performances. I just wanted to finish my story real quick.
Yes.
Spencer asked today, my wife told me like hours ago, today is National Squirrel Appreciation Day. Yeah. So and there used to be an albino squirrel who lived outside our place.
Really?
And I think I shared the story months ago. No one's seen him since. And there's some rumors and rumblings going around in our neighborhood that people have tried to like trap it before. And run off with it. It's such a rare. I don't even know how many squirrels in the wild are albino. It's the first one in my 30+ years on this earth that I've ever seen an albino squirrel.
I don't know that I've ever seen one either.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, I don't think I knew that there was such a thing, to be quite honest.
But
Very
first
cool.
time playing Fortnite.
Learning new stuff.
Yeah, dude, that's what it's all about. You know what? I'm screwed, dude. I'm just gonna Google it. How many albino squirrels are there? This is great.
Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, here we go. Oh, wow. This is what makes it so rare.
It's just a year.
It is estimated that 20 to 30% of white squirrels in North America are albino. The rare white morph of the eastern gray squirrel has black eyes that can have a mix of white and gray coat. So there's a white squirrel and an albino squirrel. I guess, is there a difference between that?
Hey, man, this is a whole new world for me, so you're just going to have to lead the way on this one.
Yeah, no. This could be too deep of a rabbit or squirrel hole for me to go down.
Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah, Robbie Anderson with the catch there.
If I go way off the rails, I'm not coming back on this.
It'll be like, remember this reminds me of the snake discussion that we had on the previous, with the snake that had the spider as a tail, or like the fake spider. I learn all about new animals when I'm on Sims with Emerson. Christian McCaffrey coming up short. Ryan Kerrigan doesn't have the superstar traits anymore, but he had enough to get the stop there.
Out.
Bringing up 4th and 1. So after a long, impressive opening drive from Ron Rivera's new team, Ron Rivera's old team.
Come on, guys. I know. You know what? We were we on a sim together last week when we saw a failed fake punt.
No, that was
it was
not
really,
me.
really bad. It was like handing it off to like a tight end 3 who took like a direct snap.
Yeah, that does not sound like a play that has a high rate of success. Got to be honest.
No, and it didn't. But
Speaking
McKissick last play of the first quarter, guys. So he'll end it with 25 yards on 6 carries. 7-0 here with the Washington football team. Again, the winner between Zach and I in the free roll contest. Our dog will become the official mascot of the Washington football team moving forward in these sims. And now I'm learning so much.
And I got to be kind of honest, like Washington winnies, that's not bad. Like I'm good with that.
That is smooth, dude.
Isn't that good?
What you're saying is you're rooting for me now.
I think I might just concede because that's a better name than Washington Gracies.
I would respect that. Yeah, that sounds terrible. I would never support a team named that.
Washington Winnies actually is kind of catchy.
What place are you in right now in our free roll?
I don't know. Let me pull it up.
Bro, I'm 69th right now, and I have 14.42 points. JV 11, 37.22. That's what we're working with.
Okay, I'm pulling it up. Please hold.
Okay. That sounds good. No, take your time.
I am 2 spots behind you.
Okay, cool. Your captain doesn't look too shabby today. I'll give you that.
We will see. It's early. Got a lot of rushing yards, but it's all gonna be about the touchdowns. These contests usually come down to who gets the touchdowns. Sims, pretty low ownership. Neither one of us had him. So if you're talking about just head to head, it's all about getting those touchdowns. And that is a big, beefy gain over the middle to your boy. So that'll help.
Sprinkle, 32 yards. Haskins is like, I think I just saw 8 of 8 or 9 of 9, but Sprinkle already has 56 yards on 4 grabs.
Sprinkle
My guy,
some of that.
dude.
Yeah.
Oh, hells yeah.
Got passed on the depth chart in real life. Was blocker most of the year. Didn't really get much real life work, but very involved in these sims is the Sprinkler.
There's the guy who had the touchdown earlier on, Steven Sims Jr.
Yeah, and we do have to say Steven Sims every time because they do have another Sims. They have Cam Sims, who actually Cam Sims is the one that they used more in real life this season. Steven Sims is higher on the Madden depth chart.
Yeah.
And of course, their last name is Sims, so you always gotta like Sims in the sim. As you see Scary Terry with the little jet sweep.
Yeah, 3 yards on the carry. Hoosier 31, current solo leader in the showdown that has 13,704 entries, 52 points even right now is current leader score. But if you guys build out a lineup today, no matter what contest it is, we just want to send you some love and say thank you for continuing to hang out with us.
Playing. Thanks
Thank
for
you
watching.
for playing. Thanks for putting up with us.
Yep.
This is the Winnie Gracie Puppy Bowl you are watching right now. That early classic also will be wrapping up after this sim. Is there anything on for the late slate? Did you put anything together?
Oh yeah, you know it.
Playbook?
You know it every day. Every day that there are sims, there are write-ups to go with the featured classic slate. So yes, it is up right now over on Playbook. If you go to playbook.draftkings.com. I know we were having some connectivity issues earlier, but that was resolved. So you can go there now, playbook.draftkings.com. It's about the third story under the header. It's got Josh Allen because he is in action tonight.
Cool, man. I'm stoked. I'm looking forward to it. Dwayne Haskins Jr. Let's go, dude. Who is that?
Not Sprinkle.
Damn it, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
It's the tight end, too.
That always happens to me, man. It's Logan Thomas. Logan Thomas. What are you doing, Dwayne?
Who actually,
Dwayne, you're on the Steelers now.
Logan Thomas, much more involved in real life. I mentioned Sprinkle got passed on the depth chart. That's the guy who passed him. And yes, Bry Guy, that is Logan Thomas, forever the Virginia Tech quarterback who then outgrew the position, basically, got to the NFL and put on a bunch of weight, and they said, go play tight end.
You know, fun fact about my life is the Vick brothers. The Vick brothers, both playing at Virginia Tech. Both of their last games were played at the Gator Bowl. I saw both of their last collegiate games. That's it. That's all I have. Great little conversation starter. You know, back in the day when you could go to these things called parties.
Oh, I see. And the connection there is Virginia Tech. I'm with you.
Yeah. Virginia Tech, quarterbacks, that kind of thing. Germ says over on Twitch, I was like, is this today the day that I finally give up on Mr. Sprinkles? And I was like, nah, never.
Cannot do it. You can't have too many Sprinkles.
Wait a minute. First time playing Fortnite. Just want to let you guys know I poured a whole can of peaches over myself today.
Intentionally?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Well,
hey, there's your boy.
First time. What? What do we got?
Alert.
Yes,
Alert.
Squirt. Kurt
there
Squirt.
He is.
There we
First
go.
catch of the day. It wasn't a jet sweep because jet sweep runs behind the quarterback. That was a toss. So it was actually a forward pass. Because of that, you get the reception point.
Oh, wow. And he did it at work, says first time playing Fortnite. Well, thank you for thinking about us while you soak your body in peach juice and peaches. And we're happy to bring out the best in you.
Yep. Halves or slices. Was it light syrup or heavy syrup? These are the
I
questions
don't know, man.
we need answers to. First time playing Fortnite.
All right, well, if you guys are kind of down with that stuff, hammer the like button over on YouTube. We're at 240 likes, maybe 10 of you right now. I just need 10 likes to get us to 250, and then we'll hand it over. Yeah, that would have been housed for 6.
That was my defense right there. My defense. I needed that.
The late slate looks like this. Lions at the Raiders. That's Kaufman and Christian. Glash and Brandon will have you for the final 2 games. Bucks at the Rams, Bills at the Cowboys. You mentioned there's already a little write-up for the late slate on the playbook now. Look for the picture of Josh Allen. That's a nice punt.
Look at this punt.
Down at the 2, down at the 1. What? Oh, my God, the Gimp delivers.
You will get 1, and you will like it. Let's get a safety. Carolina's defense set up in a good position, or are we going to get a 99-yard touchdown? That'd be pretty cool. McKissick up the middle. Didn't break free, though. Just 5+. 6-yard gain, actually, on that one. So he's out to the 7. Gets him a little bit of space. Washington has had no trouble scoring on their 2 drives to start this game. Both passing touchdowns from, as Emerson said, the newest Steeler, Dwayne Haskins, joining them after getting bounced out of Washington.
So he has struggled early on in his career, right? Benched by Ron Rivera early in the season for Kyle Allen. Yeah. And then he later went down with a season-ending ankle injury that led to Alex Smith's triumphant return.
Right.
But
and
see,
then
Haskins,
don't forget the Taylor Heineke.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Haskins started again, but ended up being benched for Taylor Heineke, who almost beat Tom Brady in the Bucs.
For Alex Smith, and that it was back and forth all season.
Scary breaks free. Let's go, kid.
Gone.
That's what I'm talking about, babies. Superstar traits, possesses it, and delivers 85 yards on the touchdown. Scary Terry.
Nobody's catching him. Dwayne Haskins up to 3 touchdowns already in the first half here, having one of those monster games we said that he does sometimes have in these sims. Look at this. He should be down by 3 guys.
I know.
Throws them all out of the way. 85-yard touchdown. He's almost in the bonus just on that single play. He did have a catch earlier, too, so my guess is he's knocking on the door. I don't think he's quite to the bonus yet.
Yeah, Big Mac delivering, dude. Haskins, his quarterback in the early classic, was only 2.25% owned. In the captain spot, though, 2.5% in the showdown and 30% nearly owned in the showdown. But, yeah, Scary Terry, man. In this one, as you mentioned, pulling in the superstar traits in that December update.
Yep. McLaurin owned in 26% of lineups in that early classic slate that you mentioned. So that's where he was. Just to wrap up on Haskins real quick, that report did come out this morning from Schefter, or I guess right afternoon.
Yeah.
And they are signing him to a 1-year deal. So it'll be interesting, just kind of a prove-it deal, give him a chance to learn there under Big Ben, assumedly that he would come back for another year. Mason Rudolph, you remember, is their backup. He actually started week 17 for them against the Browns before Big Ben started against the Browns and they lost in the playoffs. So we'll see. To me, it's a shot worth taking. If you can get Haskins turned around, he had all that talent, like raw talent. And I know he had a really impressive workout even before the draft. Could throw any pass on the field. They were very impressed, but his decision-making, I guess you could say both on and off the field, his decision-making and his work ethic is what gets questioned. So maybe working with Big Ben there and the professional that he is as far as putting in the work in the offseason, those kind of things, will help Haskins get things turned around. It'll be interesting, too, because, Haskins, big Ohio State guy. So if he joins the Steelers side of that rivalry, make the Cleveland people, Ohio natives, unhappy.
I mean, he's only got 70 awareness in this game, too. But you're right. I think what it does, ZT, is I think for the Steelers, they may see an ability here and maybe an opportunity to develop former first-round pick as they face that major question at quarterback, at least the future of it. I think Roethlisberger's likely to return, right? But he has
they just promoted. I think it's Canada, right? Who's the quarterback coach who is now the offensive coordinator there.
Yeah.
So I think that kind of made everybody, when they fired the offensive coordinator, they're like, oh, is that because they're changing quarterbacks? But then with the quarterbacks coach becoming the offensive coordinator, everybody kind of calmed down. I do think that the plan is anyway for Big Ben to play again. Look at this, another punt.
This is amazing. It's
another great punt.
You don't get. It's unfortunate you don't get points for that.
You should. DST points, right? This is special teams.
Woo! All right. Well, Haskins, by the way, also interesting here. Also visited with the Panthers.
Interesting.
It is very interesting.
Interesting.
But yeah, I don't.
Your Jaguars did make some moves today too, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have ourselves a GM now.
Yep.
And a defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And the defensive coordinator,
and then the DC, Joe Cullen, right?
Yeah, over from Baltimore. So I like that. Anyone who comes from that like Baltimore tree, defensive tree, like, okay, cool. I'm not gonna act like I know what the hell all these guys are doing.
But the Baltimore defense is solid. I mean, very solid. Nobody was
consistently solid too. That's what's incredible with that franchise. You can always count on that defense being like top 5, top 10 at worst.
Yeah. Cullen from the famous Wink Martindale coaching tree.
Yeah. Post-route
just like to drop that name in The Sims. Whenever we can talk about Wink Martindale, we got to do it.
But post-route Malone, formerly James Farrell, says on YouTube, CMC is just getting trucked.
Post-route Malone. That's good. That's a good name. That's well done. I like it.
Oh, wow. So since the holiday tournament, too, producer Madison says Christian McCaffrey's been the Billy Not My Kid Award recipient 3 times already.
Wow.
He really hasn't been great. I don't know why I keep falling for it.
Well, he's got the 99 overall rating. So I can see, and in real life, obviously, even the few games he was healthy for this year when he was out there. Oh, nice little move there. Oh, nice little run there.
That's DJ
from
Moore.
CMC, by the way. No, that's CMC.
Sorry, my bad. I looked up some too, and then I looked back down because I'm looking at his recent history. He went 10 points.
Yeah, not
went
good.
8 points, but then he had a 28, a 30, a 45, and then a 6 and a 10. It has been a roller coaster here. There's DJ Moore.
DJ Moore almost broke free there.
Robbie Noble says, Emerson, who's in 5th? Who's in 5th right now? That would be you, Robbie Noble. I think I did feed her lunch, yeah. No, I think I did. All the meals blend together. Our dog is crying. She's been outside, so we know she doesn't need to go potty. We don't know if she's hungry now. We're both trying to rack our brains if we fed our dog lunch or not.
Maybe she's nervous about the sim. I mean,
she is nervous about the sim. She knows exactly what's at stake. And hell yeah, Robbie Anderson now inside
Robbie
the 5.
Anderson. Now, do you have Robbie Anderson?
Wait,
I did, but I don't anymore.
Okay, all right, because I didn't know if you were just trying to rub it in that you have Robbie Anderson, because you're known to do that. You're known to channel your inner rudeness from time to time. You channel your inner Samir. That's what you do.
Wow.
But by the way, he's in the flex, 36%. But what do you have? What do you got right now? No, I don't have Robbie Anderson. Is your lineup looking okay?
I don't either. No, my lineup looks awful, actually. But that could help depending on who that is. Who is that?
Yeah,
Who is that?
I got to see it. Oh, that's Anderson. It's Anderson.
Robbie Anderson.
All right, great. So that doesn't benefit you. It doesn't benefit me.
No. So I had I hate it when I do that. Overthought it. I had a Jeremy Sprinkle captain lineup with Robbie Anderson in it, and I switched those guys out. And now they're going off. It's never a fun time.
You always do that, bro.
I do? I don't feel like I always do that, but okay.
No, you definitely do. Trust me.
All right.
North of 100 of you guys and gals hanging out over on Twitch. Good to see all of you. Yeah, Jerm, I'm with you. I needed some Samuel on that one.
Yeah.
He is chilling in my captain spot.
Yeah, I have Bridgewater, I have Samuel, I have DJ Moore, I have Ian Thomas. None of them involved on that touch. Oh, I guess Bridgewater threw it, so I'll get the passing score, but that's it. That's all right. Still got a whole half to go. We're getting some points here. I like that. 21-7 at halftime. Not going to complain about that.
Robbie, you were in first place there for just a moment, but you have fallen to 2. Robbie, keep me honest and let us know how you're doing throughout the contest. I want updates after every player in your lineup records a point, please.
And make sure you're grabbing screen grabs to back that up. You never know when we might ask for an audit.
Spencer S. wants to know, like, where's your brother been? Remember that
That's
when your
a
brother
good
was always
question.
hanging in the chat?
I do. Yeah, I do. His job actually went back to in office. So he's an IT guy and he was IT support from home. So as IT support from home, he could like do, the chat things and do the phone calls when he needed to do phone calls while watching The Sims. Then they opened the office back up in the part of the country that he is living in. And so he has to go into the office now. And I guess he said, he was watching a little bit there, but his boss was less than thrilled. So,
dude, I can't tell you how many times we had people in the Sim thing. Like, remember over the summer, people were like, there were like a few people in whatever office they were in, and they'd be like, dude, can you keep it down? Like, you're yelling a lot, and like I have you on in the cubicle.
I do remember that. We were like, don't do that. Put us on the big screen, man. Put us on the big screen in the conference rooms that are empty. So,
oh man,
we do have somebody in the bonus. McLaurin is in the bonus. Yeah. Scary Terry up to 107 yards in the first half. So that's a good start for him.
You see, Dwayne Haskins was 14 of 14. Wow. And then I think he's got like, did it say 240 something yards, I think, or 220? I don't know. He's within 100 yards of the bonus. I can tell you that. He has 3 touchdowns. Yeah,
he's up over 20 points already in the flex. So in our smaller contest that we're in, not the giant free roll, but he's only Haskins is only captained in 0.6% of lineups, which probably means one person in our in our contest has Haskins as their captain. So not a lot of ownership of him in that captain spot, but he's going off. He's got over 20 points already. Scary Terry, obviously the other great play in that captain spot. At 34.5 at halftime in the captain spot. So,
dude, Christian McCaffrey, straight up dud right now, as James Farrell saying, 0.75 for Christian McCaffrey in my captain spot right now. That's brutal, dude.
That's brutal. Now, here is your beacon of hope if you're a Christian McCaffrey owner. Robert Woods. In our last sim that I was on with Glash, Robert Woods had 0 at halftime. 0. At all his points, he had 0. And then he came out in the second half. He had 6 catches. He had over 100 yards. He had 2 touchdowns, almost had a 3rd touchdown. And all of that was in the second half. Ended up being the right captain play by the end of the game.
Wow. That's redemption right there, dude.
It was a huge second half. Yep, huge second half.
That's overcoming adversity. And like, it's interesting that you bring that up. And someone who's down, not out, and doesn't give up. Because I saw a headline today. It's Christian McCaffrey. Finally, that's his biggest gain of the day.
Look at that. He's
about 12 yards on that reception.
Already doing better in the second half.
I saw a headline today. Everything's fine.
Is
all of a
Winnie
sudden,
all right?
Winnie went into, that's her squeaking toy. She went into her toy bin and she's choosing to choose every toy she has that has a squeaker. As we take one away, she goes and gets another one. She's in the zone. But let me read this to you. There's a headline I saw today. Drake pushed back his album release because he
I saw this. ...
tore his ACL.
I saw that.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. I mean, couldn't you still release it? But hey, you know what? It's his call. It's his decision.
Right. Like, how does that affect your scene?
Well, you know, I'm also wondering if he pushed back his album release because are the songs already done and is just still working on them? That maybe I don't know. I don't click on articles. You know what I mean? I just read the headline and form my own opinion.
Move on.
But
who's got time? If it's more than 120 characters, we're moving on anyway. Winnie is just.
She is on a tear right now. My wife is trying to handle it. She's a trooper. She's also trying to produce her own show from home. Everything is pets' heads are falling off. Thank God it's not Winnie though. Christian McCaffrey is going to get you some points here, folks.
See, he was inspired by Robert Woods. He's out here for a big second half. He's not in my lineup either, though, so not helping me at all. But that's all right.
Straight up ridiculous.
Like I said, Washington Winnies. Are we going to go Washington Winnies or Washington Winifreds? Like, should we go with the full?
Yeah, I mean, the Washington Winifreds actually sounds like super fancy.
It does.
And so I'm all about that. Let's go, Kurt! Let's go, Kurt!
Hey, there he goes!
Let's go, Kurt!
Done!
40-yard touchdown.
Samuel. And now we got a one-score
I think
game.
that was like one of those like shovel passes, like forwards that should be a catch.
It is.
Right?
It was.
Okay.
It was a catch. Yep. Nice little juke move he put on there. Into the end zone. Touchdown. 41% owned in the free showdown. Curtis Samuel with the score there. It's 21-14. Washington can't give this lead away. They were up 21-0, remember, just before half. Carolina got the one touchdown, just added a second. Let's see if Washington can hold on. It's a one-score game, got some drama. I like Washington Winifreds. I feel like you really do need to have a cup of tea and watch the Winifreds. Yeah. They can be in the is this the tea time sim? Is that what we call the 4 o'clock sim? They came up with names for all these things, man. I don't know.
I don't know either, dude. I just kind of roll with it. PhD 1974. Good to see you. He says, yeah, the Eagles just hired Colts offensive coordinator Nick Sirianni. So Reed T. Fowler talked about that quite a bit in the 2 o'clock sim. Kind of interesting to see where the Colts go from here. But
the Eagles or the Colts?
No, talking about the Colts, because right now you're out of an offensive coordinator and your quarterback just retired. But Reed made a good point where really you just need a quarterback to kind of come in and either be a bridge, and even if it's just a mediocre quarterback, they have everything else. Like defense, the defense is pretty good. Run game's great. You have an offensive line. I mean, I don't know if they go out and make a trade. I don't know what the free agent market's going to look like.
I'll tell you who they should get. Fitzmagic.
Oh. Well, what's his contract situation with Miami?
Yeah, they can't, but it'd be cool.
Like, is he still under contract with him?
I think they'd have to trade for him, unless they cut him, which they're not expected to do. I think unless Deshaun Watson changes things, I think Ryan Fitzpatrick and Tua are both going to be back next year, and they're going to run that game again. Yes, we know Carson Wentz to Indy, Bry guy, always on that Carson Wentz. Yeah.
What's Bry?
I don't think so. I think this is actually the move that means that Carson Wentz is staying in Philly. This is like, you can't bring back Frank Reich, but this is Frank Reich's offensive guy. It's the younger version of him, so they're bringing him back.
Well, that's why, and I mentioned this in the 2 o'clock. I thought McDaniels. It seemed like all signs of him were. It seemed like all signs pointed to him taking over that job, and I thought it would be intriguing, especially if he was tasked with having to build Carson Wentz back into a legit starter.
Okay, I gotta research this because now I'm seeing Fitzpatrick as a free agent.
Okay, well, don't panic, breathe.
I'm looking right now.
In the meantime, we saw Dontrell Inman,
free agent quarterback.
Gosh, Bry guy, get out of here, dude.
Hey, we like the Carson Wentz takes. It's okay. I just anticipated that coming. He's all about. Are you a secret Eagles fan, Bry guy, or are you just all the way Eagles fan?
It shocks me too because I know he's a Patriots guy, and after what the Eagles did to them, a few Super Bowls ago.
I just wasn't sure if you're okay. Yeah.
Carson Wentz up your mind, dude.
Fair enough. Okay, yeah, I can confirm that for you. I can confirm that. So yeah, it looks like Fitzmagic is a unrestricted free agent. So sign yourself up for some of that.
Dude, yeah, I don't know if you're him.
Yeah, and Trubisky. Yeah, we know Bry Guy. Trubisky.
Oh, my Lord.
So, Bry Guy, here you go. You can take one quarterback to build your team around. You going Wentz or Trubisky?
Ooh, jeez. That is rough. You know what? Yeah, I would probably say Wentz too, Bry Guy.
I would too.
Only because I think back to, was that his rookie year or his second year?
He was awesome. He was legit top 5. Like everybody
MVP
was all about him.
Yes. MVP conversation until he gets injured.
Yep. And then he got injured, and then Nick Foles came in, and then Carson Wentz has never been the same.
No, he hasn't.
That's the legend anyway. That's the narrative. That's the legend. Can somebody fix it? I don't know. I think we'll get to find out. So do you think the Eagles roll back with Hurts and Wentz then? No? Because I think they do.
Well, I think what? Sorry, I was distracted with the fact that I'm in 6th place right now. What'd you say?
Congratulations. Hurts and Wentz both coming back to Philly. Touchdown.
Okay. Now, here's the thing.
That's not my guy.
No, that's not your guy.
My captain is Washington's RB1 and third down back. But he was a little tired. He was a little winded.
Is that Barber?
Because he was fatigued.
Who was that?
34. I think it was Peyton Barber, right?
Is it Peyton? I don't know. I don't have 34 on my. I don't have 34 on my roster on my depth chart.
Interesting.
That would be
Peyton
nice.
Barber.
It was Peyton Barber? Okay.
It was. Yep. Can't confirm. Peyton Barber, number 34.
All right.
5'11" running back from, yes, Peyton Barber.
1.5% own in the flex in the showdown. Anywho, yeah, Robbie Noble, I see you in 5th, and guess what, dude? Less than a point behind you. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, Robbie Noble. I'm coming for you, Nobby Roble.
Coming for both?
Both of you. You and your evil
All
doppelganger.
y'all. He's coming for all y'all. Look out. Yeah, we have.
Oh, Pro Mag says, I have Barber. Good for you. You're in that like 1%.
Hey!
Christian McCaffrey. It looked like one of those he was just about to take off.
It did. He beat that guy. He was gone. Much better in the second half. Although, I mean, that's a very low bar after running for just 5 yards, no catches in the first half. See if they keep getting him involved. We've got double stacks receivers on both sides. Interesting look. That's DJ Moore to the top. Bridgewater going that direction, looking for DJ Moore, but off the mark. He was open. Bridgewater, nice little out route there by DJ Moore, but Bridgewater missed him.
Retease Did You Know saying on Twitch, this is my best sim in 2 weeks. I know, man. I finished, I think, 5th and 1 yesterday.
Good work out of
I'm
you.
either like top 5, top 10, or I'm bottom 5. Like
so you should play
just
GPPs.
No in between. Yeah.
Not cash. Don't play cash. Play GPPs then.
Okay. Washington defense picking up a sack for you guys there.
Hey,
3rd and 15
there we
coming
go.
up.
By time they showed up and did something for me. It's their
28,
second sack.
14 is your score here, guys. So about a minute to play here in the 3rd quarter. Zach Thompson, Emerson Latzia. We are doing that thing inside your ear hole right now. Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s, producer Madison, Joe, and Derek from the ops team. Teddy Bridgewater, 10 of 13, 143 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
McCaffrey with his 3rd catch, all coming here in the second half, but stopped well short of the first down. So it'll be another Panther punt.
Because we always talk about it when we're on the 4 o'clock Sims, and I just want to keep the tradition alive. What are you having for dinner tonight?
So Thursday is breakfast for dinner. We are doing
amazing
sausage biscuits, gravy and biscuits, along with eggs and bacon.
God. Oh my God, that sounds so good.
And coffee, because that's what I'll be drinking. But you know, the kids will skip the coffee. But
Why do you drink coffee so late?
why do I not? Coffee's good.
Do you have to stay up tonight? And I don't know. That would
No.
keep me up. That would keep me up
Oh,
late if I
man.
was drinking coffee that late.
No, you don't understand. I burned all that like caffeine helping you thing. Yeah, all that burned in college. So I can literally drink large, fully caffeinated coffee, go to bed, go to sleep. No impact whatsoever on me. It's weird, but it's true.
All right,
It's
Ben.
something wrong, probably. But hey, here's something that's not wrong. Dwayne Haskins in the bonus, 308 yards, 20 for 21, and 3 touchdowns. Huge game for him. J.D. McKissick doing work on the ground, 12 carries, 41 yards, but no scores for him. It was Peyton Barber that vultured the touchdown from my captain, McKissick. I'm way down in like 150th in our contest, but the good news is we're going to get Washington Winifreds, which I just think is a really good name for this team. But Sims has a touchdown catch. He's got 6 catches, 67 yards. Robbie Anderson has a touchdown catch. Terry McLaurin, 4 catches, 125 yards, and a touchdown catch. And your Captain Curtis, 2 catches, 44 yards, and a touchdown for him.
Sprinkles, what, 12 yards away from the bonus?
Yep. That sounds right. He is off the screen now to the top, but yeah, he was around there.
Let's go. Just need a little more.
12
6
yards.
for 88.
Let's get it.
Come on, young king. We need this. 8 minutes.
We
to
need
play.
more sprinkles.
If you guys are starting to think about prepping for the late slates, ZT's got some words that you guys should read right now on the DraftKings playbook.
Yep. Go to playbook.draftkings.com. Look for the Josh Allen picture. Scary Terry scooping that one up off the deck after a bad throw by Dwayne Haskins under pressure. But yeah, if you look for the Josh Allen picture, you will find my late slate write-up. I do think Josh Allen's a very good play. He's another player like Terry McLaurin, who we're seeing going off here, that gained superstar traits in the December update.
Dude, Bills and the Cowboys. I like.
It's kind of a good late game, huh?
That's what I'm saying. Like it would have me.
So
I'm
they
into
played.
it.
I was just gonna say they played a very exciting game the last time they met. The Cowboys ended up winning. Zeke Elliott had 3 touchdowns, over 100 yards, over 40 fantasy points. Huge game. It was actually a lot of fun. So Zeke is another good play tonight in that game. These two teams, interestingly, have never played each other in Madden 21 Sims. So we're running out of those matchups. We've done so many of these Madden 21 Sims that there's not unique matchups as often. But these two, unique matchup, and we've got a fumble, which will be recovered eventually
Scoop.
by Dante Jackson.
Carolina.
Yeah. We're probably going to, no review. Just going to keep it with them. So, yeah, they overturned the call.
Okay.
He was down. So, no fumble.
All right.
The fumble you saw is not the fumble you were looking for.
Nope. So Washington keeping the football. McKissick now on the carry. He's got, was that 48 yards on 14 totes?
Yeah,
Second and 7 coming up.
Not doing bad in the rushing yard department. Doesn't have a ton of catch, though. Doesn't have a touchdown. So, kind of an underwhelming performance from him. Not a total bust, but an underwhelming performance to this point. If you're looking for people that I'm considering for the Not My Kid Award, looks like Ian Thomas, the Carolina tight end, doesn't have a catch yet. DJ Moore, who's
brutal.
the wide receiver 1 and usually pretty involved, only has 1 catch for 12 yards. So those are some of the lower production numbers from some guys that people have decent ownership on. I think McCaffrey's probably worked his way out of that spot with this second half. Your boy Joey Sly only has 2 points if we're talking about kickers.
Yeah, I know. It was, a move
Was that Winnie's pick or was that your pick?
That was Winnie's pick. Winnie picked the entire team. So, and it, because of that, it's not a shocker that I'm a top 10 team right now, a top 10 lineup. I see chokers in front of me. Robbie Noble's up there. Joe C. 999, current first place leader in the Winnie versus Gracie Puppy Bowl.
Yes. So we talked about my dinner. What are your dinner plans, sir?
I have no
What's going
idea,
on?
but I love the idea of breakfast for dinner. I did French toast and tater tots last night.
Nice.
We don't have any
now.
more eggs. I would love some cheesy eggs.
Hmm? Now,
so
so
hungry,
I
man.
got for Christmas. Oh, as we get McLaren with another catch.
Yeah,
down
to
the
the 5.
Could be another Peyton Barber Vulture. It could be my captain. It could be Scary Terry again. Lots of potential points here as we get down to the 5. First and goal for Washington. I got an air fryer for Christmas.
Oh,
So
hell
we've
yeah,
been
dude.
We've been trying a bunch of different stuff in the air fryer. And I did tater tots, obviously. Very, very incomplete. Very good. Get nice and crispy in that air fryer. But also I did French toast sticks in the air fryer. They were good. They were good. They did not last long. They vaporized. Like when I couldn't unload them from the fryer fast enough before they would disappear. They're just gone.
All right, so the air fryer, is it more of how it cooks your food, or it's just how quick it is, or a combination?
So,
because
yeah,
people on the
it's
Sims
combo.
here in the DK Sim fam says they've been telling me this whole time to get it as Haskins.
Ing.
All right, doesn't take the sack. Was able to incomplete pass there. Only 4 incompletions in this one.
Yeah.
For him.
Yeah, and actually kind of a nice incompletion there in the fact that he didn't take the sack and lose all that yardage. So it's 3rd and goal from the 5. Yeah, so the way it works, it does make cook times a lot faster. It also is a way to get your food nice and crispy and crunchy without the oil element. You don't have to drown it in oil. So the reason why they hype it as nice.
Oh,
touchdown
wow, they give him the
there.
touchdown. Scary Terry. Second receiving
Boom.
touchdown for him in this game. 4th touchdown
Got
pass
the
for Dwayne
bonus?
Haskins Jr.
Haskins also in the bonus. Haskins McLaren going off. So yeah, it gets your food nice and crispy because it does use a fan to heat and circulate the hot air around your food. It cooks things kind of from the outside in. So you've got to kind of factor that in as you figure out cook times and that kind of thing. But we've done all kinds of stuff in ours. I did muffins in it. I did a cake in it. All kinds of fun things you can.
You cooked a cake in an air fryer?
Yeah, man. You get a little pan, and then it was a zebra cake. So you take the batter, and half of it's chocolate, half of it's vanilla, and then you layer it in there, frost it up. It's all good. It's very good.
That's
actually.
amazing, dude.
It was good. It was very good. I'm kind of hungry now.
I am
easy.
too. That's great, man.
So
Joe
I might
C90.
need to do that again. It might be time for an encore performance of that. Yeah, and what I would say is it's quicker. And if you're talking about like reheating stuff or even grilled sandwiches in it, great. Reheating stuff super quickly. Reheating pizza in it is better than the oven. It's faster and it gets it really crunchy, crispy. If you like that kind of reheating instead of, you put this stuff in a microwave, it gets kind of soggy sometimes, and this is
Oh yeah, majority
yeah.
of the time, yes. It
so
will definitely
very
be
good,
soggy.
very good tip here also from first time playing Fortnite. Air fryer is also great at reheating fries. Like if you get fries from carry out or something and any of them do make it home, because most of the time, let's be honest, you get fries from carry out, they're not making it home unless it's really close to your house. But if they do make it home, they do. It does crisp them up really nicely.
That's if your Uber driver doesn't like eat all your fries. If you're getting
That's true too.
Uber Eats, man. Sometimes they snack. That's why I like when I see my bag stapled. I'm like, then no one can steal my gold coins known as French fries. But yeah, Bry Guy says that's actually good to know.
It is, yeah. I honestly, I don't know how much we paid for it, but I've used it for a lot of different stuff. It was a Christmas gift, so I've tried to use it as many different ways that I can, and I found all kinds of fun ways to use it.
Yeah, Rob says over on YouTube, just to, you're in a smaller apartment, just grab a small air fryer.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Ours is bigger because we got lots of people who want to eat around here. So
Yeah, dude, I can't imagine. All right, 4th and 3.
McCaffrey gets the first.
McCaffrey gets it. 7 carries, 20 yards. Oh my God.
Yeah, not great.
You know, you're not wrong, Reeties. Did you know Emerson can't even find a place for his wine rack? He's never getting an air fryer. It's so true, dude. It probably won't happen. It'll probably be one of those things I just continue to talk about here on the sim. But
Okay.
I do have an update on something else I talk about quite a bit, and that's kicking field goals. So the latest update on
Oh, okay. Yeah,
actually
yeah.
getting out and doing it,
Yeah.
I have exchanged
We've
text
only been
messages.
talking about this since March.
Now listen and chill out. And
Oh,
let
I
me
want to
say
hear
it.
this.
So
I'm all
I was
ears.
texting with Glash the other day because Glash says, I said, all right, dude, we got Super Bowl weekend coming up. We should do something fun. I know we'll probably have a lot to do for DK, but maybe like the morning of the Super Bowl, let's do something weird and wild. And I was like, let's get together and kick field goals. And we could do it on Instagram Live or take some video and tweet out for the Sim fam. He suggested he loved that idea, but then he also suggested doing the wrestling thing. And when he mentioned the Turkish oil, and I'm not lying this time, dudes. He wanted to actually do that, and I said, no, let's do field goals. So I think we're going to do field goal kicking the morning of the Super Bowl. So I think that is what's going to happen. And that way I can get out there and prove to you guys that I can drill 40-yard field goals.
Cool. Sounds like a plan. I look forward to it. No!
Oh,
he got
that
in.
should be in.
Touchdown.
That should be in. Yes.
It's
There's
in.
my captain, baby.
There he is.
love
Curtis
that.
Samuel. It's a garbage time touchdown, but points are points whenever they come, and that will boost Winnie's lineup quite a bit.
Pebble Beach is finally. Let's go, dude. It's 35-21, a minute 30 to play here. While the game is likely out of reach for Carolina, I mean, it's not for your lineup.
That's right. Or your lineup, actually. It's way out of reach for my lineup.
Oh, my God. Look where I jumped up to. Third.
Number 3. Now, how you're still quite a ways behind. Joe C 999.
I know. Who the hell does Josie have? Oh, he's got Scary Terry that has 59
He's got Scary Terry in
points
the
captain
captain,
spot.
yeah. And he's got Bridgewater, Haskins, Samuel, like all the other guys that have had good games. He's got them all.
Damn, Josie, you built
68.
yourself a hell of a lineup.
No joke. That is impressive. Joe C 999.
Current
Absolutely, sir.
9-way tie, it looks like, in a free showdown for this game. And then the early classic.
Yep. Onside kick recovered by Washington.
Yeah, I don't even pay attention to those anymore because it just never happens. So, solo leader right now in the early classic. McKissick on the carry. Now Carolina's just going to play the timeout game.
Yeah. As they should.
So again, guys, 3 more Sims coming up tonight. Lions at the Raiders, Kaufman and Christian. I'm sure Cough Daddy's already got himself a little showdown for all of you to get involved with. Bucks at the Rams, Glash and Brandon, and then Glash and Brandon for Bills at the Cowboys. Kaufman's going to be joined by Christian for the 6 o'clock. And then, so does that mean Jesse's here tonight too? I think going to be Jesse or Tara Lynn hanging out with you guys, draft queens of DraftKings.
Oh, yeah.
So it's Jesse
It is
tonight.
Jesse. Cool.
Good. Cool.
Enjoy hanging out with those fine people. If you're looking for Pre-Lock Live, that'll be tomorrow. That's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, right after these 4 o'clock Sims. So that'll be back tomorrow as they break down all the NBA action. There's some NBA games on tap for tonight as well. If you're looking for information on that, you can check it out over at Playbook as well. There's all kinds of great articles every day for all the sports, whether that's you're looking for.
I love this. Look at
You
this.
love what?
Lakers Bucks tonight.
Oh yeah, there we go.
And then
LeBron and Gian.
Pelicans Jazz, and then Knicks Warriors. So 3 good games on the
some
slate. But
nice-
yeah,
some
loaded
nice
slate
matchups.
tomorrow.
But yeah, short slate tonight, but then the big one tomorrow.
So pregame live will actually be worth tuning into. Not that it's ever not worth tuning into, but it definitely is. And I'll be on that 4 o'clock leading up to pregame live, NBA pregame live there tomorrow. 4 o'clock for Falcons at 49ers tomorrow with Jeff.
There you go. I am not on The Sims tomorrow. So
what was
you'll
I
have
saying?
to
It's
carry it to
pre-lock.
Pre-lock
What was I
live.
saying?
Yeah.
I said pregame live. So pregame, pre-lock, same thing.
Whatever.
It's a show
It's that
Monday,
thing
Wednesdays,
after 4
Fridays.
o'clock.
Thank you.
It's after the 4 o'clock sim, usually kicking or usually starts right around 5-ish as this sim wraps up in this time slot. But yeah, if you go over to playbook.draftkings.com right now, you can see Shirag's NBA rankings right there. You've got Garian's picks as well. Got the best bets for tonight. You've got the cheat sheet. You've got UFC 257 picks. You've got hockey. You've got Madden. You've got all kinds of stuff. Plus, you've got all the golf, man. All kinds of great stuff. Playbook.draftkings.com. Check it out.
All right, that's your game, dudes. So Dwayne,
That was a
Haskins, 26
high-scoring
of
one,
30.
man.
It was fantastic. It was much better than that Jaguars Texans one that I had at 2 o'clock with 3T. Bridgewater ended up giving you 221 yards and 3 touchdowns, 4
Yeah, not
touchdowns
bad
so
at
for
all.
Haskins.
But yeah, Haskins was a lot better.
Who are you
touchdowns,
going to
362.
go with, though, for your Krusty Kaufman player of the game? You've got some choices. You've got some decisions.
I've got
to
lots of choices, man. I've got Haskins, I've got McLaurin, and I've got Samuel. I'm going to go with Haskins, though. 300 yards and 4 touchdowns. And the fact that he was so low owned, just because, I mean, in our contest, which was, 163 entries, one person had him as their captain. So I'm going to go with Haskins, low ownership, big numbers. In the free showdown, he was only owned in a third of lineups. So that is my Krusty Koff player of the game, Dwayne Haskins, 4 touchdowns, over 300 yards, 33 points in the flex spot. So if you had him in your captain spot, he was well over 45. Very solid game from him. So that is my Krusty Koff player of the game.
All right,
As far
so then give me
as
your
the
Babysitter Billy one.
LVP, the Babysitter Billy, not my kid award, I am going with DJ Moore.
Yeah,
because
good
he
call.
did less. 1 catch, 12 yards, 2.2 fantasy points.
Terrible.
Doing less with more in this case.
And he was in the flex almost 41% in that free showdown.
Yeah.
Terrible stuff. As the
not great.
early slate wraps up, looks like Mr. Job MA.
Okay.
Looks like a
I'm
solo
going to guess
first place.
he probably had McLaurin at least from this game, if not McLaurin and Haskins.
He did. He had
Yeah.
McLaurin in this game. Washington football team was the defense. Had
Yep.
Curtis Samuel in
Curtis
this one.
Samuel.
So that shot him up.
Gotcha.
The rankings looks like a 9-way tie for first in the free showdown. So $19.11 going to you guys. And then Joe C99 hanging on in our Winnie versus Gracie Puppy Bowl contest. Your boy here, guys. This is why I am the highest paid employee at DraftKings.
There you go.
Third place. Love it.
Which makes sense because now the Washington Winifreds will forever be known as that when I call games with you. So
I don't know. Winnie, I know producer Madison was requesting some Winnie and Gracie.
She's outside.
And Winnie's passed out. And these are the moments I must embrace.
Yeah.
Hopefully she decides to sleep
we got a
another
little bit
couple
of
hours.
snow here. So Gracie loves the snow.
Yeah.
So she is frolicking in the snow right now. So
Oh man,
We will
Madison,
have
I will
to hit
text
that
you a
next time.
picture. Yep, I'll just go ahead and text you a picture of her, and that'll take care of that. But everyone, 6 o'clock coming up. Next sim here, Lions at the Raiders, Kaufman and Christian. Thank you so much, especially everyone who is new and tuning in to the Dream Stream here, the DraftKings Dream Stream. We are the DK Sim fam, and we do this every day. So I remember Salatzia, Zach Thompson, Braga on the 1s and 2s. Producer Madison, much love to all the guys on the ops team as well, helping us adding up scores manually. I will see everyone here tomorrow at 4 o'clock, but next sim, 6 o'clock. Kaufman and Christian, be there. Peace, babe.
Well, hello, everybody. It is Thursday here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm Jesse Cofield here to get you ready for our late slate of Madden Sims. We have free and paid contests for all 3 showdowns and the full 3-game slate, including our featured Madden Stream 6K Thursday night special. That classic contest, $10 to enter, 6K in prizes, $2,000 to first place. We're going to start with the Lions visiting the Raiders in Vegas. Adam Kaufman and Christian D'Andrea going to kick off our coverage. We're going to have a lot to talk about during the Dream Stream, but I mean, we're pushing up on 6 p.m. here. So let's just get to the simulated action. Here are Adam Kaufman and Christian D'Andrea with the call of Lions Raiders.
Jesse, thank you so much. CDA, AK, we are along with you for this sim. Should be fun. I wish, because we loaded up, Christian. We filled up the free roll, baby. We got a max 200 entries here for us tonight. I know it includes the 2 of us. I only wish that new Lions coach Dan Campbell had spoken prior to me creating the contest, so that I could have called it the Break Them Kneecaps Happy Hour Sim contest. But instead, you know, you work with what you've got, obviously, and we get ready to dive on in. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good like you. I'm also excited, I guess, about the Dan Campbell press conference. The man spoke for 19 minutes straight to kick things off. And you know me, you and I can both talk at length about anything, but 19 minutes seems excessive, especially to talk about something as grim as Detroit Lions football. That is sadder to me than that episode of Futurama with Fry's dog. But rather than harp on this one moment, let's talk about our lineups. For me, I mean, this is a great, there are a lot of great options in this game because these are 2 very bad passing defenses. Don't really like either run game in this one, especially now that Jalen Richard has shot up the salary ranks. He used to be dirt cheap. He's a little too expensive for my taste, but who is dirt cheap is Hunter Renfrow, 1,600 in the flex for a guy who normally shows up, gets you some points. So he was an easy rostery. And between him and Darren Waller, the murder hornet in my captain spot, that saved me a ton of cash. Let me throw Derek Carr in there, Kenny Golladay, Tyrell Williams, Josh Jacobs. So between those 2, I saved up enough to spend big. And let's hope I don't get burned by like 3 touchdown passes for TJ Hawkinson.
So I hate my lineup. I really do. My lineup it probably means I'll finish top 5. My lineup stinks. So I have Tyrell Williams in the captain spot, Matt Stafford and Derek Carr, Marvin Jones Jr., Danny Amendola, and then my punt play, not really, it didn't feel like much of a punt play because same vein as Jalen Richard, except this guy's salary did not jump up, which is Kerryon Johnson. Kerryon, my wayward Johnson, is a guy who is regularly involved in these sims, and I felt good putting him in.
Yeah, kind of crazy. I mean, it was not too long ago. He came up with an 18.8 point day. I was very happy. He was my punt play that before him. Maybe I would have gone him over Renfrow. I'm sure no matter who I picked, the other guy will come through. So I feel pretty good about your Kerryon punt play here. I think it'll turn out okay.
We'll see how it works out. Producer Mike's is putting me right in the winner's circle. We got Daniel, our technical director. We got our great game ops crew here with Jim and Zach. Obviously, you'll hear from Jesse again a little bit later on. So we are about ready to get underway in virtual Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, where few have had the opportunity to go in person, obviously. It is still a different kind of time in the world, but there is much to talk about in the wide world of football concerning these franchises and a whole lot more with championship weekend on the way this week. Comments out of Aaron Rodgers yesterday pertaining to his beautiful mystery of the future as well. We can go down that road. If anyone has any questions, throw them on into the chat. We appreciate you. And yes, Joseph, thank you very much. Rocked a little haircut this afternoon. I was on earlier today. The hair was long. It was out of control. My lighting wasn't so great. I was told I look Casper the Friendly Ghost Pear. Joseph says I'm looking healthier right now, and that's what we're going for, baby. So here we go. Stafford, a quick 11 into the hands of TJ Hawkinson, and we are underway.
Hawkinson, one of those guys I normally love to play. Just wasn't feeling the Lions in this one, but fast, young tight end who was just endlessly frustrating this year in season-long fantasy. Did have a Pro Bowl season, but was a little inconsistent for my taste. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games this season with more than 50 receiving yards. And then, of course, On the other end of that, you had 1, 2, 3. You had like 5 games with fewer than 20. So you never really were sure what you were getting out of TJ Hawkinson any given weekend. That was pretty common for this year's collection of tight ends. Unless you had Travis Kelce or Darren Waller, you were pretty much casting your line and hoping someone out there bit. Wow. Max Crosby just ruining Matthew Stafford's day. Big sack there after the hold on first down. This drive not starting out the way the Lions had hoped. Get the first down and now immediately thrown into a rough situation by bad blocking and then bad blocking.
Jordan says, I was going to ask you, Cuff, did you change your lighting? You don't look like powder anymore. 2nd and 23. That ball is completed. Hawkinson again, nowhere near the first, though. Stafford is 2 for 2 for 20. 3rd and 15 coming up from the 33. Speaking of 33, number 33, Kerryon Johnson, my punt play, had a decent gain taken away by that flag a few moments ago. Kareem, where'd that bus come from? Yeah, Crosby with the insane sack that even real-life Stafford had to feel, not just virtual Stafford.
I mean, real-life Stafford, no stranger to playing through pain. Did it this year, did it last year. And that's becoming a concern with him. Now, we don't really know what direction the Lions are going to go in under Dan Campbell, except,
pain.
Pedal insanity. Right?
The direction is pain.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of lunacy there. And Campbell came as advertised, Cough. Like, everyone's like, oh, Dan Campbell, he is a meathead, and he goes up and throws out the most meatheady of all time opening press conferences. So definitely played to type. For a guy that wants to be known as the dude, not calm at all. I do not expect to see him walking the halls of Ford Field in a bathrobe with a white Russian in hand. But he's going to have to maybe oversee a new era of Lions football. Now, obviously, you have some pretty big, important decisions to make about the team's future. Kenny Galladay, Marvin Jones, both free agents this season. And they got to figure out, big hole there for DeAndre Swift. They got to figure out what they're going to do with Matthew Stafford. Stafford is a guy who will absolutely gain interest somewhere. We just don't know where yet. I think he is flipped from overrated to underrated pretty heavily. I think he can definitely be a playoff quarterback somewhere. Wouldn't mind seeing him go to the Colts, the Patriots, really revitalize his career, because it does seem like he's gone to the end of his line in Detroit, perhaps. Maybe he goes somewhere where his skills can shine a little bit more brightly than a franchise that every time they step to the doorstep of greatness, they find that someone has left a flaming bag of poo on it, and they always call. Every time they put it out with their boots.
As if, the bag of poo isn't enough. The flaming bag really just adds that extra level. That nasty stench you don't want any part of. We are halfway through a scoreless first. Detroit still with the ball and moving it to the 15 as Stafford stays perfect, 5 for 5 for 57, but a 3rd and inches. The Guru here with us in the chat for the first time today says, what's up, Christian? Today's my first day in the DraftKings conference room. You make me laugh. Props.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate you being here. Glad you could be with us. Keep that in mind in 15, maybe even fewer minutes when my internet cuts out and you only hear me. As we get our first touchdown of the game. Bang, bang, play. Marvin Jones, the guy you were smart enough to roster, the guy I stayed the hell away from, into the end zone. 6-0 Lions.
That Stafford Jones stack feeling pretty good now. We'll see if it lasts. Touchdown Detroit, as you mentioned, and an extra point coming from Matt Prater in just a moment. And it's a virtual lock because, 1, it's AI, so it's virtual, and 2, extra points just aren't missed here in these Madden Sims. Luke says, hey, Coffee Christian, I want to apologize for not being able to make it to the first 3 Sims. I attempted to watch the first one with Coffee and Rossi. I got busy. I know Sims are a top 3 priority. It's true.
I mean, I understand. I was actually a little bit too late to jump in on that one. I got the email from producer Madison, but I didn't respond in time. So it could have been you and me on the Nooner Cough. How was it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. We were in a quick little bind there for a moment. Kenny's Emmernet acted up. Rossi jumped in. We had a lot of fun, as I do, working with all of you guys. Obviously, we did a lot of dude talk. and it was a great time. Yeah, we got in touch with ourselves. And then it got a little too, I think, uncomfortable for the people. It felt like we were really having a moment, and we decided to make it real masculine with some energy drinks and Expendables movies, and we just really duded the whole thing around.
Smart. Well, what kind of energy drinks were we talking about? Monster, Red Bull, Rockstar, Bang.
What I punch in the face, whatever it takes. Bitten kneecaps, anything to wake you up a little bit. I've never really been an energy drink guy. How about you? You seem like someone that you don't require.
No, I started off as an energy drink guy. I wasn't a coffee guy at first, so I was doing an internship at the Alcoa headquarters in Pittsburgh, and every morning I would drive in and get whatever energy drink was on sale. So I became a bit of a connoisseur, and now when it goes on sale at Costco or like at my local Woodman's, I'll pick up whatever energy drink is cheapest, whether it's Monster, Rockstar. So at any given time, I got a case in the basement somewhere, but I only drink them on weekends now because I can't. Like weekdays is a coffee day, you know. I'm going to work. I gotta go put the working man's hat on. I gotta drink my coffee like a grown adult. But weekends, anything goes. So energy drinks, a little Rockstar recovery. If maybe the night before was a bit turbulent, I want to at least trick myself into feeling like I'm hydrating.
You make it work.
Yeah.
You make it work, my friend. 7-0. Completion here for Vegas. Carr, he's perfect. 2 out of 2 for 24, 21-yard pickup to your guy, Darren Waller. After the 10th touchdown in Simland from Marvin Jones Jr. and 51st passing touchdown out of course, Matt Stafford, perhaps, quite possibly, a former Lion in the future. We will see.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what these Raiders look like going forward, too, because they did fall apart towards the end of the season, and we know John Gruden is not especially enamored with that quarterback right there, Derek Carr. Might be a situation where they go out and try to find him more weapons. Obviously, Henry Ruggs was a big part of that glow up at last year's draft. A lot of wide receiver options. This year's free agent market, even more. This is a great year if you need a wideout, Patriots. But it'll be interesting.
Hint.
Yeah. They have so much cap space. They need to really go out, get themselves a Galladay, get themselves maybe an AJ Green, get themselves an Allen Robinson. Find someone to take some pressure off whoever is playing quarterback their shoulders, because very tough to succeed in that environment without a great receiving core or even a capable one. The receivers we've seen the past 2 years cough pretty much anything but capable.
Rough sack right there and a loss of 6 yards as we remain 7-0 Detroit. Late here in the opening quarter, we have got about 500 people watching just on YouTube, thousands more across Twitch and our other platforms. In fact, we had for the first sim of the day today. Here's one thing that you did miss, although we missed it too. We didn't find out about it until after the fact. Evidently, there was some Twitch influencer out there, a Madden gamer, who has a large Twitch following, much larger than ours on DK because our account was only recently created, who popped into the sim and was watching, and I guess told his audience to watch. We had like 1,000 people watching the first sim just on Twitch, and we had no idea. We had absolutely no idea until the very end. You know, somebody logged in and was like, "There are like 800 people here. What's happening?"
Now I'm furious that I missed it. If only I'd responded to that email quicker.
You could have been discovered. Hunter says, speaking of discoveries, been watching these sims for almost a year. You know what, Hunter? I've been doing these sims for almost a year, so we're in it together, man. These things go back to March 28th. It's hard to believe that we are almost 2 months to the day away from a 1-year anniversary. Lots of big plans for the Dream Stream in the days, weeks, and months ahead. A lot of great coverage, none of which, has been finalized that we can promote, obviously, but a lot of great coverage surrounded around Super Bowl weekend and, so many things that lie ahead even before the offseason and once we get there, obviously. So, be on the lookout for all of that. Should be great.
Yeah, we are unfortunately heading towards that downtime where you don't really have anything to look forward to except for college basketball, and college basketball obviously very volatile right now, given the amount of cancellations and postponements. Been wild to watch my hometown team, the Providence Friars, go through insanely up and down season. They did have a great win the other night over number 11 Creighton, but they also somehow blew like a 7-point lead in the final 30 seconds and a loss to Xavier. So I have no idea what to expect from the Friars. All I know is that Ed Cooley might be the most underrated basketball coach in America, and I love him.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, what a guy.
He is good. No question about it. 7-0 Detroit. Again, Jones, the touchdown from Stafford. That's the only offense so far of real note. We'll look at some of the numbers, though. 82 passing for Stafford with his score. Carr has just 24, but he's 2 of 2. In fact, these two QBs together are 9 out of 9 to this point and up over 100 total passing yards. Again, it's just 8 minutes in so far. Running backs, nobody has rushed for more than 14 yards or even more than 1 carry to this point. It's DeAndre Swift with the 14-yard pickup. So it has been mostly throwing. Hawkinson 4 for 38, Amendola 2 for 29, 1 for 21 for Waller, 1 for 15 for Jones with the score, and Richard has a 3-yard pickup as well. Pebble Beach says should have gone with the Lions D in the classic. LMAO. It's a little early for that. Eric says, Kaufman, don't you do anything else but these Sims? I got a haircut today. That's what else I did today. Sims and a haircut.
Yeah, the big two, man. Yeah, you got your life in order. See, that's what I'm trying to get that kind of schedule down, Koff, where I can plan things out. Have the airtight schedule, sim, personal, because right now I'm just a mess.
No, I can relate to that. My day has been just a zoo. Like I'm at that point in the day where it's actually like it's difficult to do the little brief, very brief, admittedly, on-camera portions between quarters like that because I've been staring into this ring light so long today that I feel like I'm going blind. Ford says copy the confidence boost today. Yeah, after being told I looked dead during the nooner. Yeah, it was time to go out and get a cut. Travis is looking good, buddy. Thank you. A lot of people talking NBA DFS. Yeah, lineups locking in an hour and 14 minutes. And if you're playing NHL, those lineups lock in about 40 minutes. I mean, 44 to be exact, but coming up pretty soon. So make sure and keep an eye out for the last-minute NBA contest that I will send out all of 5 minutes before lock after this, probably. Luke says, I base my schedules off these sims, so don't worry, you're not alone. In a lot of ways, I do too. because I, need to be here.
So far, the Raiders unable to do anything against this Detroit offense. They just continue to move the ball with efficiency downfield. Not that surprising. The actual Raiders defense had a pretty poor pass rush, and the secondary has almost eternally been a problem for the now Las Vegas Raiders. But kind of surprising the offense hasn't been better because this Lions team, this is a Matt Patricia joint right here, and they were just discombobulated, a whole bunch of talented players with no single script. It seemed like bad improv every time you watch the Lions defense get together, where it'd be like, okay, occasionally it's okay, it's good, and sometimes it makes sense, but most of the time it's a bunch of weirdos sitting around saying yes and trying to create their own time in the spotlight. Dysfunctional place for a top-tier rookie like Jeff Okudah to go into, and be interesting to see what Dan Campbell can do there. The defensive coordinator hire is going to be very, very important for the Lions coming up.
3rd and 8 after the Swift run out to the 46. 2 minutes gone, second quarter. Still 7-0 Detroit. There's virtual Matt Patricia for the last time in this game. Unless he gets another job somewhere else, obviously. But in the meantime, get yourselves ready for Dan Campbell. So let's build on that. You tell me, was Dan Campbell the right guy? I mean, what's interesting, and this is true of all the head coaching openings that have been filled so far, including the Eagles today, no previous full-time NFL head coaches. And I phrase it that way because, as we know, Campbell was an interim coach for a dozen games, a couple years back. But no retreads. These are all first-time, full-time head coaches that have been hired to fill these roles. People looking to, have some of that McVay, Flores, whomever it may, Shanahan, sprinkle it in. That some of that younger, new voice sort of impact on their locker rooms. Is this the right fit?
I mean, Campbell is he's a volatile addition, and I'm not begrudging the hire. I think he can definitely work out. He has the experience. He can definitely relate to the players in the locker room. He seems like he's going to walk a fine line between players, coach, and disciplinarian. But I mean, who the hell could even tell based on that press conference? The thing is, I would like to see a guy with a little bit more experience. I don't understand why Eric Bieniemy keeps getting skipped over when guys like Nick Sirianni are getting jobs. Why Brian Daboll hasn't gotten a well, I guess no one's going to announce him yet because clearly they are still in the playoffs. But is a guy like Daboll or Bieniemy, are they going to be the next head coaches in Houston? Because those two seem like the surest things for a league that is trending harder and harder. This looks like it's going to be a face mask, so third down. Oh, OPI? Oh, blocking the back. All right, never mind. Anyway, I am not thrilled with the Campbell hire, but with Detroit, it makes a difference. They're going to screw up something somewhere. It's
got to make a difference eventually, though, right? I mean, it's
for Detroit. No. Your ceiling in Detroit has eternally been make it to the playoffs, vomit all over your shirt. Whatever. Give Campbell a shot. I like it better than retreads. I like it better than the same few guys getting a shot. I just think it's a little bit too just not very inspiring, getting a guy like Dan Campbell. You could have a guy who kind of changed things, was responsible for a big-time explosion or a change in philosophy, and that's what Sean McVay brought to the Rams. That's what Matt LaFleur has brought to the Packers. If you're looking for one of those guys, go get a guy like that, not a guy like Dan Campbell, who kind of seems to me like young Vic Fangio, young Jack Del Rio as Matthew Stafford. Ye gods, man. What the hell is going on? 2 terrible sacks in a row. So this drive goes from the brink of the red zone to out of field goal range. Although Matt Prater in a dome, he could connect from 60 here.
You're flying right along. Less than 3 minutes to go in the opening half. Only about 20 minutes in. So lack of offense will do that, obviously. Just to clear this up, by the way, there are a lot of there's a lot of NBA DFS conversation going on in the chat. LeBron James is not out tonight. Doesn't mean he's in. He's still questionable. He has not been ruled out. A lot of people are speculating or wondering, and they're just getting ready to set their lineups. And play LeBron, don't play LeBron. That's your call. He has not been ruled out to this point. That ball punted away and goes out, coming out to the 25 here. Jared Kilgore. Dan Quinn's going to be like, Barry Sanders ain't walking through that tunnel anymore.
There are some nice pieces to build around in Detroit, and you can make the case that it's not a bad time to be in the NFC North. The Bears are probably going to talk themselves into another year of Mitch Trubisky or more. The Packers, Aaron Rodgers getting older. The Vikings are a mess and relying on Kirk Cousins. So there's an opportunity there. It's just a very tough opportunity for Detroit to take advantage of. Not a lot of cap space, decent drafting position, but you don't know what you're doing with Matthew Stafford going forward, if you're going to try to trade him, if you are going to draft his successor in the top 10 this year. I mean, maybe Trey Lance makes the lateral move from the Dakotas over to the Mitten State. Who knows?
What do you suppose Matt Stafford's future is? Just to circle back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier. One of many QBs who could be on the move this offseason. Is he back in Detroit under Dan Campbell, or is he gone? And if he's gone, where's Detroit looking?
See, that's a good question. I think they would.
That's why I'm paid the big bucks. Give me the good questions.
I think they would have to wait until the draft, or at least go into the draft with a plan. I think they would be content to wait and see who falls to them at number 7. And if they can get a guy like a Justin Fields or Zach Wilson balls to him, they're going to make that move, and they're probably going to entertain trade ideas for a guy like Matthew Stafford. They might not necessarily go through with him. Stafford's contract right now, he's going to leave a decent amount of dead cap behind, $19 million per spot rack. Next year, that goes down to $6 million, so it might be more realistic to think of a Stafford trade or a Stafford release after next season. I don't think they would bring in a veteran unless they could hit a home run and get a Dak Prescott or a Deshaun Watson, both of which seem unlikely. So I think Stafford will be on staff. He'll be on the roster. He'll be there as the veteran quarterback for either a surprisingly fallen Zach Wilson and Justin Fields, or maybe Trey Lance, or the team decides to trade up into the top 5 and take a shot at one of those two guys. I do think Stafford's days are numbered as bang.
Oh, he's always a threat to roster, and I never, ever do it. Hank Ruggs with a touchdown, and we're about to be all evened up. 54-yard score for the Rook.
Beautiful. Thought about captaining him, then I was like, you know what? He's so hit or miss. The value isn't there. 6,600, yeah, but last game, he hasn't broken double digits in any of his last 4 sims, and then with one pass, he does so there. The man is so dang quick, and that's part of why this Raiders team can maybe be a little bit more patient with Derek Carr. Let Ruggs cook, see if that offense can't fix itself.
Fantasy Hawk. There goes that man, mama. I told them Ruggs was dangerous. They didn't listen. That's a dozen touchdowns for Ruggs. 50 TD passes for Derek Carr. I'm 50. I'm a man. All evened up. 7-7. 75 seconds left here in the opening half.
CEH going to stand for Indianapolis, and listen. I'm sorry if you don't like it. I don't like Indianapolis, but having lived there, I can say that city definitively not for me. It is.
That's not exactly what determines where a player goes to play, of course, especially a quarterback looking for an opportunity.
And listen, Indianapolis has gotten a lot cooler since I left, possibly because I left. Yeah,
I was waiting for the correlation.
There, yeah. I mean, Mass Ave is still fun. Broad Ripple's great, and the food there is better than expected. Not St. Elmo's. St. Elmo's is a high-end Outback Steakhouse. All right, don't order a shrimp cocktail in a landlocked state, you savages. But there are things. I mean, I was last there for last year's Combine. I like how the city has grown. I like some of the new places. 2 Deep Brewing. I had a great talk with one of the bartenders there, and he kind of gave me the heads up on what's new and what's cool, and their beers were nice. So I can appreciate Indianapolis for what it is, and that doesn't mean I ever want to live there again in golf.
I understand that.
It's fine.
Makes all the sense in the world. I lived outside Detroit for about a year, and I enjoyed it. I wouldn't move back.
Yeah.
So I get it.
So all right. So CH throwing the Indy 500 out there. And Koff, there are without the Combine now, and that's really only if you're working. If you go to the Combine just to hang out and watch people enter and leave the Combine, that's weird. Don't do that. But without the Combine, there are 2, maybe 3 weekends per year where Indianapolis is a fun time. One, by far, the Indy 500. Go every year. Love it. Outstanding. Bucket list trip if you haven't been. 2, Big Ten basketball tournament. Go all 5 days. It's awesome. The whole city goes nuts for it. They rename the streets based on Big Ten basketball programs. Just game after game after game in a great arena. So, yeah, a lot to like about Big Ten basketball weekend. And then if the Big Ten football championship is there, that's hit or miss. Depends on what fans are in town. If it's Michigan, skip it. But anyone else, if it's like Wisconsin, Ohio State, absolutely go. Go to any chance you can see Wisconsin on the road in your town, go out. Go see how Badger fans do it up, because they will drink your town dry. They drank the city of Pasadena dry of Corbel brandy when they played in the Rose Bowl back in 1993. That's a thing they do. They go above and beyond.
That feels aggressive.
Yeah. It is an aggressive drinking town up here, an aggressive drinking state. That's what happens when you are founded and settled by Germans from the old country.
Das Boot. 2nd and 3 from the 47. 40 ticks left on the clock here in the opening half in a 7-7 game. Still, Christian DeAndrea, Adam Kaufman, producer Mike, Daniel, our technical director. We got Zach, as well as Jim on the Game Op squad, getting it done with the manual scoring. John says, Koff, you are totally dedicated. Thank you. Been here since the beginning. 4 first-place finishes. Christian, well-informed, and a fellow Wisconsin brother. Go Bucky.
Yes.
John, thank you. Thank you all for being with us. Here's something I don't know if I've said yet, but I should say it more. Smash that like button, huh? Closing in on 300. We're only less than 20 away. We got about 600 watching just on the YouTube. Go ahead, hit the like. Turn that thumbs up blue if you'd be so kind. Just be gentle with your tech. I don't want to see you have to go out and replace anything. Don't break that like button. Just, smash it in a friendly way. Second and 6 from the 37. Final ticks left of the clock will take us into halftime. Fantasy Hawk says, got too cute with my Raiders stack.
Yeah, you and me both. So a rough one. Twitch chat noting that my apology to CEH was pretty much the worst apology possible. A brief sorry if you were offended, followed by 3 straight minutes of me making fun of Indianapolis. That's all correct. You guys hit that one. That one hit that one dead on the head. Nail on the head on that one. We don't want you back, LOL. Feelings mutual, Indianapolis. But hey, Too Deep Brewing, Sun King, you guys are doing something right out there. And the pork tenderloin certainly is a sandwich.
This is the happy hour sim, and I'm amending it on the fly in light of events today. The happy hour, the Dan Campbell's Bite Them Kneecaps free roll that we have going on here. Out of 200 people, I am sitting 110. I told you I hated my lineup. We've got KT Uminen. Anyway, about a 2.5 point lead in first. Ruggs in the captain spot. Now that's bold, 7% owned in that slot. Third of lineups overall. Stafford, Waller, Hawkinson, Jones, and Amendola. It's a good looking build so far. Where's Train Island hanging out?
It's there are 5 people behind me, and I have to assume 5 people who did not get a lineup in on time, because I am currently getting goose eggs from half my lineup. 0.8 from Josh Jacobs, who only has 8 rushing yards. My captain, Darren Waller, 1 catch for 21 yards. My quarterback, Derek Carr, 100 passing yards and a touchdown. The only bright spot on the shambles of what was once a promising roster. As we had a 7-7 game that feels like it should be a lot less close than that, call. The Lions really looked dominant out there before, really just shooting themselves in the foot, taking bad sacks. Terrible clock management at the end of the second half. Raiders lucky to be tied in this one. Maybe they'll make the adjustments. Home team, second half. Odds are in Vegas's favor, but I don't have a lot of hope held out for my Vegas stack, because 13 total points in 1 half for my lineup. Not great.
Jim, Zach, stats up to date, courtesy of those 2 through the half. So thank you so much to both of them, as we are back and ready to go with half number 2, folks. 7-7 game, virtual Allegiant Stadium. Why don't we start talking about football this weekend a little bit? We can circle back to the Lions, the Raiders, Dan Campbell, and whatever else we want. We can just talk about general life, if that's what the people command. J.E. says, I got you, Cough. Like button smashed. Hey. That's what I like to hear. Which game, I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Which game are you most excited about on Championship Sunday on the way here?
It's got to be Mahomes versus Josh Allen, 2 top-notch MVP candidates squaring off against each other. And we get to see what this Bills defense can do, because the Bills defense played less than compared to their 2019 version throughout the regular season. Then get put to the test against the Ravens. And yeah, the Ravens kind of crumbled in upon themselves a little bit, had their weaknesses exploited. But that Bills defense held a very dangerous Baltimore team to 3 points. They got that huge pick 6, first red zone interception of Lamar's career when it very vital to see them come alive at the exact right time. No bigger test than facing Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium. So as much as the Allen Mahomes shootout is going to be so cool to watch, matchup I really want to see Tre'Davious White on Tyreek Hill and how Patrick Mahomes is going to deal with a swirling defense. Sean McDermott has been up to the task so far. What's he going to do this time around? So very much looking forward to that. And well, the just like the last Packers playoff game, this one is going to be bittersweet for me because all I want to do, Koff, is go out to my local bar and grill and be surrounded by Packer fans, go to the potluck at Paul's Neighborhood Bar in Middleton, Wisconsin, and enjoy a bucket. And we get a fumble. So that Lions defense play continues to pay off.
Looking real good. What you were saying?
I always say that I'm going to miss. One of the great things about being in Wisconsin is that everyone is a Packer fan and they all are very passionate. And being around for a Packers playoff win is a special experience. And I know that some people are out there doing it. They're crowding the bars, but I will not be one of them because it just isn't safe right now for us. So going to have to sit this one out, and hopefully we'll get our things under control. And Aaron Rodgers will be in FU mode again next winter. And, we can make up for lost time then. But until then, I'll be watching this one from home and getting on the Twitter machine to make my thoughts known.
Which way do you suppose these two games are going to play out? And they're both close, both basically pick'ems, obviously, with the home team's favor.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a Packer-Chiefs Super Bowl. A little chalky for sure. I don't have the Buccaneers, the way they played against the Saints, that's not going to get it done against Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers is not going to throw 3 interceptions. They are not. They're dealing with the anti Drew Brees, which they had a great game plan for Drew. They knew they could fall back and basically if the Saints fell behind at any point, they were done for. You can't do that against the Packers. They can always throw their way back into things. And we saw a really great game plan from Matt LaFleur, which is actually the subject of Monday's post-route at Substack.com. So I think the Packers will take care of business in Lambeau, although Tom Brady in a winter game, in a cold weather playoff game, last time we saw him in one of those, it was the AFC title game against the Chiefs in Arrowhead Stadium. So if we can get a replay of that, that would be just awesome. And then Bills Chiefs, I am not going to pick against the Chiefs until they burn me. I'm going to ride that train until the wheels fall off.
Raiders obviously got the ball back after that fumble call was reversed. I know you guys are watching along. We're talking about all sorts of other stuff, but just wanted to, if anyone is driving or listening or something like that, it was still a 7-7 game, almost 3 minutes gone by, third quarter. 1st and 10 from the 32. Vegas looking to go ahead here in this one. So I'm with you. I'm sticking with what I said going into the postseason, which was incredibly chalky, that I think it's going to be a Packers-Chiefs Super Bowl with the Chiefs winning. What I would like to see, as I've mentioned a zillion times as well, is that Green Bay beats Buffalo. That's what I'm rooting for. And we'll see. I mean, I do think, like, Rodgers is getting a lot. I was listening to the radio earlier today when I was out for the haircut. Yeah. And Rodgers is taking all sorts of crap for the comments that he made yesterday about, living in the moment. And, just very cheap, basically. Yeah. The future's a beautiful mystery. And I don't know. People were like insinuating that he's not locked in. That winning isn't the most important thing to him. That, that he doesn't have the, I don't know, that whatever that is, I don't know, chutzpah would be a bad word for it, but that whatever that is internally, that drive to go out and beat Tom Brady and beat this Bucs team and get to the Super Bowl. There's just something missing there, which is why he has underachieved so vastly in his career based on the talent that he has, underachieved by means of only having not only one championship, but one Super Bowl appearance. Well, some of the all-time greats, they've gone multiple times. Win or lose, they've gone a whole bunch of times, and obviously Rodgers is just the one so far. And I don't know. I don't agree with a lot of it. I think that he is going to win this weekend for one, as that ball is incomplete.
Yeah, Derek,
technical for the 6.
Yeah,
seriously. So and also I just think that if anything he has shown this season, it's that he's got that, as our producer Mike called it, that eye of the tiger.
Yeah, and it helps when Devontae Adams is playing fully realized football and being able to not only make those big catches downfield, but do work near the line of scrimmage and create a decoy for guys like MVS, Allen Lazard to thrive downfield a little bit. So I would like a few more tools at Aaron Rodgers' disposal. I think they still did waste the 2020 draft, with the exception of maybe A.J. Dillon, who, yeah, it's a great insurance policy to have for Aaron Jones with his pending free agency. But, you would have liked to see them pick up one of the many wideouts who really could have stepped up into a wide receiver 2 role and just made a huge, huge impact for the Packers this season. But you know what? Hopefully it won't matter. Hopefully the Packers are going to be able to win a championship while being set for the future. It's just a big risk that the team is taking, and a risk that clearly Aaron Rodgers would rather they did not take.
Field goal's good for the Raiders and Daniel Carlson after perhaps the worst red zone offense I've ever seen here in these Sims. Just 3, nope, one after another, and just terrible play calls and runs and incomplete passes and the like, whatever. It's 10-7. Vegas is taking the advantage here late in the third, and Lions getting the ball back. How much do you buy into coaching advantage, though, when you're looking at, obviously, Arians and Bowles, Brady as an on-field coach, and then you look at the other side, and obviously Rodgers very experienced, but LaFleur, who does not have experience at this point, and those around him do not have that level of experience that exists on the other side. How much does that matter at this stage?
Oh, it matters a ton. I mean, we saw one of the things with Phillip Rivers' career is that his best teams, his best rosters, his best performances were wasted in part because he had coaches like Norv Turner and Marty Schottenheimer for the salad days of his career. So the pairing of a good on-field talent with a lousy or a risk-averse head coach can be absolutely fatal for these guys. So the thing is, right now, there just doesn't seem to be a true weak link among the Final Four. Arians has deserved praise throughout his career, and really does look like he has done a great job of being the hands-off, you go out, you call your stuff to the line of scrimmage, you're Tom Brady, you'll figure it out type plays. So the Bucs are rock solid. Matt LaFleur called a great game against the Rams, really subverted expectations, didn't play into LA's strengths, threw a lot of short passes, ran when the Rams expected pass when the Rams expected runs. Thought that was great. Thought he was very, very well prepared for that game. Sean McDermott, been the architect of the best Bills teams since Marv Levy retired. Can't fault him. And then you have Andy Reid, who, what do you have to say about Andy Reid? He finally got his Super Bowl ring, the one thing he was missing from a storied career. So I think all these teams are going to be well coached. I think they're going to be up for the moment. I think both games could wind up swinging on a bad luck turnover, and it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Although, to be fair, we said that about the last 2 weeks of the playoffs, and we have not gotten a ton of interesting games. So, fingers crossed.
Raiders getting it back up by 3. About 90 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Carr drops back, quick pass to the right, incomplete. A little too fast. Didn't have time for his guy to get there.
Looked like it was Tyrell Williams, and if Williams had caught that, he is a tough one to bring down with that deep threat speed. So the Raiders just missed a big chunk play by just a little there.
If I may say, for fear of jinx, knowing we still have about 10 sim minutes to go, if not more, potential overtime, your internet has been delightful so far.
I mean, knock on wood, it's not too bad. And Charter will be coming out tomorrow an hour before the nooner to fix things up. They basically admitted that they have been accidentally throttling me because they didn't know I could handle higher internet speeds. So after multiple calls, they are maybe going to do something about it. We'll see. What? Just what? Wow. Quite the tip drill there. Fortunately for the Raiders, it bounced a solid 50 yards downfield where no one could intercept it. So, well, back-to-back underwhelming drives here, a 3-and-out and a 3-and-out, and what was once we're gonna.
Fred says Ty Williams still plays for the Raiders, right?
I mean, we just saw he had that big target there, and nothing came. But yeah, the two top wideouts, Galladay and Williams, put them both on the milk carton right now because neither one has a single point in this sim. Makes me feel pretty bad for building my showdown roster around those two.
Let's take a look at the standings here. So I'm in 128. We still have Cade Shumanen in front by about a point. Where is Train Island hanging out?
Moved up 2 spots, my brother. From 195th to 193rd.
Absolutely gorgeous. There's a run. Here's one in the final minute. Nice run at that. All the way down to almost the 30 out of the 34. Kerryon Johnson.
Your guy right there.
He's done most of his yards right there.
Yeah, remains dirt cheap in the flex. Kerryon Johnson, 2,600. So he's giving you like a tight end 2 kind of price, and yet he's always going to give you at least a few points. If he sneaks into the end zone, if he breaks one, he'll go above and beyond. So a high ceiling for a guy for under 3. Stafford murdered again in the backfield.
Gotta get rid of that one, man. Just throw it away. J.E. says, don't jinx him, Cough. Train Island's been sounding great today. I agree.
Yeah, Daniel behind the scenes. This looks exactly like an early season Tuesday night football game on NFL Network. Yeah, that is spookily familiar.
Right, so
a gross game, but to its credit, motoring along as neither team really generating anything. They are actually, to be fair, they're generating some offense, and then every time they seem to be knocking on the door, moving to field goal range, get a drive going. They take terrible sacks. There are weird plays. There's bad blocking. There's penalties. Just been a very Lions-Raiders sim, I guess, Koff.
156 for Stafford is the leading passer right now. 130s for Carr. No running back has more than 31 yards, so that's been a laugher so far through 3 quarters.
Okay.
And receivers, how about the Hawkinson show? He is on his way to player of the game honors at this rate. 9 for 67. Ruggs 2 for 66 with a score. Jones 2 for 25 with a touchdown. No huge numbers in this one other than you can make the case for Hawkinson. That is about it. But the fourth quarter's got to bring us something, I would think, because we're sitting 10-7 with the Raiders in front, ready just about for that fourth quarter of action here in Sim Vegas. Let's see. Jopo says, Kenny G literally ran back to Stafford and still nothing. LOL.
Yeah.
Brother Phil, I'm afraid poor Aaron Rodgers is stuck in the same sitch here again. The kid's an improvement. He's in over his head a little versus Arians and Bowles. Watch that game again. You'll see what I mean. You tell me, what is the beautiful mystery going to tell us about Aaron Rodgers' future? What happens beyond this season? I know that when he was asked that, he was largely talking about this year and how things play out, but he was alluding to the future a little bit as well. So, Jordan Love is waiting in the wings, man. Rodgers technically could be cut loose at the end of this year. Is no guaranteed money after this season. What happens for the, I would think, soon to be NFL MVP?
Yeah, well, I mean, he still would have a dead cap hit of $31 million next year, so I think they're going to keep him around. I remember this is a Packers team that's always done things very, very traditionally. So they still don't even credential people who are so strictly internet writers. Bob McGinn longtime journalist for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, stepped out on his own, created his own website, and they're like, "Oh, Bob, you've been here for 30 years, but internet, what the hell is that?" No, sorry. No, the Packers
It's so
really
odd.
Yeah, so they really hold on to tradition more so than almost any other franchise out there. The only team I think that could really compare with them is maybe the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they have a system that works. They brought Brett Favre along slowly. They brought Aaron Rodgers along slowly. And they didn't bring Brett Favre along slowly, rather. They let the Falcons do that. So instead, I think they're going to basically settle in for the same track. Give Jordan Love the Aaron Rodgers, Phillip Rivers, you take your time, you develop at your own pace kind of situation. I don't think Rodgers is going anywhere, not until at least 2022, 2023. He might do a Phillip Rivers year abroad kind of thing, but I think he's going to stay in Green Bay as long as Green Bay wants him there. And then once that bridge is burned, it's going to be very weird and very fun.
Well, I guess the question there then becomes, how long is that team really going to hang on to Jordan Love? I mean, you drafted the successor, but if Rodgers can truly stay for, let's call it 2-3 more years, well, they're not just going to hang on to Love and that rookie contract. You're going to try and get something for him, aren't you?
I mean, you can see if you can Jimmy Garoppolo him to another team if he falls in and makes some spot starts here and there. Rodgers has dealt with injury. And he is in his late 30s, so good Lord, this blocking today, man. But I don't think the Packers would move him before they got a chance to see what he could do on the field. And obviously, there's no hurry there. He is under contract at a relatively inexpensive rate now, more than you typically pay a backup, sure, because he does have that first round rookie contract, but he's there until 2023 at least under contract. So we got plenty of time to work this out. So do we finally have a Tyrell Williams catch? No, it's Henry Ruggs again.
In fact, we got a Ruggs bonus. Henry Ruggs bonus after that 33-yard pickup. He is having himself a day, man.
Yeah, that's
4 for 120 for Hank Ruggs.
That's gonna be
get your robe out, baby.
Goodness. Going hard, getting it done, making us all forget about Tyrell Williams and Hunter Renfrow and pretty much everyone in the lineup except for Henry Ruggs. Henry Ruggs has more receiving yards than I think the rest of his roster put together right now.
I think that is accurate. Chris saying, where's Waller? Yeah, Waller and Williams for that matter. Both of them generally pretty reliable here in Simland, and not today, any given Sim day. So they're in the red zone, 2nd and 4 from the 15, and we're going to run up the gut. Good enough for a first, out beyond the 10, almost to the 5. Jacob stopped at the 7, is 30 on the ground. 1st and goal coming, a 10-10 game, but we got to see some points here pretty soon.
Yeah, and it would be nice if I can get a little Josh Jacobs action. Could vault me into the top 190 of our 200-person free roll here. On cue, he's not in the lineup. 5 wide, 0 running backs, and Carr throws it.
2nd and goal is Carr closing in on 200 passing yards. He'll get there with the passing TD today. It amazes me the number of people in the chat that are frustrated with the lack of offense today, especially from the Raiders against this Lions defense, recognizing that sure, one is superior to the other, but guys, as we have a touchdown here from Derek Carr, fleet of foot, gets it done on the ground to give the Raiders a lead. Any given sim day, we tell you all the time, every sim's a snowflake, baby.
So Carr's first carry of the day goes for a touchdown. Let's give him credit. He resisted the primal urge to fumble that one out the back of the end zone, as is his tradition.
First rushing touchdown of Madden 21 for Derek Carr. How about that?
Wow, unlikely.
That's almost 40 sims. That's wild.
So after a very bad first half, the Raiders showing some signs of life, taking the lead at home. Need that defense to stand up here. And the bad news is that secondary has really kind of struggled, not even against the Lions' top guys, but have been carved up by TJ Hawkinson, a little bit of Marvin Jones, the run game, getting a little bit of chunks here and there. So as as happy I am as I am to see the home team take a lead here. Can't imagine it's going to last based on the defensive effort we've seen so far in this game.
17-10, Detroit getting the ball back, 4:40 to go here in the fourth quarter. I'm sitting 100th, right smack, almost perfectly in the middle in our free roll. The Dan Campbell happy hour bite them kneecaps free roll that we got going on right here. It's a two-way tie for first currently with about a 0.1 point lead on third. So long way to go in the old scoring department as well.
Oh, wow. It looks like we may not have a 2021 Summer Games, Cough.
Is that so?
Reports coming in from the Times, the UK Times. The Japanese government has privately concluded the Tokyo Olympics will have to be canceled because of the coronavirus, and now the city is focusing on getting the 2032 games instead. That would, man, that would be devastating. I love the Olympics with all my heart. That is just 2 weeks of nonstop stuff to watch. I don't know how I'm going to fill my summer void without being able to watch some terrible team handball and some diving and a little bit of fancy horse dancing. I don't know. So if you're watching the Olympics, what are you tuning into, Carl? Besides the obvious, your track and field events, your men's basketball, what gets you to the TV in the Summer Olympics?
Men's basketball more than anything else,
yeah.
But honestly, kind of, I mean, that's the beauty of the Olympics, right? It's like you just pop it on. Whatever's on will bring you right into it because you're rooting for your country. And so it doesn't, it almost doesn't matter. I mean, the team sports are great for sure, but some of the individual sports, I mean, it can be something that I have no general individual interest in, like, I don't know, track and field. Yeah. I don't really have any everyday interest in that, but when it's the Olympics, you got those guys lining up at the starting gate. Yeah, let's check this out.
Yeah. A lot of swimming. The only time I pay attention to swimming.
A lot of swimming, yeah. Yeah, Jared says swimming. Women's beach volleyball is listed in the chat.
Gymnastics. Not the only time I pay attention to gymnastics. SEC Network always has a lot of those dual meets, and it's always impressive to see very talented women who could pick me up on their shoulders and lunge with me across the state of Alabama. Just like the amount of work that goes into gymnastics, men's or women's, the amount of physical training is always just like, it's so impressive to me because it's not just being strong as hell. There's such artistry there and the body control, the discipline. Like, if you are a gymnast at any level, like beyond high school, you are one of the most impressive athletes out there, just all around athletes.
I tell you though, as much as we and millions like to watch the Olympics, the people you really feel for, obviously, if in fact this proves true and the Olympics is not only postponed but canceled, which is significant, all those athletes that qualified to get there, that, you know, never mind training there, you know, just in recent years to qualify, you know, for literally for years to qualify for this opportunity and then to maintain in order to compete at the competitive level with the best in the world. You know, training their whole lives, obviously, for this opportunity, for it to potentially, because you're talking about years later again now, with the next one rolling around, you're talking about these people now never getting an opportunity and just living that life with a what could have been. And that's, you know, I know there are plenty of what could have been in this world, even if you reach the Olympics and something goes wrong, but at least you got there, you competed, you tried. And now to say like, hey, congratulations, you're on the U.S. team or whatever the country, and you know, well, turns out you're not going to get a chance to compete. We're canceled. I can't even fathom how crushing that must be.
And we've had examples of it before. You know, the Soviets boycotted the '84 Olympics in LA. The U.S. and a bunch of other countries boycotted the '80 Olympics in Moscow. So we've seen great athletes kind of stripped of their ability to go compete in what should be a uniting experience. I mean, that's one thing. Everyone in the world comes together for the Olympics, and there's everything kind of is supposed to stop around the goodwill of competition. It sucks not to have that. It's the one thing that everyone can kind of agree on, at least, that the Olympics were good. And now if you don't have one, especially after going through just a crap heap of a year, it's gonna be sad. But you know what? It will be the summer. There'll be other things to do. It's not like we're gonna miss the Winter Olympics where you're stuck inside and it's late February and you're like, you know what? I need to see USA Canada in the gold medal game in men's hockey.
Sure.
So, could be worse, I guess. Meanwhile,
we may have a tie game here in a matter of moments. First and goal from the 10 for Detroit. 82 seconds left, down a touchdown.
Yeah, Raiders in need of one hell of a stand here. The good news is if the Lions do score, they're going to need them to score as quickly and efficiently as possible. They don't they're probably going to let the clock run a little bit here. Depending on when they score, the Raiders would have a chance for a response before time expires, although looking less and less likely. Both teams have all 3 timeouts, about a minute left to play. Second and goal from the 5.
Stafford could run it himself, instead passed it and completed at the 1-yard line. The 3rd and goal coming up. Swift with his 9th grab. DeAndre Swift with his 9th reception. Jason says Swift's a bleeping PPR machine all of a sudden. Yeah, I'll say. All right, Lions going no huddle. Do they run it? Nobody in the backfield. It's just Stafford. Quick pass over the middle, back of the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit.
Wow.
Swift. Another. That's 10 catches. 10 catches for the running back, DeAndre Swift.
All right, he's taking charge here. He's making sure Henry Ruggs doesn't get the crusty cough unanimously as he's putting his name in the hat for player of the game honors. And yeah, that's the Raiders defense right there. Seeing the guy who has 10 catches on the day and deciding, you know what, not even going to bother with him. He'll be fine. Someone will cover him, I'm sure. One extra point away from being tied here with 32 seconds left. The good news for the Raiders is all 3 timeouts left. They should be able to run at least 4 plays before we head to overtime. That's a catch. Give him the...
No doubt about it. Review it all you want. Ain't going anywhere. So Ruggs and Swift each with 25 points in the flex, by the way. Similarly priced. Similarly owned. Will one of them be the differentiator? We'll see. 32 seconds to go. Kicks up. It's away. It's good. 17 all. In overtime, maybe in our futures.
Swift now 10 for 76 and a touchdown. He might not even be done. He might get some some overtime snaps here.
Dion says, what's up, Koff? DeAndrea made it home for some Madden Sims. Having myself some Jack Daniel's beef brisket with liquid cheese over waffle fries, and it's amazing.
Oh, man, that is a great combo. Brisket,
make everybody's mouth water, man.
Oof. The other thing that's great with brisket or pork shoulder, over a little mac and cheese. That is top notch. But yeah, anytime you can blend a little bit of a good tangy barbecue, especially if you get a good Carolina sauce on there, a good vinegar-based sauce, really cuts through, like the acidic there, and then the kind of base of the cheese. Oh, it's awesome. Love that. Does not look promising for a last-minute Raiders drive. They come out in a jumbo formation, single back, and it's a handoff to Jacobs. No timeout forthcoming.
You wind up or warm up all you want, Daniel Carlson. You're nowhere close. Poor Rob Ran, our pal in the chat, in first place right now. It's overtime, Koff. Come on. I'm in first.
Sorry, bud.
Leading that free roll by about 3 points currently. 121 points. Good looking build as Swift, Ruggs, Hawkinson, Carr, Stafford, the captain, Amendola. Jacobs, short run.
Real cowardly finish there from John Gruden, showing us just why he does not trust, or how much he does not trust, Derek Carr in a clutch situation. Could have rallied his team for a game-winning field goal, instead settles for overtime. And the Lions win the toss. Hopefully they take this one 75 yards in one play and just shove this win down Gruden's throat. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Lions got the ball. That's right. Okay. Apologies. I thought I maybe misread that.
You're doing great.
Yeah.
Not to worry.
All right, let's see if we can't get a little Matthew Stafford magic. Stafford, one of those guys you don't realize how many fourth quarter comebacks and game-winning drives he's had in his career. He has led the league in game-winning drives 3 different times in his long career. Part of why he does not get the respect he deserves is the fact that he's been so good in the fourth quarter for teams that have been so bad. Passing formation here. Swift in pass protection, not going to get his 11th catch just yet.
So if you happen to be new, the way this works, folks, Lions with the ball, obviously, first. If they score a touchdown, this thing's over. If they kick a field goal, Raiders have an opportunity to tie or take a lead, in which case they would win. If we remain tied, be it at 20-all or 17-all, after each team has had a possession, it becomes sudden death.
Oh, not a super encouraging start for Stafford. 2 very short, low chance of success passes for him. And 3rd and 4 feels like the place where he's going to get sacked here. He's probably going to drop back about 15 yards and take the sack inside his own red zone. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully the Raiders pay for their cowardice, but
oh, no! There you go, Crosby with another, his 2nd sack as we got a 4th and 11 and a punt coming up.
Of course. Well, Raiders may not pay for playing it conservative in the final 30 seconds of the fourth quarter, getting at the ball here, knowing a field goal can win it, so they still have a shot to give Daniel Carlson his game-winning points. Banger of a
Alana
punt.
says, I missed this sim due to be playing board game for the 5-year-old, and man, I hate Clue. Meanwhile, Jared's just been hanging out, watching the sim, feet kicked up, having himself a time. Travis says, this game is going to go forever.
That's an advanced game for a 5-year-old. You are asking for pain there.
Keep in mind, we have had triple overtime games. Hopefully that doesn't happen here, of course. I don't think we've ever played into quadruple overtime, and I really hope that doesn't happen here. It's one thing when you get that in an entertaining sim. This one has not been that. 17-all. CDA, AK, Mike, Daniel, Zach, Jim, Jesse on the way after we're done, and another sim to follow in less than an hour.
So not a bad start. The Murder Hornet on the board here in overtime. Richard stretching, looks like another first down there. So 2 plays, 2 first downs for these Raiders onto the happy side of the field. They need about 12 more before they can feel like they're in Carlson field goal range. About 17 more before they're like, oh, okay, he's probably going to make this kick. Carlson had a great regular season in the real NFL. Was my all-AFC kicker pick for the PFWA awards, but here in Simland, a little less reliable.
17-all, 5:20 to go here in overtime, although I guess time is irrelevant here at this point. Jacobs 11 for 29, lost yards, 2 of them to be exact.
Yeah, not great. Takes him under 3 points for the day. And sets up 2nd and long, and I misread. They are not yet on the happy side of the field. They got 5 yards to get to midfield from here. Coming out in another passing formation. Waller in tight and in pass protection. No.
Fumbled! Oh my God!
Will do
Detroit
it.
has it, and it's a walk-off. It's a big man touchdown. Lions! Hope you rostered the DST, fam.
Bang, bang. A big man rumbledy touchdown there. We're going to get the review on this one. Looked like it was out. Don't think this one's going to get overturned. Let's see it. Oh,
Yeah, that ball came loose in a hurry, man.
Well, look at that. My first
Wow.
loft fumble 6, and a sim after my own heart. It's a big, fat 300-pounder taking it to the house. You know what? I'm so happy that John Gruden decided not to play for the win at the end of regulation. Otherwise, we would have missed that call.
SimFam is not happy with that result, let me tell you. I don't think Rob Rand is going to be happy either, because he does not have the Lions DST, but hopefully for his sake, no one close to him does, and he can walk that thing off. We'll see. Boy, Lions in the larger free roll owned in about 5%, 0.6% the captain spot. Got to assume in our lower free roll, it is low owned as well. I love it in all of you, says Mike Bizzle. David says he spilled his drink everywhere. Fantasy Hawk, you deserve the win. LOL. We'll see if Rob Rand came away with it. We'll look at it. I think he might, because I don't think anyone too close to him has that Lions DST. So hopefully he pulls out for you. About a 1/4 point victory. Stafford missed the bonus, 267. Carr, 210. A couple touchdowns for Stafford. Carr with 1. We'll look at some of the rushing and receiving numbers as well. But who jumps out at you as the Krusty Koff player of the game, my friend?
As much as I like to give it to Henry Ruggs, losing effort for him, I'm going to have to give it to DeAndre Swift. Not only averaged 6 yards per carry on 3 carries, whatever, but 10 catches, 76 yards, a touchdown, and he was a relatively inexpensive and overlooked play. In fact, Swift, only 6,400, used it a little bit cheaper than Henry Ruggs, so he is going to have to be the Krusty Koff player of the game. And as far as the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award, oh man, a lot of options in this one. But let me look at my roster. Who has a 0? Right, Tyrell Williams, 0 catches for 0 yards and 0 touchdowns. Only 1 target that I can remember. Tyrell on the milk carton and into the record books as one of the most expensive goose eggs in Madden 21 history.
My captain.
Yeah.
50% owned, 13.5 in the captain slot, 0 the bagel.
Wow.
Ugly.
Wow.
Tyrell. You hate to see it. You really do.
Got me all the way to 192nd, the 200-person cough free roll. So, it couldn't even crack the top 190 today. Not my proudest effort.
Start playing you in some Madden head-to-heads.
Yeah.
Not that we ever do that. Yeah, definitely Ty Will, Jason, on Babysitter Billy, as our man Christian said. Jared said he got 23rd in the Will Matt Stafford play elsewhere free roll with Williams in the captain spot. That is impressive. I thought I had a decent-looking lineup around that empty slot, and apparently not, because I still finished below 100. Next sim on the way. You have 2 left. You're 2/3 through the Dream Stream day, folks. You have got the Buccaneers and Rams, so naturally you can hear some Tom Brady fawning by one Brendan Glasheen with Brandon Cristal on the way. He would always. And then after the prime time, it'll be Madden After Dark. That comes your way in a little less than 3 hours. It will be Phonics with BK once again for Bills Cowboys. So there you go. You got Glash's hometown quarterback in the first sim and BK's hometown team in the second sim. So that'll be a fun time. Christian returns for the very first sim tomorrow, the nooner, as he talked about having the internet repaired. Although I think you're doing great, by the way. Tech-wise, you are in great shape, but he will be around for the first sim tomorrow. I've got you for the final 2 tomorrow night, both with Tom Ace. So taking us right into the weekend. Should be fun.
Yeah. Big deal. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys all again tomorrow, bright and early for the eye opener, and hopefully I will be coming through an even crystaller, clearer HD.
All right. Thanks to Mike, to Daniel, Zach, Jim, everybody involved here in this contest, obviously, and throughout the day, for that matter, up to this point. Once again, you are about 67% of the way through the Dream Stream day, at least in terms of your Madden simulations, and you have 2 more on the way this night. Not nearly over. You got another 5 hours or so, or 4+ hours. So enjoy the heck out of it. I am Adam Kaufman. Talk to you tomorrow on Jesse Cofield, who will take you through what else is going on at DK and the DK Sportsbook.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good stuff coming up at 8. Like Koff said, we got the Bucs and the Rams from LA. Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Cristal take over in the booth. That game is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker. It's got a 1K prize pool, $150 going to first place, plus the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool, $50 going to first place. Go to the DraftKings lobby, get your lineups in now. And before that, we're going to talk a little about tonight's late games in the NBA, as well as break down the debut of the new Big Three in Brooklyn. But first, let's get into the conference championship games with some of our DK analysts. Here's a look at the betting angles for Tampa Bay at Green Bay on Sunday.
It is conference championship weekend in the NFL. A lot of excitement. The Chiefs, the Bills, the Packers, the Bucks, and these guys right here with me. I'm Adam Kaufman, Jeff Ulrich, and Reed T. Fowler. We are looking at some of the betting lines for this weekend, courtesy of the DK Sportsbook. Let's start, guys, in the NFC. I think this is a very enticing matchup. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, and it's Green Bay at home, favored by 3.5. How do you view this one, Reed?
Yeah, I think this one's interesting. This one's going to be a little bit tough, and I know where Jeff's going, so I'll give the other argument. I actually agree with him with what he's going to say, but I just want to start with the other side of the argument, which is weird. But
what
I'm going to say
I should have called on Jeff first.
Right? No, but I like it here. Tampa Bay, getting 3.5 points. Whenever we get Tampa Bay getting points, right, and Brady getting points, especially in the playoffs, I think that deserves some consideration. They blitz the quarterback extremely well, and we know that any quarterback, especially Tom Brady, but on the other side, Aaron Rodgers, his numbers decrease slightly when he's under the blitz, and a lot of their offense is predicated off of play action. If they can't run the ball, and Tampa Bay's number one in run defense, they just take away that element of the offense, that becomes extremely tough for Green Bay to do what they want to do. Now, the Packers and Aaron Rodgers have exceeded expectation. They're doing what they want to do. His numbers don't decrease that much in terms of I think he's just under 90 PFF score in terms of his efficiency when under a blitz, and he's got 18 touchdowns to 4 interceptions, 7.6 yards per attempt when he's blitzed. But Tampa Bay might get Vita Vea back, and that's huge. That is extremely important if Vita Vea comes back and that defense gets back to what we saw them in the beginning of the year. So I will say Tampa Bay getting points is enticing, but I'll go Green Bay.
Is this Aaron Rodgers' year, Jeff?
Yeah, of course it is. Look, let's appreciate Reed for taking the other side, so we're not just talking all about how I think Green Bay is going to cover this game and cover it easily, because who cares if Green Bay can't run the ball? They ran for like 60 yards against Chicago in Week 17 and won by 20-plus points, and it's a similar style of team that they're going to be facing, and just in terms of defensively with a really stout defensive line. So that doesn't worry me. What would worry me from a Tampa Bay standpoint is you have Aaron Rodgers at home and the Green Bay Packers at home, where they're 8-1 straight up, 6-3 against the spread. This Green Bay has been great against the spread. I mean, so just from a betting standpoint here, I mean, 11-5 ATS on the year. They're the team I want to target. But from a stylistic standpoint too, you've got Allen Lazard back. You've got Devontae Adams going up against the secondary, who they're getting a little bit too much credit for shutting down Michael Thomas last week, in my opinion. I mean, it's great. You hold one of the best receivers in the game to zero receptions, but it's Drew Brees. It's Michael Thomas, who's been injured all year. This is a completely different beast with Devontae Adams and Aaron Rodgers. And like I said, Allen Lazard is starting to pick up, and I think he's going to be key going up against these secondary cornerbacks of Tampa, who have really been burned by secondary wide receivers over the last little bit. So all things considered, I like the way Tampa Bay's been playing the end of the year. I think this matchup is just a bridge too far for them. I think Aaron Rodgers is playing at a too high a level. Again, I don't care that they can't run the ball here, because I think Green Bay is going to be able to do whatever they want with, Rodgers, Lazard, etc. So give me Green Bay here to cover. Give me Green Bay here to win the money line. And I don't even think this one's going to be close off. I think, again, you've got a team in the Packers who have won by wide margins over the last little bit. And I think they're getting a little bit disrespected at only -3.5 as home favorites. This line should be 4, 5, maybe even 6.
Aaron Rodgers called this game, or his future rather, a beautiful mystery. I guess this game in Jeff's mind is not. So that in mind, I think we'd all like to see, regardless of who wins, we'd all like to see a really entertaining game, a shootout, basically everything that the Bucs-Saints game was not. The over-under for this line, the total, it's 51, Reed. So which way are you going with it?
Oh, yeah, I'm going over. And if you look at Tampa Bay's defense, last week, they won the turnover battle against the Saints, and Drew Brees kind of gifted them that game, right? He's 4 interceptions, and they turn a lot of points, a lot of those turnovers into points. But look, I mean, these offenses, Green Bay is first in total offense. Tampa Bay is third. The second team is a team that we'll get to in a little bit. And Green Bay has gone over in 3 straight games. Tampa Bay has hit the over 3 of their last 5. These are high-powered offenses. And Antonio Brown being questionable for this one, I think it does mitigate this a little bit, but I think this is going to be a shootout. I think 51 points is well within reach. And like Jeff was saying, a guy like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, they're playing at a high level right now. So yeah, give me the over.
What's this thing going to look like in the frozen tundra that is Lambeau Field, Jeff?
Yeah, I agree. 100% the over. Reed hit on a lot of the same points on to bring up, just the records for these teams hitting over. But, again, you can even just look at last week in Tampa Bay's game versus New Orleans. It's a perfect dichotomy of what Tampa Bay's games look like. One of the two teams is ahead at the end. Either Tampa Bay is giving up a ton of pass yards or they're the one throwing on the teams. And there's just always a garbage time opportunity for someone to pick up a score. The Saints should have hit that game over last week. They had like 5 minutes left, but Drew Brees kept throwing interceptions. Aaron Rodgers, if he's in that situation, or Tom Brady, probably isn't going to do that. I think this one is definitely going to go over. It's definitely the side I would rather be on here, 51.5. I think it's just a touch too low. So give me the over as well.
How about a prop bet that you like in this one? Stay with you, Jeff.
Okay, I got a couple here. I'm gonna throw out, first of all, my Packers play. Look, the Packers have been the best scoring team in the first half of all games this year. So they lead teams in points scored, in differential, everything. They're a great, fast starting team. If you think, like me, the Packers are going to win this game at the end, why not just take them to win the first half as well? On the DK Sportsbook, you can get Packers first half and full-time money line at plus money. You can also get Packers minus 162 to win the first half. So I like attacking those props, but the player prop I want to attack, and I brought his name up already, it's Alan Lazard. Probably going to be going up against Sean Murphy bunting. Look, there's no bunting in football. This guy's playing the wrong sport. And he's also their weakest cornerback. I think Alan Lazard is going to be a very key figure in this game. He's playing well. He's getting targets. Give me Alan Lazard to score a touchdown at plus 285.
I wasn't prepared for there's no bunting in football. He's playing the wrong sport. So please go.
Yeah, ban bunters, right? That's Jeff's reasoning and logic behind it. I love it. That's what you kind of have to do, right? In these is find the leverage point. And I think Chris Godwin is that guy. Over 5.5 receptions at plus money 118. And I know he's been around this number for the last 5 weeks, either 4 catches, 5 catches, but his targets over that same time frame, 7, 12, 7, 9. And if Antonio Brown is questionable, right, if he's not able to go, and I get the other guys like Cameron Brate, Scotty Miller, they get involved. I think this is a spot where Chris Godwin is going to get involved quite a bit, right? And if Green Bay has been doing what they've been doing for the entire season, then we're going to see Jair Alexander on Mike Evans. And what happens when Mike Evans usually gets paired up with a shutdown corner? He doesn't do that well. So give me a guy like Chris Godwin over 5.5 receptions at plus money right now. Before the AB news, right? Before we get anything on AB, why not lock that in right now?
All right, time to tell you about our play of the day here on the Dream Stream. So I've told you about our big millionaire contest this Sunday, but what you may not know is that you can win your way into another millionaire contest just by filling out a lineup. So the more lineups you play this weekend, the more entries you can win. Here's how it works. Enter multiple lineups in the NFL, a 4 million conference clash millionaire on Sunday. And if any of the outcomes that you see on your screen occur, you win the corresponding prize. It's really that simple. So go check that out now over in the DK lobby and head to DraftKings.com/promos for more info. All right, guys, let's take a break from football. Been a lot of football talk and dive into the NBA slate with RotoWire's Alex Barutha. Alex, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, Alex, before we look ahead to tonight, we want to get your take on the first game of the new Big Three era. Brooklyn took on Cleveland last night. Durant put up 38. Kyrie had 37. Harden had a triple-double, and the Nets lost to the Cavs in double OT. So, I mean, what did you learn about these guys play together when it comes to DFS or maybe even sports betting?
Yeah, I mean, other than the fact that they lost to the Cavaliers, I think it's looked about what everyone thought it would look like. These guys are historic when they're, as far as offense, when they're on the court together, but still a terrible defense. With the three on the court together, Nets had a 130 offensive rating, 122 defensive rating. They ran the ball in transition, 19% of their possessions. So they're pushing the ball too. I think for betting, if anything, you want to look at overs because they play great offense, bad defense, and they push the ball. In terms of DFS, when all these guys shared the court together for 36 minutes yesterday, it was nice that the game went to double overtime because we got a big sample of these guys together. And when all three were on the court, Kyrie had a 32% usage rate, Durant was at 24 and Harden at just 19 and a half. Again, these guys, their minutes are going to get staggered. Harden has a 41% usage rate with Durant and Kyrie off the court. But for those who thought that Kyrie was going to be the one to take a back seat in the offense, that doesn't look like it will be the case.
Yeah, pretty cool stuff. It'll be interesting to see how that one plays out. All right, 2-game slate left in the NBA starting at 10 p.m. Knicks, Warriors, Pelicans, Jazz are the teams you're using to fill out those lineups. So, Alex, give us a guy you're absolutely paying up for on this slate.
I really like Julius Randle against the Warriors at 8,800. He's crossed the 50 fantasy point threshold 6 times this season, which is good on its own for someone at $8,800. But at the same, the Warriors, it's a good matchup for the Knicks. The Warriors give up the 6th most points in the NBA, the 2nd most rebounds, and those are the areas where Randle thrives as a fantasy player.
All right, how about just your straight up favorite value play in these 2 games?
I think James Wiseman at 4,500 against the Knicks. He's coming off his 2nd best fantasy performance of the season yesterday, 34 fantasy points against the Spurs. And he's the perfect guy for Coach Steve Kerr to use against Mitchell Robinson here. The minutes are a little bit of a concern. They're fluctuating, partially because Wiseman can get into foul trouble. But on its 2-game slate where there's really not that much injury news, the price tag is just too much to ignore.
All right, so over on the sports book, you got the Warriors favored by 4.5 over the Knicks. Do you think they cover here?
I think so. Yeah, and the under makes sense for this game too, since both of these teams are really having the success that they're having because of their defense. The Warriors just play at a faster pace, which is why their points per game are up. But yeah, I mean, since Draymond Green saw 30 minutes for the first time on January 6th, the Warriors have a +1 net rating. It's not great, but it's a far cry from how bad they looked early in the season. I have more faith in the Knicks than in recent seasons. Obviously, they've looked like a competent basketball team, but that's not enough for me to take them at +4.5 here.
All right, well, bigger spread in the other one. Pelicans are 7-point underdogs in Utah. Can they keep this one close?
I wouldn't bank on it necessarily. I don't think the Pelicans are a well-constructed team. They don't really have floor spacing. They have a pretty weak bench. They play a defensive scheme that allows a ton of threes, and that can work sometimes. But Steven Adams, even when they drop him back towards the rim, he's not a great rim protector by himself necessarily. And the Jazz have quietly looked awesome this year. They're doing what we expected them on a yearly basis. Not much team turnover there, and they have a profile of a top 5 team right now as it stands.
All right, finally, Alex, take us home with your favorite bet of the night. What is it?
Yeah, with that Jazz Pelicans game, I'm going with a prop bet. Bojan Bogdanovic over 2.5 made threes at -120. Like I mentioned, Pelicans allow the most made threes in the NBA, and that's where Bogdanovic thrives. 3 for 8 from 3 against the Pelicans 2 nights ago, and he's averaging 3.8 made threes per game across the past 4 games.
Good stuff. Alex Bertha from RotoWire, thank you. Good stuff as always.
Thank you.
All right, time to get back to football because Thursday means the release of the newest episode of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Julian and Steve, of course, broke down each conference championship game. So let's get their take on the Chiefs and Bills matchup with special guest Alan Bell of CBS Sports.
The Unreasonable Odds podcast now has its own odds boost over on the DraftKings Sportsbook. We got a good one this week. I think it's going to be really enticing here. We have Travis Kelce to go over 100 receiving yards and score a touchdown. What's the line on it? Well, you got to go find out. You got to go to the Sportsbook, sportsbook.draftkings.com to check that out. Of course, you can always download the app on your mobile device as well to check that one out. But this is why I love this odds boost. I promise I'm not biased, but you look at what Travis Kelce has done this season. He's gone over 100 yards multiple times, and he's seen at least 10 targets in 5 straight games. In that span, he's averaging 109 receiving yards and a touchdown in each and every one of them. So if we did a boost over the past 5 weeks, he would have hit that boost 3 times already. All of his touchdowns have come inside the red zone except one this season. So if they're not running the ball in, the ball has been going to Travis Kelce. He has accounted for 26% of the red zone targets during the regular season. Again, I'm not just trying to say this because this is ours. I like this one a lot.
Yeah, I think you guys are right. I think Travis Kelce is the safest, smartest play. And even if Patrick Mahomes goes out, Kelsey is even safer of a play, like Julian was saying. So yeah, I agree with you completely. I love that boost. That's a fantastic boost. Yeah, all over that.
You just look at the numbers, it's like no one piece of it is far off from expected to happen. Like Kelsey's yards are 94.5 with -118 on the over. So getting to 100, very realistic, almost favored on DK Sportsbook. And then he's -125 to score a touchdown. So the juice is there. Both of these things are things that the odds dictate should happen in this game. Now it's a parlay and you need both to happen, but 100 yards with a touchdown, that kind of goes hand in hand with having a good game, breaking one off, even though you said only one has come from out of the red zone. I think this is a very nice correlated odds boost that we're going to put together here.
All right, guys, the 8 p.m. sim is just around the corner, but first, here's what else is happening on DraftKings right now. We still got NBA and NHL contests available tonight. We got our NBA 200K fadeaway, $15 entry, first prize of $50K. Our late night NHL slate has 2 games starting at 9:30. Make sure you go check that out. And it's Conference Championship week. We're going to have a special edition of the Sweat for Sunday's Conference Championship games. It's going to start at 2 p.m. All right, Madden rolls on with our 8 p.m. sim. Bucks, Rams, Brendan Glasheen, Brandon Cristal. Enjoy.
All righty, Jesse, thank you very much. We do have Tom Brady and Jared Goff. Tom, once again, will teach Jared how to play the position properly here in this sim. And, of course, Tom is in the big game, once again, wearing a different uniform. Brandon Cristal, how are you? Lineups have locked. Who do you have in your lineup? What do you got? Talk to me.
So I captained old Bobby Woods because I wanted to get as many good players as I could. So rather than paying up for Brady, I captained Woods, and then I went with a bunch of good players. I got Tom Brady in my lineup. I got Chris Godwin in my lineup. I got Cooper Kupp, Josh Reynolds, who's been better maybe on Madden than he has in real life at times. And then I got the Rams D because I think they could make a play. So we'll see, even though I got obviously a lot of Bucks there. Feels like the winning lineup.
I love how you say that. It's great. Love it. So Bobby Woods, same here. The last Rams sim I did, he went off against the Bears. So I have momentum when he plays and is in a sim. I've got Brady, Godwin, Henderson, Fournette, and O.J. Howard.
All right. So, that also sounds like that could be the winning lineup.
Yeah, could be. And you're rostering your defense. All right.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm a sucker for Aaron Donald and Ramsey, but we'll see.
Okay. That's fair.
They're good players. Tom holds on to the ball a little bit more in Madden than he does in real life.
This is true. Yeah, Jared Goff, he could be a little frustrating. I don't love it when Jared Goff plays
quarterback.
What's that?
You said you don't love it when he plays quarterback, or just when he plays? Period.
No, just in Simland. You know, he's got problems in Simland. And I do not help him. I don't help him. I might be one of his worst critics in Simland, but I genuinely hope he can turn it around. Just not when I'm on the game, because I don't play him.
I think Sean McVay's one of his worst critics in real life right now. Did you hear that quote the other day? McVay said something to the effect of, well, he's our quarterback for now.
Yeah. I think we might have been talking about this, because this is the same was said. John Lynch said the same thing about Jimmy Garoppolo. So there's a lot of questions in the NFC West about the quarterback position.
Yeah, and it's funny because both of those guys are very directly involved in those contracts. I'm not sure exactly. I feel like I should know this, considering that I probably have the best relationships with John and Kyle Shanahan. I've known for 20 years. I don't talk to him anywhere near as much as I would to John. But I don't know how their roster finalization works. That deal wasn't done without both of them okaying it, though. And while Les Snead is in the hierarchy above Sean McVay, they didn't give Jared Goff all that money if McVay was protesting. So they've kind of painted themselves into these corners. The Niners have more flexibility than the Rams do, though, in the short term to move on.
Yep.
We'll see.
All righty, here we go, guys. Rams and Bucks. Tom Brady will teach Jared Goff how to play quarterback. That is the deal here in this sim.
What's Goff's best game? What's his in Simland?
Oh, he made me look bad. He's made me look bad only a couple of times.
But it has happened, right? It's not to the Kirk Cousins level of he barely breaks 22 points. He's only broken 22 points once, right?
Right. He'll go off, though, when you least expect it. And then you'll start to trust him. And then the moment you start to trust him, he'll break your heart. I guarantee it. So, the Bucks will receive Brandon Cristal, Brendan Glasheen here with you, producer Michael, Daniel on the ones and twos, Jim and Zach from the Game Ops team. Here we go. This is the team for the rest of the night here on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Here comes the greatest ever, Sir Tom. I'm rooting for Tom in the Super Bowl because I'm a good fan, unlike others.
Like your back off.
Unlike other commentators who come on here and aren't actively rooting for 12. Just a thought.
So I'm fine with any of these matchups. And so on my Broncos Daily podcast, today I previewed the AFC. So I talked to some pals in KC and talked to Eric Wood. That Fournette is rumbling.
Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling for 36 yards. Leonard Fournette.
I talked to Eric Wood, the old Bills lineman who does Bills radio, and you can talk yourself into any of these outcomes, right? And I talked to a writer in Green Bay and a radio guy in Tampa as well, and everybody's confident, but nobody's overly confident because of Mahomes' injury, and then the other three teams because they know they can lose, right? So it's like there's a cautious optimism, which is fun. The Chiefs, if they were rolling and Mahomes wasn't banged up at all, it might be a little more interesting. Not interesting. They would probably be a little bit cockier, and there's plenty of Chiefs fans who are. But I think we're going to get two good games from 4 teams that all have a legit shot to not only win Sunday, but win in 2 weeks.
It's a great weekend, and the matchups are fantastic. Aaron Rodgers, putting on his media hat, certainly understands the great weekend ahead. You got the 2 old guys, him and Brady, which I don't even think is fair to Rodgers because he's still in his late 30s, and then you have the 2 youngsters in the AFC. It's been all Leonard Fournette out of the gate, all the way to the 15. He's up over 60 rushing yards. Fournette in the $500 free showdown, just 35% in the flex. And Fantasy Hawk points out in the YouTube chat, his guy, tight end 2, O.J. Howard, is more owned in our free roll, Tom teaches Jared how to play quarterback, than in the big $500 contest.
I'm not feeling great about the Rams defense that I rostered, nor not having Fournette. I looked down, saw that Fournette was averaging 10-ish points per sim, and thought, all right, maybe I should play Fournette. I didn't, and I could end up regretting that, as you do have Fournette.
John Luther, hello. JJ Fat, Dominic says, stop it. He's had enough. He's had enough of Leonard Fournette. Give it to him. Give it to him. Up to the 9, 67 yards. Small Ben, David Litzow, CEH, Travis, Congo Cab, Blood Robot. How dare
I'm just
you
now realizing
favorite?
I have 4 Rams to go with just $2. So I really hope it's Chris Godwin here. It's probably going to be Mike Evans.
It does sneak up on you, huh? When you fill up the lineup and all the salary's gone, you're like, oh, I didn't really balance. Oh, and that is a catch.
Scotty
for a
Miller.
touchdown. Scotty!
Vulturing. I'm sure he's on some rosters, right? You had to.
He's the wide receiver 3.
If you paid up somewhere else, you might have rolled with Miller. Kind of wish I would have now instead of Josh Reynolds.
He was someone I thought about, Scotty Miller. So if you have him, as Fred says, Scotty Miller vulture time, called it. Brandon, we had a great sim last night on Wild Weather Wednesday. We had Chiefs, Bills. One of the best,
snow.
in my opinion.
Right? In the snow? In Buffalo?
In the snow. One of the best sims we've had in Madden 21, in my opinion. The final score was 37-30 or 37-31. It was fantastic. Up and down game. The Giants keeping pace with the Chiefs.
Who was? Oh, you said Bills. Giants, Chiefs in the snow at MetLife.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, back-to-back games in the snow at MetLife. I remember reading that on the preview of what was to come Tuesday night as I was winding down the slate. So that's good. The Giants kept pace. So who was the captain to have? Who was the player of the game, or the guy that made the most difference or surprised the most? Maybe that's a better question.
So Daniel Jones hit the bonus. Darius Slayton had 126 receiving yards. So he caught a bomb down the middle of the field inside the 15-yard line, and then roughing the passer was called. So it gave the Giants a chance to win the game at the very end, or at least force overtime. But it was what did I say? I did say Chiefs Bills, my bad. Chiefs Giants. It was just phenomenal. So Slayton was big, and that's a good get because he was a wideout 3. That's a good one. Yeah, he was probably the guy in terms of best value and really boomed.
All right, well, I need a lot of Goff to Cup and Woods here, some end-arounds, get sweep action to make our captain pick worth it. Where's Cup right there?
Attaboy. By the way, everybody, Scotty Miller, 22.7% in the flex. Tom Brady, 64% flex, 11% captain. Jared Goff, He'll learn a thing or two today. 52% flex, 9.5% in the captain spot.
Yeah, I saw a tweet from you earlier, fired up about indoor lacrosse. Do you call those games too?
I do. Yep, at Mohegan.
You got to watch out for the Colorado Mammoth. They are always a force to be reckoned with.
Sure are. Teddy Jenner, former voice now of the Mammoth. He'll land on his feet. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I could not tell you. You could tell me who's calling the games, and I can tell you if I know them or not. I did not know who Teddy Jenner is.
Hey, that's him. He was the guy.
I believe you. I'm saying I do not know who that is.
Okay. All right.
I know Gary Gate, their best player, and maybe the best player in the history of the league.
Yes, Gary played for them. Yep.
Yeah, he's a Syracuse guy. His number's retired at what is now called Ball Arena, formerly Pepsi Center. We don't have to spend too much time in indoor lacrosse, though. Have you been paying attention to these new coaches today, the Dan Campbell press conference?
Yes.
Apparently, Brandon Staley shouted out all the sport clerks and people that work on small newspapers taking calls from coaches late at night to get scores right in the agate.
Watch your kneecaps.
Yeah, you better watch your kneecaps. I'm not sure, one, how you coach that up, and two, how you guard it. I guess you guard against it by just keeping your head on a swivel. But how are you coaching guys to bite kneecaps? But my favorite, so check this out. You know, Jeff McClain covers the Eagles for the Philadelphia Inquirer, and he put this tweet out earlier. So he's covered the Eagles forever there. This is from an NFL source familiar with Nick Sirianni's credentials as head coach now, coming over from the Colts. Good guy, solid candidate, fairly smart but not super smart. Concern is he's likely a top out at a B-level coach, the team that's in the mix to make the playoffs, but not real Super Bowl chance. Low drama, even keel. Smart but not super smart. Okay, and look, not all these coaches are Sean McVay that can remember every play of every game they've ever coached in. But you don't want to be described as not super smart. Smart but not super smart. Look, there's been plenty of dumb coaches. Don't get me wrong. Lots of dumb coaches. There still are. At all levels, from head coach, position coaches, coordinators, high school, college, whatever. Certainly in the college. But it's just funny for someone to describe a new head coach as smart but not super smart.
I kind of do like the head coaches that are not attached to the play sheet and delegate. Good leaders delegate.
Well, no. I'm kind of with you there too, right? The head coach should really coach the coaches. At the same time, more times than not, your head coach has an expertise that's almost unparalleled in a lot of people's cases. The Vic Fangio calling the Broncos defense. You can make the case that it suffers his in-game management stuff. Sean McVay, Sean Payton, Andy Reid calling their team's offense, Kyle Shanahan. And I think it took Andy Reid a long time. Certainly in Philly, there are plenty of Eagles fans that'll tell you he struggled with how he handled in-game stuff because he was focused on calling plays. Vic admitted earlier this year that he was thinking about the defense and forgot to call a timeout, I think in the Titans game. They lost in the opener.
Yeah.
But I am a fan of the CEO head coach that kind of tweaks everything but lets his coordinators call their offense, call their defense, obviously. Special teams is his own thing.
Oh, Henderson stopped at the 2. Darrell Henderson, the third down back for the Rams. And he's been really
Bobby
good
Woods.
with Sims.
Let's go, Bobby Woods.
I'm with you there. I've got Bob Woods in the captain spot. El Paso #1 likes to see Henderson. Congo Cab. Small Ben needs Reynolds.
Oh, come on. Play action here.
Goff. What a handoff by Jared Goff. What a handoff.
How about that?
Brown.
Malcolm Brown vulturing
boo.
Henderson's TD.
Boo.
The former #1 high school running back in the country. That's still one of my favorite little random factoids that he was the #1 running back and Todd Gurley was the #10 running back coming out their senior year.
I kid you not. I can't keep track of days anymore when you're in Simland every day. The day of the week doesn't matter. Malcolm Brown against the Bears. He's only 5% owned in the $500 free contest, so congrats if you rostered him. He ran the ball 6 times for 0 yards.
Okay.
6 for 0 the other day.
So it wouldn't have been the smartest player to roster. Although this is, I know I was giving away my secrets the other night, and Koff was making fun of me for how I build my lineups. He's like, well, you're in 165th place. But in general, I like to look and see what they've done recently, because unless it's a front line, can't miss, Stephon Diggs type, and it's even tough with some of these skill players in this game, but, you know, Mahomes, people like that, if they haven't scored in a couple games, I almost want to roster them. And if they scored last game, but they don't score except once every 3 or 4 games, I'm reluctant to play them because I'm like, well, they just scored last game, so they're not going to score this game. So maybe Malcolm Brown, in that respect, would have been the right play. I would have known. I didn't even click on to see what he did in the last game.
David, who scored for Tampa? Good question. Scotty Miller from Tom Terrific. Both teams scoring on the opening drive.
So I was talking to one of the radio guys in Tampa. They carry the Bucks and obviously.
Who, if you don't mind me asking?
I talked to Pat Donovan.
Okay, never mind.
One of the midday hosts.
Yep.
And we were just talking about how muted everything Super Bowl related is going to be. But I think in a lot of ways, at least for the city of Tampa, the economic boon that you normally get, the boost from a Super Bowl coming, hundreds of millions of dollars that come into your city. And Tampa's not going to get anywhere near that because there's going to be hardly any travel. So from a civic pride standpoint, being the first team to ever host, quote unquote, host a Super Bowl, I think will help mitigate the loss of all the money that's not coming in. If, you know, instead of if it were Green Bay or any other team in this case, but Green Bay's the only team left. So you won't be able to go to the game hardly because the league hasn't even talked about how they're releasing their 10 or 14,000 tickets.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine it's going to be that corporate because the league, maybe, I guess if you're Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser, Bud Light, whatever, or Nike or any of the partners, you'll still take the 2,000 tickets that you're allotted and you can decide who you're giving them to. And if you want to give them all the frontline workers, great. If you have employees that live down there, I don't know exactly how they're going to do it. And maybe that's what they do. They give it to 14,000 frontline workers. But then if you're a frontline worker, you say, no, I can go to the Super Bowl or I can sell it to this Bucks fan for $6,000. I could use 12 grand a lot more than I could use a trip to the Super Bowl.
This is true. Something you have to consider. You can put all that money inside your DraftKings account.
This goes without saying. And this will be the silliest thing I say. But I wish that we were past all this because I love going to the Super Bowl, not just the game, which has been fun to get to cover the last handful of years, but the week of the events are great. And it's one of the biggest perks of the job that we do and that I do is that the places that I've worked have allowed me to go down and cover the week up and be a part of all the cool stuff. Mm-hmm. Hall of Fame, all of that. I mean, the vote already happened. You can mark it down, as I told you before. Peyton Manning's getting in. So I would have had a busier Saturday night. But last year when Steve Atwater got in, as a guy that I worked with when he first moved back to Denver a few years ago, and every day I would introduce him as future Hall of Famer Steve Atwater. Getting to be there to celebrate that moment with him was great. I don't have the same relationship with Peyton as I do with Atwater. But to be there on that Saturday night, you know, we're not going to have that this year. And there's way more things that are worse right now in America and in the world because of COVID that don't involve me or anyone else getting to cover the Super Bowl. I'm ready for all this to be over. I want to go to concerts. People want to go to games. Like really go. I don't mean be one of the 6,000 people that gets to go to an event.
Tom Brady just made me look really bad. Took a sack there on 3rd and 6.
When I rostered that Rams D, I'm probably in first quarter.
Brian said 46 seconds to throw. Nah, I'm good. Come on, Brady. Be better. Be better, Tom. Jared Goff, what do you got? Now 4 for 7. So, someone who I thought you might bring up, who does afternoon drive.
Sure.
Former Boston radio host, Pete Shepard, who was in town. Pete Shepard knows my Aunt Colleen.
Cool.
So when I was a young boy looking to do broadcasting, Mr. Shepard was someone who gave me advice.
What do you say? Don't do it because you'd like to make money instead of calling games from your girlfriend's bedroom?
Yeah, just get a recorder and just keep getting experience.
Just go to a game and call a high school game from the stands.
Yeah.
Which we all did, but it's not glamorous.
He lives in, according to his Twitter, ESPN, Southwest Florida, 99.3.
Yeah, so I talked to one of the guys from WDAE, which is our fellow iHeart station. And
Not
they carry
the
the
same.
Bucks.
Everybody, just to clarify, not the same aunt that gave me the finger on the way home from Maine.
Right.
That's
that was
Aunt
different.
Kelly.
Different aunt.
Different aunt. Colleen is Kelly's sister, who is also sisters with my mother, Kathy. My mom has a lot of sisters. I feel like Coach Carter when he's like, I got a sister. Her name's Diane. This is called the man-to-man defense. Speaking of advice, you know who was once a mentor for yours truly? It was Mr. Adam Kaufman. Did you ever hear that story? Never responded to my email. Well, he did.
Would you really call him a mentor then if he blows you off?
Well, he didn't blow me off.
Unless his mentorship was, hey, kid, this is a tough business. You're going to have a hard time getting a hold of people. That was the lesson.
Long story short, when I moved back to my hometown, Lowell, Massachusetts, I worked at a small radio station, started my own show. And I was like, ooh, I want to talk Celtics. It's November. Hey, this Adam Kaufman guy covers the Celtics. He does stuff at 98.5 The Sports Hub, covers the team. This guy went to Syracuse. Like, yeah, Kaufman. Let me hit him up. Shoot him an email. Not, hey, Brendan, thanks for reaching out. Really appreciate you and thinking of me. Instead, it was, so, where does this air? I'm like, 980 WCAP in Lowell. So, of course, now that I know him on a personal level, just so many questions. I asked him the question first. Comes back with 80 questions. He did eventually join me. It was I think it was opening night.
Okay.
I'm grateful for that. I do have the email saved. So.
What I like is that there are a lot of people who cover the Celtics. You could have reached out to the broadcast team. You could have reached out to Mannix and some other people with probably a higher profile. But you figured Koff is kind of that middle tier. This guy will get back to me. We're both Syracuse guys. And eventually it worked out. You know, I feel bad because I'll have somebody hit me up on LinkedIn from time to time. And I'll almost always, because I don't really like using the app, I'll give them my work email. And there's a guy that hit me up on LinkedIn, and I go, hey, email me and we can talk. He's a former player that, you know, bounced around to a bunch of practice squads, and he's in like Lehigh Valley in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And so I just never got back to him after he emailed me. He's like, hey, I just want to kind of shoot the breeze, whatever, see if you have any advice. I don't know how he ended up on me. A lot of people will, this I'm sure happens to you or has happened to you. They hit you up and they think you can get them a job at somewhere where you work. And I'm always quick to say, hey, I'm in charge of nobody and we're on a hiring freeze, which is almost always the case. But I'm happy to give you any advice or point you in the right direction. But there's definitely been some times where I've told people to do that. They email me almost immediately and I forget to get back to them. And I feel bad. Because I'll do it later. Like, it's never that I don't get back to them. I just don't do it in a timely manner. I'm like, well, now I just seem like a jerk getting back to you 2 months later.
Yeah. Brother Phil, therapists charge a lot of money for advice like this, Clash. Yeah, no, it was great. And, you know, ever since, now, when I first started working with him at DraftKings, I was like, hey, I don't know if you remember this, but you were on my radio show. And he's like, really? So clearly, clearly he didn't remember.
Remember it? See, I'll admit, and look, I've covered the Broncos now for 14 years. I've done a lot of radio shows. But, and I guess I wouldn't remember everyone, but if they told me, I don't think I would sound bewildered. I'd be like, oh, yeah. And I would try to think, what did we talk about? I mentioned Lehigh Valley. I used to go on their ESPN station every year to do the mock draft. And then they just quit calling me this year. So I actually texted the guy. I'm like, hey, what's up? He's like, oh, we just didn't do it. So, like, I picked for the Broncos for like 8 straight years.
I brought this up a long time ago on the stream, but we always have new viewers. 2nd and 3, by the way. Tampa has the ball. Tom, come on, buddy. You can do it. At the Rams 40-yard line. Scotty Miller has been the show. Oh, there we go. Different guy. Chris Godwin this time.
Nice. He's on my roster.
Let's see if I can find this.
Brady's pretty efficient.
Give it. Here we go.
So do you have a good story of getting big time? I feel
Here we
like
go.
I've
Real
told
quick.
my Joe Buck story, but I'm happy to again.
I'll make this quick. October 26th, 2015. Hi, Adam. I have a sports talk show from 7 to 9 on Wednesday nights. I was wondering if you'd like to come on during the first hour to chat Celtics. Obviously, you've been keeping close tabs on them with your Saturday morning show on 98.5. Would love to have you on. Hope we can work something out. Have a great week. Best, Brendan. I was so polite to him.
That's very polite, but you didn't mention the Syracuse thing. That's got to be where you lead.
I think he was kind of one of those things, like, I didn't want to be like that guy. Like,
That's why you go to that school, for obviously the education that you got, but you want to have that shared experience. Fellow Syracuse alum here.
To be totally fair, now looking back, because he says, where's the show air? He probably had to ask that because if he was going on a competitor.
Yeah, right.
That's why. At the time, though, I'm like, this jerk want to know where it's aired. Just come on and join me. Please.
I just think you missed an opportunity, though, to mention Syracuse. An obvious one that isn't offensive. I don't think he... I know this. Whenever anybody hits me up from Kansas, then I'm always quick to write him back. Hey, fellow Jayhawk, here, thinking about getting into broadcasting. I usually tell him don't. But... it's a good opener.
I can't do that. I can't.
It's a good opener. Well, so other than Koff, not even really big timing you there, just asking where it airs so that he could get cleared by his boss. Have you been big timed at any point by somebody that you were excited to talk to or hoping that you would get on a show or do something with?
No, not really.
Like in college, you're calling a game for Cuse and
true story.
Say hi to Jay Billis and he blows you off. And I'm not picking on Jay Billis.
Took a picture with Billis, McDonough. Cool. They're great.
McDonough, fellow Syracuse alum, so
yes.
He's not gonna blow you off.
Sean McDonough, live for Syracuse and UConn. You know who's great? Now I'm in story mode. You got me in story mode. Suck up here for the field goal. There we go, 10-7. I kid you not, my senior year, Syracuse football, not very good at the time, playing Tulane.
So almost any year ever?
I interviewed Joe Montana. Wow.
Why? His kid was playing at Tulane?
His kid, I think his first name was Nick, was in a fifth-year grad. It was a grad transfer playing quarterback.
Yeah. His name's still Nick.
Yes. Yes, his name. I don't think he's changed his name to Ocho Cinco.
But yeah, he went to a couple of schools. Where did he start? He definitely did not start at Notre Dame like his dad. Where did he start? I feel like Fresno or something.
Joe Montana's son, Nick, who I had spoken to for a story.
Oh, Washington Huskies. And then Tulane.
So Nick Montana, I got on the phone with him through the school, through the sports information director.
Right.
And I said to myself, like, all right, I'm gonna ask Nick when we're done if he doesn't mind. Just throw it out there. Like, hey, maybe I can talk to his dad. And if I feel like he might get that question all the time, but whatever, I'll give it a shot. He was super cool about it. He's like, yeah, that's not a problem. I'll let him know and he'll give you a call. I kid you not. See, it's my fault and I don't have proof. I had 3 voicemails from Joe Montana. 3.
3?
3. And I didn't save any of them.
Well, that's weird. Did he give you his number or that office number that you can get a hold of him that usually?
I think he called me through his agent's phone.
Okay.
But what happened was, I'm not making this up. I don't have proof though. Joe Montana shattered his phone. He was in the middle of Denver going to like a family function or something. And he left me a voicemail and said, hey, Brendan, it's Joe. Just dropped his name like, hey, it's Joe. Like,
hey,
just
Joe
some
here.
regular guy. He didn't say Joe Montana. He just said, hey, it's Joe. I would call you on my phone, but I shattered it. So I'm getting a new phone. Whatever. Anyway, I left my psychology class and sprinted to the radio station because the agent finally got a hold of me. And my phone was at like 2%, and we did the interview. It's on my SoundCloud page. What's the big phone?
Pretty good. So my favorite getting blown off story, and I've been blown off by different people at different levels, but Joe Buck, who is a great guy and has always been really good to me the times I've run into him. But I think I just caught him on a day where he didn't feel like doing anything. You know, I used to work with Bill Moss, who was his partner before Aikman, and we went to his golf tournament from Kansas City. We drove over to St. Louis. So I'd had his number, and I get to Denver. This is now probably 3 years later. It's like 07 or 08. So maybe 4 or 5 years after we were at that golf tournament. He answers the phone. Hello. And I go, hey, Joe, Brandon Cristal. I used to work with Bill Moss trying to get you on the radio here in Denver for Alfred Williams, Scott Hastings. Sorry, you've got the wrong number. It was definitely Joe Buck. And what's funny is, his wife's from Denver, and one of her very best friends in the world is one of my really good friends. And I've told them the story, but I've never actually told Joe the story again. Now, he only comes to town a couple times a year to work. He comes a lot more than that to visit his wife's family. But I don't see him those times.
Well, we have Joe Buck on these Sims all the time. He's a guest. So I don't know if you knew that. Yeah.
I did not know that. Someone else wrote that Joe Buck is on the Sims all the time. How have I missed all of this? I know about Winalda.
Well, it's a combination. Like, you have to have Aikman comes with Joe, and they have to be together.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So
that makes sense.
Sorry, man. Yeah. That's how it works.
Maybe next time.
Over on Twitch, I put the link. There's 60 of you on Twitch. I put the link in there if you're interested. Not a problem if you're not. I understand.
I feel like I brought this up on one of our Sims. If not, I brought it up somewhere. It might have been on the radio. But when Donald Trump was banned from all that social media, he was also banned from Twitch. Do we think he's jumping on the Dream Stream and now he can't because they took away his Twitch credentials? I get Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and all of that, but Twitch piling on the banning just seemed like kicking a man while he's down. I don't think he's streaming Call of Duty or Fortnite. Gosh, right?
Yeah.
It just felt unnecessary. Felt over the top.
I would agree.
It would be an amazing story if you found out that he was on Twitch all the time watching other people play Fortnite.
Oh, Henderson, get in. Thank you. Daryl Henderson
first place.
Jr.
I'm guessing.
Carter Robinson, Joe Buck, tell him he's got the wrong number. Come on, you got it. You got to do it. Tell him how you got the wrong number.
Yeah, when I see him another time, I'll try to bring it up. It's just funny. I think I told Koff the Bob Knight story about Bob Knight blowing off Gottlieb.
No, I haven't heard this.
So Gottlieb's first year at ESPN, we're working together in Oklahoma City, and he's doing a bunch of ESPN regional games. His dad was at Ohio State when Bob Knight was there. So they've known each other. His dad was a high school coach and a college coach. So Doug does one of their games, Texas Tech, TCU. And TCU wasn't in the Big 12. So who cares who the game is? So he's in Lubbock. But they actually had two different SIDs. Bob Knight had his own SID, then they had the regular basketball SID. And his name was, I want to say, Randy Farley. So he's like, hey, hit Randy up. He said that he'll try to get Coach Knight on. So okay. Email him, hey, Randy. Brandon Cristal was the email. I work with Doug Gottlieb. I know you just did your game. He's got your game again in a couple weeks. He does a radio show noon to 3, but would be willing to tape with Coach literally any time that Coach is free. He can come into the studio and we can get him on the phone. And I get an email back one line. Sorry, that time won't work for us. I was like,
oh, God.
Okay. All right. That time won't work for us. All time ever. Anytime.
Oh, man. That is, you put the name to that story, it makes a little sense.
The funnier thing was, so I worked here, so Irv Brown was a Denver radio institution. I don't know even who you'd compare him to in Boston. I don't know if he's comparable in a lot of places. He was a Colorado high school legend as a basketball player and baseball player. He coached baseball at CU before they took the program away. And he reffed in the NCAA. He reffed 6 Final Fours. So all the college coaches knew him, loved him, / hated him like they do with the big refs, Ted Valentine, people like that. But I tell you what, if we ever needed to get Bob Knight on the radio, I would just call up that same guy or whoever or call Coach Knight directly and leave a voicemail. Hey, Coach, Irv Brown wants to get you on. He'd call me back within an hour, and he'd be on that day.
Wow.
Or if he missed us because he was hunting. Whenever he got the message, he was on that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, he'd come on and rip her for blowing a call in the Final Four. We get John Thompson on. You name it. Those old school coaches, when Irv Brown wanted them on, they came on. It was awesome. Tarkanian, and I was lucky enough to work with Coach Tark at Sirius a million years ago. Well, so I could get Coach Tark myself, but he would come on for Irv.
Yeah.
Like, Irv, I'm still so effing pissed at you. And we'd have to bleep him. 1977. Tark, great. Thankfully, I don't have too many of those stories where, like the Joe Buck story. The Joe Buck one's almost funnier because there's definitely him. But where a guy's just like screw off. Not Warren Moon. Warren Moon's great. For the most part. Warren Sapp lived up to the billing. Every interaction that I ever had with him. But he's like that with everybody, so I appreciate it. Same as like a Jay Cutler. If you're going to be a jerk to everyone. Don't be selective.
I'd have to really sit and think about. Oh man, Brady going for it all here to close the half. Oh, Tom, you gotta warm up your arm there and really chuck it next time. Wow, the Rams are winning.
Just like we predicted. That's why I have all these Rams on my roster.
Yeah. I interviewed Terry Rozier once. That was kind of cool when he was at Louisville. Him and Montrezl Harrell were at the Carrier Dome. They played Michigan State in the Elite Eight. That was a cool game. Great game.
Yeah.
Denzel Valentine was the star
Michigan
player
State,
for Michigan State. That was cool. That was great. Great experience.
I also forget how old you are or aren't, so you don't have as much just life random encounters that you will have if we do this again in 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. You put it that way.
I mean, there's only so much you can do in a certain amount of time. I'm a lot older than I act, so. I'm 42 years old, dude. It's me, Drew Brees, and Brady. We're the last three hanging on.
Hanging on by a needle. Reynolds, 5 for 39. Wow.
Glad I got him on my lineup.
Godwin's having a decent game. He picked it up. Scotty Miller has a touchdown.
I'm in 59th place in our contest.
Where am I at? I'm in 146th. How is that possible? Well,
it's like Fournette and Henderson weren't the way to go, apparently.
Scores are still being updated here.
El Paso #1 wants to know if I ever cross paths with Montez and Boulder. He almost got in the game the other day for Washington. Only in the pre-draft process, honestly, because I just don't cover the Buffs. I'll go to a Buffs game here and there. But, yeah, Montez, good kid. I got to talk to him at the Senior Bowl and all that. So there's your random Steven Montez for our pal from El Paso. I just like that he's a huge Jordan guy. His Twitter handle's @AirMontez.
It's a good handle. Air Montez. Let me check it out.
Really, Air anyone. I think if you've got the cojones to call yourself Air Glash, you could do it. You could pull it off.
Yeah, make my own shoe with me and a razor shaving off an eyebrow.
Or at least the side of your head.
Or that. Kevin David is in second place. And I see a K. KW. Abvin. Madden Crazy is in first in our free roll. Rob Rand is in sixth. By the way, 186 entries, almost filled. We have one open for Madden After Dark. If you want to get involved, Bills at the Cowboys later on tonight.
I'm going to pick
Carter
the Cowboys.
Robinson has a question. Do you think that Aaron Rodgers will sign another contract with the Packers?
I think he has 3 more years.
Maybe his question is, will he be a Packer for the rest of his life?
When I was talking to the kid from The Athletic, Matthew Schneidman, today, he said that...
Syracuse guy.
Okay.
Matt Schneidman, yeah.
Yeah, so he covers him for The Athletic. He and I were talking, we started out because Ted Thompson passed away, the great GM there for the Packers. And I was like, oh, so how long have you been on the beat? He's like, this is my second year. Well, I'm guessing you probably don't have a lot of contacts. He's like, no. Thankfully that the president and the GM and the coach all talked. So we were able to just use that sound because he does not have scouts and assistant GMs that have gone other places because he just got there. But anyway, he was talking, he was the one who told me that Rodgers has either had when they drafted Jordan Love or has 3 years left on his deal. I just can't see a world where Rodgers wins the MVP and you're still thinking about moving on. He has, after this year, 2 more years. They can't cut him. I guess they could cut him, actually. 17. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong year. 3 years. It's 2021. I threw off my reading here on the Spoke Track. 2021, 2022, 2023. They can't cut him this year. It's $31 million dead money. Why would you cut him? You could certainly trade him. You could cut him after next year, and it'll cost $17 million in dead money. I say cost. That's just it's prohibitive, but it's not an actual payment you have to make to anyone. I just don't understand how Jordan Love's a better option. Explain to me when and where. Because Jordan Love is not the next, well, maybe he is the next Aaron Rodgers. But Aaron Rodgers is still the current Aaron Rodgers. And unlike Brett Favre, he's not threatening to retire every year.
It's true.
The A.J. Dillon move makes a little more sense. I didn't love the pick in the second round. But if they're going to let Aaron Jones walk, then Dillon walks into a starting job next year.
Let's see. JJ Fatt is giving up on me. And Robert Woods in the captain spot. We both put Woods in the captain spot.
Somebody says here, Vidal Way says Aaron going to the Jags. I'll take the field. I'll say of all the teams, he is not going to the Jags, but they're going to ride with Trevor Lawrence.
Reynolds again, 6 for 53.
Whoa. Martin Mayhew. Oh, is not the GM in Washington. I thought it looked like that was a done deal. Oh, will be the new GM in Washington. Okay, sorry. Will be, because it will not be.
Jared Goff, what are you doing? What are you doing? Sad man. Just, it's like taking candy from a baby. Come on, Tom. Show him how it's done.
Seventh time Goff has coughed it up.
Again, this is only sim Jared Goff. If I ever met him in person, I would say hi to him.
He was okay on the show Ballers, where he played himself in one episode.
He did?
Yeah.
Huh.
Right, season 2, maybe?
Oh, okay. I'm still on season 1. Like, I've watched like 2
season
episodes.
2 or season 3. Oh, I'm definitely not ruining Ballers by telling you Jared Goff makes a cameo as himself. Maybe season 2.
Smash that like button, guys. First time asking it tonight. Let's try to get to 400 likes. I think that's Shady McCoy.
That was shady. Rojo is non-existent on this thing.
No, he is the RB2, and Leonard Fournette gets much of the attention. Shady McCoy, third down back. Fournette is the power back.
So I don't follow much hockey, let alone Bruins hockey. I keep an eye on the Avs. But Dan Wetzel, the esteemed columnist for Yahoo, just put up a poll. Will the Boston Bruins score a 5-on-5 goal this season? No, never. Where is possible? Dan went to UMass, and I guess he's from the Massachusetts area. Just lived in Detroit for a long time.
Okay.
I guess the Bruins having a hard time putting the biscuit in the basket.
Earl Sparks, who's in the chat, has said that this sim is going poorly, or something like the Bruins are having just as much luck scoring than like Tampa. And Tom, what is that?
Well, so Koff tricked me into, or kind of conned me into doing hockey showdown for $1,000 once last week, and I beat him. My plan was to use all Avalanche players. I ended up using I just took someone's lineup from Twitter, and it beat him, but it was a bunch of Toronto players that I had never heard of. That same night, though, had I used all Avs players, they won 8-0 over the Blues. So I probably would have still been victorious. He and I are in an NBA contest tonight. Are you going against him?
Yeah, same. I caved. I'm back involved with the NBA.
I beat him last night. I'm rostering Giannis, LeBron, and AD, which means the rest of my team stinks. Well, LeBron's got 26 points.
Yeah, I've got that game on over here. I'm a little behind because I'm streaming, but I stacked up the later games. Yeah. I lost last night, everybody. I know I got on here whining about NBA, but I only lost by 20. It's close. It's amazing. NBA, you feel like you're in it all night.
The whole night. Unless you play everybody on the East Coast and have no being over the
Right. You're like, oh, yeah, I'm fine. Like, I just need 50 from Oladipo. I got this. And you're like, oh, wait a second. I need like 80.
I think he's going to beat me. I don't know. I guess we'll see what Giannis and AD are kind of canceling each other out and sucking.
Want to shout out our great team here with us. Jim and Zach updating scores. Producer Michael and Daniel on the 1s and 2s. I will mention producer Michael has informed us Jared Goff has fumbled 7 times. 7 lost fumbles for Jared Goff. He does not bring joy to the streams normally. So it's best you just stay away.
Cap City Niner said first time playing this, played Rojo. SMH.
So, Cap City, you want to go to Madden Stream's info page. You will see the depth charts that are used for these sims. It is not like real life. Do not follow the Game Center for that information. You want to find that on the DK Playbook Madden Stream's info page. See, Malcolm Brown, you'll find as an RB1, but he also can tease you. He doesn't do much. He has scored a touchdown tonight. Ronald Jones is the RB2. Leonard Fournette is the RB1. So rarely do we see Ronald Jones. Rarely. So, but thanks for playing, and thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you. We got about 500 of you watching. Jared Goff, don't mess this up. You're at the Tampa 32.
You and I are doing a game on Saturday, right?
I don't think so. I'm working the night games with Lamar.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm doing both with Koff, or one with Rossi, one with Koff. So this will be the last time we talk, unless we, talk offline, so to speak. I'm curious how you see these games shaking out Sunday. You can think about it some, or you can give me one answer now and completely change it in the next sim if I ask the question again.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll sit on it. We'll address it next sim.
That's what you call a big-time tease. So everybody in the chat, no matter what you're doing, if you want to know what Air Glass thinks of the championship games on Sunday, you're going to have to wait, at least to hear what he tells me. Because you are doing more sims, so you can tell other people the same thing or something else. I am also going to stream the basketball game now, just to keep an eye on it. Don't tell anybody.
Oh, man, they're going to be excellent games. I know who I want.
I want it to be God, I do not want a 10-9 game.
3rd and 6, Jared Goff from the 29, all the time, Jared. All the time. He got rid of it. Oh, and it's caught. Reynolds again.
Reynolds, get in. You're on my roster. Come on, Josh.
So
nice. I got Contavious Caldwell-Pope. He just hit a 3.
I'll tell you. Okay, I'll just get to that. Look, you asked. I know what I want. I want Tampa, Kansas City. Okay.
Brady versus Mahomes.
I think here in New England, Tampa, Buffalo, I think people are overblowing this. Like, oh, if Brady leaves the AFC East and Jared Goff, that was bad. I think we're overblowing this whole thing. Like Brady leaves the AFC East. It's a good story. Don't get me wrong. Like Brady leaves the AFC East. Buffalo gets all the way to the Super Bowl, and what do they know? They run into Brady. I think that'll be a cool story for like 3 days, and then we're over it. I think the country wants to see Rodgers, Mahomes, or Brady, Mahomes. I think there's also Brady fatigue, which I acknowledge. Oh, Jared Goff, come on. Cooper Kupp was wide open.
So, Koff and I had this conversation the other day when you talk about Patriots fatigue, and just the idea of being a Patriots fan is similar to being an Alabama or Ohio State football fan. I certainly talk about Jayhawk basketball in the tournament. There's less joy and almost always relief when they win a game until they get to the Elite Eight and win that game to get to the Final Four. It's just relief, never excitement. He goes, yeah, I bet the Bucs fans kind of feel that too. So when I talked to that dude from Tampa, he's like, yeah, absolutely not. I go, no, don't worry, I already set them straight. They're not relieved. Everybody in Tampa is excited that Tom Brady's there and loving every win. But their expectation, they're not wired to be, jaded the way Patriots are. Or have become, I guess.
I think no matter what, the NFL is in a great spot. Kareem and David Garcia want to see Bills-Packers.
I don't think it's a bad matchup. That's what's going to be fun. If the Rams were going to get in, that would suck because this team's not fun to watch. Like when you look at the teams over there last weekend, the Browns would have been fun if they could have somehow made it.
Congo Cab, thanks for hanging out, despite the fact your lineup has not been good. Higbee, 37% in the $500 free contest, 5% in the captain.
Tried to roster and he cost him.
Yeah, that happens. All right, well, this isn't good for my Jared Goff. I don't want to call it hatred, but I guess it kind of goes there. He's up 11 now. Something tells me Tom can still pull this one out. And Jared Goff he's been known to operate a comeback for him. Yeah,
that's great.
Come on, Tom.
Dude, that throw. Jeez, maybe you should retire.
11. Honestly, in Simland, 11 of 18 for 97 yards. That is just gross.
Very Jared Goff-like.
Yeah.
Oh wait, those are Brady's numbers.
Those are Brady's.
No,
I hate you.
Still, not good.
Travis says, finally into money. Nice, man. You're Shady McCoy.
Being in the money in the third quarter is great. Being in the money at the end of the game is really what matters. I'm pulling for you, Travis.
So, from what I've read up on, I guess the snow is not going to be as much of a factor. It's going to be cold at Lambeau. But I do question if Tampa's going to be able to go into there with a lot of things against them.
6,000 fans or 7,000 fans, something like that.
That was a loud crowd, man. I was impressed by the Green Bay crowd against the Rams.
Well, and they're adding 500 more people.
That's 500 more than last game.
You're right. So it's going to be even louder.
Yeah. Oh, man, I want Tampa to win, but I think it's going to be Green Bay. I do.
Well, Green Bay feels, I don't know if they feel like a better team. Feels like they're playing better top to bottom. Their defense has been really solid. They've run the ball like the Ravens from last year, right? They're averaging 150, 170 yards on the ground, it seems like, every game.
Yep. Well, Tampa's running the ball too, so.
Yeah, right. Tampa has been running the ball. It's just for a team that has the MVP who's thrown 48 touchdowns, their running game has really certainly allowed him to do that to some degree because they've been so good, whether it's Jones or even Williams and A.J. Dillon. It's a kind of a nice three-headed attack. The Bucs have all the talent, but it just always feels like there's something missing a lot of the time.
Uh-huh. Oh, they've been on a roll. They won their last 4 games of the regular season. They were 7-5, which is like weird to think. They found a little formula here, but I'll tell you right now, here's what I can say with certainty, and I think everyone would agree, is Gronk makes the catch right by midfield. There is no way, because Aaron Rodgers was awful in the matchup in the regular season.
Yeah, 38-10. It was not a good effort.
He was like 3 for 13 at one point in a pick 6 early in that game when they met in Tampa. There is no way. If Aaron Rodgers plays like 40% better than Drew Brees, it's a game. Like, there's no way Rodgers is going to play as bad as Brees just did. And the Bucs, I'm not trying to take credit away, they won that game by 10, and like their defense had to make big plays. So offensively, I think Tampa needs to be even better.
Yeah.
And look, they were put in positions to succeed offensively because of their defense.
Sure. And we get that it works hand in hand. Their pass rush needs to be better, though. And Aaron Rodgers is not one to take a lot of sacks. He's without Bakhtiari, although the O-line is playing well.
Yep.
You take away the best left tackle in football this year and one of the best in the last half dozen. You're not going to be as good, even though you're versatile and they move Billy Turner out there to play for Bakhtiari. But Shaq Barrett needs to look like a guy that is being paid as one of the top edge rushers in the league after leading the league in sacks a year ago. JPP, with his 7.5 fingers, needs to get all of them on Aaron Rodgers. And Ndamukong too. Also, they're getting Vita Vea back. Vita Vea had a sack in this game. I get that it's a video game, so there's that. But Vita Vea is back in real life. And he takes up so much space, so much attention, that it will allow Ndamukong Suh and JPP and Shaq Barrett to make plays.
And here's another big question. Green Bay, a lot of times, and this is what I hope for Aaron Rodgers' sake, he's playing with this chip on his shoulder that everyone thinks Green Bay's a front-running team. And can they win games at the end? Like,
yes.
The clutch gene. Because if you look at fourth quarter comebacks, Aaron Rodgers does not have many.
He does have some Hail Marys.
He does. That is true. He does have some Hail Marys. He had a great throw. I remember the game he had in Dallas where he threw an unbelievable ball to, it was a year or two ago. I forget. But no, I know that's true.
To beat the Cowboys, Dak Prescott's rookie year?
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Oh, what a play. What a play by Mike Evans.
I thought he was down on the one, but he refused to give up.
Yep. Way to be, Mike Evans. He's someone that I worry about, Mike Evans, at Lambeau, in real life.
His tattoos will keep him warm.
Tampa will go for 2 to make it a field goal game.
He had 1 catch the other day, but he made it count. It was for a touchdown.
Well, yeah, and this is something I've been saying too about Tampa, and this is a credit to Mike Evans. Come on, Tom, you can't do that. Well,
you can hold for 9 seconds so that Michael Brockers. That's not a real sack, by the way. That was a 2-point conversion. So.
Look, Brady. If you look at the numbers from that game against the Saints, Evans, Godwin, Gronkowski, Antonio Brown, Brady completed, I forget, 20-something, close to 30 balls. Only 7 receptions between those 4. So, they're all playing in their roles. Like, if Evans is okay with being that red zone threat, they're gonna be fine.
Well, this is a time of year where you don't need 6 catches for. It's what he did against Washington, 6 for 118. But you just need to win games. You don't get more money based on your playoff stats typically. I guess if you're a Super Bowl MVP and you play the way Von Miller did it on the road to Super Bowl 50, that might help his contract. But Mike Evans is under a big contract. You just do whatever they need you to do to win the next game. AB, where's Antonio Brown? I didn't look at the Bucs practice report today.
I saw a report on SportsCenter earlier today that he is. Bruce Arians said it's too early to tell if he'll be able to play this weekend. The Tampa Bay Bucs ESPN reporter, I forget her name.
Jenna Lane.
Yep, that's what she said on her live report. So, all right, Jared.
Down at James Palmer's Twitter. It says, quote, Bruce Arians told me one of the biggest challenges on Sunday for the Bucs, stopping something Aaron Rodgers is the best in football at doing. Well, now I got to click on the report to find out what that is. The argument about not coming from behind, and I know you need to be able to do that. Tiger Woods isn't great at coming from behind, but you know what he does do? Lead from the front really, really well. And I'm not saying they're the same guy by any means, it's a different sport. But just being up the whole time also works.
Yeah, so look, and you know something, I thought of this too. Think of the last couple of NFC Championship games. They've been blowouts. They haven't been close games. The closest game might have been Rams-Saints with the awful PI call. But some of these have been blowouts. So if Tampa wins, in my opinion, it's going to be close. If Green Bay wins, they might smoke them. So, but my gut, I thought the same about the Saints, but I was not high on the Saints all year. So I said, I think Tampa's going to go in there and beat them because it's hard to beat a team 3 times. I know it's like a cliche argument, whatever. I truly don't know. I think it's been good for Tampa that they've been on the road for this whole experience. I really do.
Well, and just they're still figuring each other out. There's a chance they're actually better next year, assuming Brady can play just to this level.
Sure. Look at Rodgers in year 2 with Matt LaFleur.
But, and if he gets more of an offseason, just get these guys all on the same page and work the way he wants to work.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, so I had the Saints early in the year, or at the beginning of the year as my Super Bowl pick, Saints and Chiefs. And I think I said it to you when we were talking about quarterbacks last week and where I ranked Josh Allen fantasy-wise. But I just didn't trust Drew Brees' arm, and he showed us that we should not do that in the playoffs. That's exactly what he showed us. Vita Vea again, another sack.
Yep.
But Brees, just like I saw with Peyton Manning here, and it wasn't apples to apples, but when it goes, it goes. For Brady, it still hasn't. That's how he threw 40 touchdowns this year. Certainly for Rodgers, who's 5 or 6 years younger than Brees, and add one more to be that much younger, a year and a half than Brady.
Yep.
they can still make every single throw. Certainly Rodgers can, but Brady seems that he can too for the most part. His bigger issue is timing, I think. Just with everybody. I'm not saying his timing is off. I'm saying the offense just isn't as dialed in as he wants to be.
Jordan Lindenbaum, thanks for this note here. Someone in the chat, forgot who, in the situation, the same team actually does win if someone plays each other for a third time. Well, in that case, right, it would be a divisional matchup. And what I would say to that is, well, I guess actually, never mind. There's a lot of teams like Tampa and New Orleans, from a talent perspective, it's a very even matchup.
Yeah, Cleveland and Pittsburgh played each other 3 times this year. We've seen the Ravens and Steelers do it before in the playoffs, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Those are fairly balanced teams.
Chiefs and Broncos over the years, as well as Chiefs and Chargers a couple times in the Peyton Manning era, at least once.
Henderson just made that catch. They're going to kick a field goal. Oh, wow. This helps Tampa. This guy ain't making this. Sloman from 54?
I bet he bangs it through.
They can go for it. What are they doing?
Nailed it.
Not even close.
Almost hit the cameraman.
Just gave the Bucs the game.
We'll see. When does Brady come back in a game to win, especially against Goff? Well, he's beaten Goff the whole game that time. That was a boring Super Bowl.
You think so?
No one likes defense. Even if you play defense, you like defense. No one wants to watch a 13-3 game in the Super Bowl. You don't need it to be 45-42.
Yeah, that's fair. Sam Sloman, ladies and gentlemen. Kick accuracy, 71. Kick power, 92.
Neither on display then.
What is Sean McVay doing?
Dime for Scotty Miller. Brady, if he could get a bonus for 200, he'd be all over.
4th and 1 at midfield, you go for it, or whatever, wherever the.
Hand it to Malcolm Brown.
They're at the 37, more than midfield. Go for it.
Let your defense make a play.
Where's the tablet guy? Come on, tablet man.
Sean does it all in his head.
2nd and 4, Tom.
What a bad throw. He had 2 guys and missed both of them. Like Jared Goff there.
How much? So I don't know. I don't think I've asked you this because I asked Tommy Freeze Pops last night. How much? It seems like a stupid question, but you might really believe in everything else Kansas City has. Are you still like Kansas City's going to be just fine no matter what the stat? Assuming Mahomes plays, but even if what if it's like iffy in terms of his feel and how he's feeling on Sunday night? Or do you like Buffalo?
I certainly like Buffalo to make it a game either way, but with a vulnerable Patrick Mahomes is dealing with a toe, and I don't know what's going on nerve damage wise or nerve pain wise, then it's certainly going to be unsurprising if Buffalo wins. If Patrick can't go, and I just don't know in what world that's actually the case, then I 100% think the Bills will win. I don't think Chad Henne can beat the Bills in the AFC title game. But I do think it'll be a close game. I hope it's a close game. I think Patrick Mahomes is going to win a bunch of Super Bowls. I don't care if he catches Tom Brady or doesn't. Plenty of people in Kansas City care about that. He cares about that. He's a phenomenal player. He's assaulting the record books, and I think he's going to continue at this pace. There's a chance this is the best team that he ever has, and I say that to say they're just going to keep losing guys. You can't keep teams together, especially once your quarterback's making $50 million. Whatever he's going to be making. So you'll keep Kelsey for a couple more years. You'll try to keep Tyreek Hill. Then you move on, right? You keep Chris Jones till the end of his contract. And you hope that the guys behind them, and I don't mean guys on the roster, I'm saying the guys that they draft in the coming years, can give Patrick enough. And the salary cap will continue to go up and all of that. But as much as I want to see him win a bunch of Super Bowls, I don't necessarily need to see him win 4 in his first 4 years or whatever doing it. I guess 4 in his first 6, technically. But you know what I'm saying? I don't need to see him win every Super Bowl going forward.
All right. Well, there's a lot of really good young quarterbacks in the AFC.
The AFC is
Tom, watch out. Tom. Oh, no, don't do that. That must have hurt.
The closer he gets to the goal line, the more he just likes to hold on to the ball for an hour and a half. Leonard Floyd.
Now, Tampa still has 3 timeouts. Back-to-back completions to Godwin, Small Ben. So zip it. He's been better. I'm just kidding. All right. Gog wants Evans. Sticks wants Godwin. Brian wants Evans. 2nd and goal, 14. Brady complete to Godwin. He'll stop the clock. Brady up to 2:22. Dugon _SS is leading our free roll. He's in the chat. What's up? Smash that like button, guys. This one winding down, about 600 watching the final sweat. Here we go. Brady on 3rd and goal from the 10. Looks, delivers, caught. Scotty Miller hops out of bounds. Stops the clock, which is good. Still 3 timeouts for Tampa, but it's 4th and goal. This is the game. Come on, Tom.
Defensive penalty here. Watch defensive penalty.
Imagine. Come on,
I'm in
Tom.
78th place.
Tom, you can't lose to Jared Goff, or I have to retire from calling Sims.
You know what's going on right now while we're broadcasting? The iHeart Radio Podcast Award.
Tom.
Touchdown. Mike Evans.
Oh, no, he was out of bounds.
What?
Oh.
Why is he clapping?
Oh. Watch this again. You got to see that replay.
They've got to review this in the booth, right?
Oh. Come on. No. You can't do this to me, Tom. Oh, I think 1 foot was out.
I'll read the results to the iHeart Podcast Awards next.
Oh, both review. Oh. See it again. Imagine. There's no way.
Nope. 1 foot out, 2 feet out.
Nope, 1 foot's out.
Both feet are out.
Well, it's a turnover, which means there is a review. Yeah, Luke Murphy, you're right. Damn. Well, they still have 3 timeouts. Are they going to pass? Is he going to pass? Shotgun.
Inside handoff.
Inside handoff. Probably. Yeah, there it is.
Darrell Henderson Jr., garbage time yards. So do you want me later to look up the results of the iHeart Podcast Awards?
Did you win anything?
I didn't. No, this is the national. iHeart has decided to give out national awards. So, like, they'll give Mark Maron an award. They'll give Joe Rogan an award. iHeart's taken it upon themselves, and I get that's the company I work for, to not only make themselves the leader in podcasting by clearing everyone's podcast on their platform, but also been giving out awards. Like Conan O'Brien won the award last year for Best Ad Reads. And if you listen to Conan's podcast, it's accurate. He does do the best ad reads.
Well, 21 seconds. There is 1 timeout remaining, but the sim is over. Jared Goff is going to beat Tom Brady. But what I can say is Jared Goff is not in the winning lineup for the $500 free contest.
This is a revenge from the Super Bowl.
Yeah, good for him. Good for him. Brady was in the winning lineup. That's what we're here for, right? See, that's how I spin it. We're here for the fantasy.
I need to get my lineup in for the next contest, too, so I'm not doing it at the 59-minute mark.
All right. It's available to you. Let's check it out. Leagues. That should do it.
Praying to Captain Dak.
Look at that. Cristal giving away his captain.
Or
we
am
still
I?
have, let's see.
Am I playing checkers when everyone else is playing chess?
Possible. 173 entries for the next one. So still 27 spots available.
Make that
if you
26.
want to get
I'm gonna
involved.
Do this here quickly.
Smash the like button on your way out. As Brian says, Evans catch. If Evans catches that, I win. All-Star Gaming 246. The Patriots beat Jared Goff, not Tom Brady. Yeah, but quarterbacks, it's a quarterback.
Every time that Peyton and Brady would square off, especially Peyton, say, well, I'm not playing against Tom. I'm playing against the Patriots defense.
Yeah, really. Come on. When Brady was playing Denver, it's Brady Manning. Rodgers Brady. It's Rodgers Brady still a thing, right? I mean, come on. The individuals matter here. All right, we're on camera. We're back. Let's wrap this up because I want to watch some basketball, and you guys got to get ready for the next sim. So the next one, by the way, we will have what's today? Thursday. Bills at Cowboys from Madden After Dark. Goff 242. The passing yard totals are pretty high. I'm kind of surprised. Goff 2 for 42, and a touchdown. Brady, 224 and 2 touchdowns. Jared Goff beat him. Leonard Fournette, 77 yards rushing. He had 60-something in the first quarter. Malcolm Brown, 76 yards and a touchdown. Henderson had a rushing touchdown. Malcolm Brown. I mean, whoever played Malcolm Brown, good on you. Godwin, 8 for 72. Reynolds, 7 for 72. Cooper Kupp hit the bonus, 7 for 100. Scotty Miller with a nice day, 5 for 37 and a score. McCoy, 5 for 33. Higbee, 4 for 40. Evans, 3 for 44 and 1 touchdown. He fell short.
Cap 79ers is a lesson learned. See you next game. We'll see if they go check out all the info and roster the best lineup. I already hate my lineup, so I may change it.
Cap City Madden Streams info page. Throw that line into Google and you'll see it. It's the first link that pops up. It has all the depth charts, all the info you need. Superstar traits, power back, third down back, slot receiver, all the good stuff. So thanks for being here, and hopefully we can help you in some way. Vita Vea had a nice game. All right, who do you like? I think we got to go. Look, Scotty Miller might be the player of the game. I don't know. I mean, he was pretty good.
Yeah. No, I think Scotty Miller is the player of the game, and I'm mad I didn't roster him.
It happens. He was in the winning lineup. Reynolds was in the winning lineup as well, but Miller was only $3,600 to roster. So.
Okay, and then I don't know.
Not my kid award.
Not my kid award. Our captain Bobby Woods. What did he finish with?
Oh, that's a great question. Was he catchless?
No, he definitely had 1 catch.
Daniel, you think we can check that?
3.15 points in the captain spot. There is no doubt that it is going to Robert T. Woods. I don't know what his middle initial is. I made that up. But Bobby Woods, for sure.
Okay, he had 1. 1 for 11. Pretty bad.
Yeah, playing there in front of his friends and family. From L.A., played his college ball at SC. Out of Buffalo, back home in L.A., big contract, and he was terrible today.
I apologize, everybody. He had 2 touchdowns last sim. I was feeling it, but it didn't go well, so sorry. Mike Ament says, first in the classic, let's go, baby. 1 game to go. We do have 1 game to go. You good, Brandon? You ready for the? We'll be back for the next one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see what's for dinner. I was hoping it's wings, but I doubt it is. Still haven't had wings from that time we talked about it last week. Wanted to.
We did, yeah. And you didn't order them because the place was closed.
The place is closed, so I haven't had wings yet, and I don't think tonight's the night. But
Anthony Infidel, when we are talking about our lineups, it is in the DK SimFam Friends League. That is the only place we make lineups. It's a private league that we invite all of you to, and we play against each other. It's for bragging rights, and you can play against us.
Yeah, if I did the $500 free contest, we'd probably be taking everybody's money every time. So, right, you and me both. So it's a good thing we stay out of that. Koff too, Rossi.
Yeah.
Jesse Wood, she'd be killing it.
So consider yourself lucky. So next we have the Bills and Cowboys. That is the final sim of this Thursday. Someone was asking earlier. Yes, we are in Simland for 6 sims tomorrow too, which we can get to. So we'll have the Bills and the Cowboys coming up. Thanks to our
Super
great
Bowl,
team.
What was that? Super Bowl's 26, 27 and 28.
Sure.
Rematch, 27 and 28.
We're just all about the rematches here tonight. Brady, Goff, and Super Bowl forever ago. Zach and Jim from Game Ops will come back. Producer Michael, Daniel as well. Great stuff, guys. In the meantime, let's find out what else is going on at DK and over on the DK Sportsbook with Jesse Cofield.
Yes, everybody, like he said, Glash and Brandon are back for the next one. The showdown for that game is featured in the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker, which has a 3K prize pool, 1K for first place, plus the free contest for that showdown has a $500 prize pool with $50 going to first place. You know the drill. Go on over to the DraftKings lobby and get those lineups in right now. All right, back to real football for a minute here. Reed and Jeff are back with their betting breakdown of the late game between Buffalo and Kansas City. Take a look.
The Bills, the Chiefs. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is coming off of leaving that last game with a concussion, being in concussion protocol, limited to practice. He's not necessarily the same guy that we are used to seeing. That in mind, the Chiefs are favored by 3 points on the DK Sportsbook. So, Jeff, beginning with you here, who covers?
Yeah, so this is probably, again, if you're betting against the spread, I actually almost like this one better. Again, I kind of like Packers money line there, but I like the Bills at +3 here. There's a lot of factors going into it, but I think this game is going to be really close. And if I think we're talking about a close game, I'm obviously taking the team with the points. You look at the spreads, the against the spread records on these teams too. It really does favor the Bills. I mean, the Bills have essentially been the team to target in terms of, against the spread records, 12-6 ATS on the season. The Chiefs are only 3-6 ATS at home. It's really shocking for a team that has 15 wins now in the season. They're only 3-6 against the spread at home. I mean, this is a team that, again, they sort of play down a little bit to their opponents, and you can't really play down to the Bills because the Bills execute so well, and they have almost as elite skill players as the Chiefs. So I really like the Bills at +3. You can go +3.5 if you want to pay up, but I am all about the matchup here. I think Buffalo sets up perfectly as the kind of team that can keep up in terms of pace with Kansas City. Just because of who they have at quarterback and their offensive philosophy, which has turned into a pass-first offense. So I think this is a really good I think this is just going to be a really close game. And again, give me the points with Buffalo here.
Would you have ever guessed a year ago we'd be having this conversation, Reed?
Kind of, right? I think everyone was Buffalo had the foundation to do well, but it was a matter of how Josh Allen was playing and how well he progressed, which is what we're seeing. He looks like a fantastic quarterback in terms of being comfortable in his own skin and getting a guy like Stephon Diggs to help him out. When you look at this game too, and we'll get to the next question in terms of the game total, like these teams cannot run, nor can they defend the run, right? So I think this one, when it becomes a shootout, Patrick Mahomes, we need to see what his health is like. I'm going to go on the Kansas City side here, -3 right now. And look, this, when we hear and when we get confirmation on Mahomes, this line will move either way. But I'm begging on the fact that he is going to play with this number. And you take a look at Kansas City, like Jeff mentioned, when you're looking at the ATS record, especially towards the latter part of the season, look at their competition too, right? One way you can say that is, man, the competition is not that great, so how come they cannot cover? And the other side of it is Andy Reid is kind of slow playing this, right? And this is all conjecture. He's slow playing this to make sure that his guys are okay and healthy for the postseason. They locked up the first place in the AFC way before they actually needed to. So maybe they did coast a little bit. Now you get to the playoffs, they need to have everything going. The scary thing about Kansas City is we haven't seen their full potential yet, to Jeff's point. And so for me, and if that's the case, you take a look at what Mahomes has done in the past. When he has actually turned it up, he's been a force that you really cannot stop. Every defense knows what they want to do. They want to go to Travis Kelce. They want to go to Tyreek Hill, and they still can't stop them. So I like Kansas City -3 right now because I just think that we just haven't seen their full potential yet.
You teed it up, Reed. Game total is 54. Two teams that can't stop the run. Two teams, obviously, with elite pass-catching options here. So 54, over or under?
Yeah, I'm going over. This is Buffalo Bills, like I alluded to earlier. They're second in total offense. And when you take a look, how is Kansas City not top, one of the top offenses of these four teams? They're not, right? It's the other three teams in terms of total offense. Like I mentioned, they can't stop the run. Or they can't, both teams probably don't want to run. The secondaries on both sides are way better than the run defenses on both sides. And so I take a look at this and, both are bottom 12 in run play percentage in the regular season. That's not what they're trying to do. They're not trying to establish the run. These teams want to pass and they pass well. So give me the over.
Jeff?
Yeah, I mean, this is one you might want to watch the weather a little bit. I'm actually a little bit more worried about the weather here for KC because the wind is supposed to get a little bit up, possibly with some rain on Sunday. This can change, though. We're still early in the week. I really considered the under here, but I'm going to go over as well. I think even if Buffalo does get up in this game, and Buffalo is, just again to talk to them about them a little bit, they're one of the best first half. They are actually one of the top 3 first half teams in the league as well. They're very good to getting out to big leads. And if they do that, I think that's probably what's going to push this one over because we know that, even if Buffalo gets out in front, they're going to have to keep scoring points because Kansas City is going to come back. This is not going to be a situation where Buffalo gets up on a team like Baltimore and then they just sit on it. If the Bills get up, Kansas City is going to make a game of it. There's no question about it. Yeah. So again, that speaks to my point of liking this for a close game, but I think it also has to speak to the fact that if I like that scenario, I have to like points being scored here. So I'm going to lean over as well with the caveat of you should probably just keep an eye on the forecast. And if you see that total dip down, maybe the total is something either lay off or even consider the other side. But I'm leaning over as we speak right now.
I don't know if there's a forecast prop on the DK Sportsbook, but maybe you can give me another game prop that you do like, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, again, I bring up this game prop that I really like for Buffalo. I mean, it's the Bills first half, and I actually like this one on the Bills more than the Packers because you're getting plus money. You can get the Bills money line first half at plus 138. Again, you look at what teams have done in the first half. The Bills are so good at starting fast. They're top 3 in terms of points scored in the first half. They're ahead of Kansas City, well ahead of Kansas City in this category. They're also ahead of Kansas City in just point differential during the season too. So I think everything points to here Buffalo coming out. This is the team that has something to prove. They need to jump on KC here. They don't want to be in the hole. So I think if you're thinking about the Bills here, if you kind of like them, I really do like that first line money line. It's plus 38, 138. And if you're scared, you say, oh, well, I don't want Mahomes coming back on me, or you just think that, Mahomes is eventually going to find a way in the end, just bet the Bills first line money line first half money line, because again, you don't need the Bills to win the game. You just need them to get off to a fast start, catch KC sleeping, which could very well happen. Mahomes coming in on limited practice. Brashad Breeland's questionable as well. I like the Bills first half to jump out here and up plus 138. I think those are good odds.
What prop do you like, Reed?
Yeah, I like that, especially if you're, we're breaking this in that Mahomes is going to be, out there under center. Even the first half total, I think, is well within reason at 27.5. Let's take a look at the Bills and what they didn't do last week. They didn't run the ball. All they want to do is pass the ball. And we were seeing Dable on this offense in Buffalo really pass the ball efficiently. I'm going again with another receiver prop in Stephon Diggs over 7.5 receptions, plus 108. I love the plus money on these key wide receivers, especially in the playoffs. And I get it. The last 4 games, he's covered this twice. But man alive, this guy is unbelievable in the playoffs. He's getting targeted so much. And I'm not too worried about where he's lined up. If he's getting lined up against, a cornerback that's going to shut him down, which I don't think that one exists with Stephon Diggs, they just move this guy all over the field. They put him in the slot, and he gets targeted so much. And so over 7.5, I'm with Jeff on the narrative of this game and I like the over. And this, the narrative that he was just putting through here and laying out. Stephon Diggs, to me, is that guy, right? It's not Cole Beasley. He's always questionable. I know Stephon Diggs is questionable throughout the week, but plus 108 for an over on Stephon Diggs receptions. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and to Reed's point here, Brashad Breeland is questionable. I mean, everyone's talking about Mahomes, but if Breeland's out, man, like that really jacks up Diggs' potential in this game. I don't even think it matters that much if Breeland plays or not, but that is an injury that you want to keep an eye on as well.
Should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. 2 big games this weekend, and then we will know our Super Bowl matchup. We can come on back and do all this again. For Reed T. Fowler, Jeff Ulrich, and to paraphrase Jimmy Kimmel, apologies to Kenny Ducey. We ran out of time. I am Adam Kaufman. Talk to you soon.
All right, let's talk about the DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. I told you about our big millionaire contest this Sunday, but what you may not know is that you can win your way into another millionaire contest just by filling out a lineup. So the more lineups you play this weekend, the more entries you can win. Here's how it works. Enter multiple lineups in the NFL 4 Million Conference Clash Millionaire on Sunday. And if any of the outcomes you see on your screen occur, you win the corresponding prize. It's really that simple. So go check that out now over in the DK lobby and head to DraftKings.com/promos for more info. All right, we covered the late game, so let's get some advice on the early game. The Unreasonable Odds dropped the latest episode of their podcast today, and it's all about the Conference Championship Sunday. So here's Steve and Julian talking about Tampa Green Bay with Alan Bell of CBS Sports.
If this line started getting some heavy steam and started to move up more, where would you kind of stop and think about the under? Because for me, like, I would be comfortable even taking this up to, and this is likely not going to happen, but just playing the numbers here. If this moved up even, 2 or 3 more points, I still feel like that would be an over for me.
Yeah, so, I'm with you. So if you look at all the data, right, the Packers have gone over in 6 straight playoff games, 50-plus in each of one of those. They've covered the spread in 3 straight home playoff games. But here's the hard part for me. I think that I know exactly where Green Bay is going to be. I think they're going to be around 30 to 33 points.
Yep.
I don't know where Tampa is going to be. Like, that's the hardest thing for me, is that Tampa could legit be 7. Tampa could be 28. Like, neither of those would surprise me. But I can't pinpoint exactly where they're going to be. Like, I could legit see a game. I mean, I could see Green Bay winning 30-7. Like, that would not surprise me whatsoever. And Green Bay does every single thing right offensively, but we're sitting at 37 points and we're way under. Right? Like, the elements are going to be there. And not that we're worried about Tom Brady in cold weather, but what about everyone else?
Yeah.
Like, are they used to cold weather? Like what we've seen from Godwin. He's dropping 7, his last 7 straight passes, right? Like, long story short, I don't know, because I don't know where Tampa's going to be, and that scares me.
And so, just for projections, what Tampa's going to be, DK Sportsbook has the Bucs team total at 23.5 with minus 125 to the over. So DK feels like Tampa's going to get to at least 24 points in this game. But I agree for the most part with your assessment. I don't know. 30-7 would, I guess, shock me
a
little bit. Like, I think that Brady's going to show up and compete in this game and get, let's say, like, where I would start to not be shocked is like 30-17, 30-20, like that type of game. I feel like Green Bay definitely has the potential to win. So 2 ways, I guess, that we can, if we're not totally comfortable with the over because we're not totally comfortable with what Tampa's going to be, 2 ways we can look at it. Number 1, Green Bay Packers team total over 27.5. That feels like getting to 28 should be something that Aaron Rodgers should be able to do in this game. So I think that's safer than playing the game total. Second option, if we really love the Packers, we can get rid of the points, take the money line, and parlay it with an alternate total. So if you want to get it at minus 110, your standard juice, Packers money line over 41.5 points is what gets you to minus 110 on DK Sportsbook.
Yeah.
That feels pretty safe. Both of those, the team total and the alternate parlay.
It does. And let me say this. Here's just a little nugget like to go along with that. You look at the Packers in the second quarter of games of 9 of their last 10 games, they scored 13 or more points, right? So like they put up points in the first half. So I'm with you. Wow. They're going to hit their team total. Like, I have zero, concern about them doing it. So I think it's a good play by you. That's a smart idea of, if you don't feel the total, kind of go that route.
All right. Well, 2 more before we finally let Steve talk again. 2 more thoughts here on that, because that's a great number. I like that. First, Packers first half team total 13.5.
Yep.
That sounds nice.
Yep.
Just based on that number alone.
Yeah.
And second, you can get burned here by waiting and seeing how the first quarter goes, but just betting the Packers in the second quarter, if you get a second quarter line, you bet them live second quarter money line or whatever the points may be. Take them first half line if it's a tie game or whatever going into the second quarter. You can try and take advantage of that live.
I love it.
That's actually a good segue, because looking at some of the numbers here, the Buccaneers are allowing an average of 6 points in the first quarter. That's actually one of the highest in the league. In the first half, 13.2 points. So we're right on that number when talking about those team totals. But that's bringing me to my next point here. We're going to get into a little bit of the player props here. And Julian, we've texted about this. Devontae Adams' first touchdown. Now, these are always so random, okay?
Unbelievable.
You really can't predict this. But he's at plus 525 to score the first touchdown in this game. I went back and looked through all the game logs. He's done this 6 times this season. 6 times. And you're getting plus 525. And that's lower than usual, by the way. Go ahead.
Well, he's moved down in the odds. But remember, Adams also missed a couple regular season games. So the record, he's played 15 total. He played 14 games, and then he played last week in the playoff game. So Devontae Adams' record to the first touchdown is 6-9.
All right, so we've talked about everything happening on the field this weekend in the NFL, but there's still plenty of drama off the field as the coaching carousel continues for the teams that aren't playing this week. So here's Pat Mayo, Jeff Feinberg, and Tim Anderson breaking down the futures of a couple teams with new coaches, the Jets and the Chargers.
Tim's going to try to tell us that Josh Allen's completion percentage is going to regress 12 points when we record in June. This is a coup for Buffalo, but I don't think the Chargers didn't hire who they wanted to hire. Daboll wanted the Charger job by all accounts.
Paul? This is a little off topic, but I've got a tweet from TC, like the day that Gase was hired.
Okay. Gase has the best rookie QB talent of this class. There will be no excuses for him. This team should be, by 2020, vying for a Super Bowl. He and the GM will not get 4 years to figure it out. That's actually pretty true.
That happened to the two other quarterbacks in the class.
Except
are vying for we're vying for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Baker too.
So
Baker, Lamar, and Josh Allen.
So on the time frame, like he's not wrong. Like
that first sentence was wrong. The best QB talent. That was the wrong part.
But I think a lot of the big thing, even like go back to the summer shows, like no quarterbacks in year 3, like that, like Allen's like liftoff is amazing and it's the best, and Baker's maturity is great to see, and it's unfortunate, Sam. But everyone who has a clue about how this thing works, it's like, no, don't worry. Lamar sort of tricked everyone. He got like a year 2 amazing.
But Lamar also is a completely different style. And once teams start catching up to the style a little bit, or the defense gets a little bit worse and they can actually put up points and put you into a different situation. I thought Lamar improved so much between year 1 and year 2. And I credit Harbaugh really with a lot of that here's the game plan based on your skill sets right now. In year 2, it's a game plan that is not completely dissimilar to year 1, but it's more advanced. They just weren't that great this year. We saw is they beat really bad teams and lost against good teams.
But also, is it unfair to Lamar? He just improved so much from 1 to 2 that like the 1 to 3 improvement should be acknowledged.
Yes,
respected.
But it's not.
It's not, because 2 to 3 was
a downgrade.
What didn't have the same launch as 1 to 3. And I'll be honest, like to steal Tim's tweet, I'm excited. I like my quarterback. I better see some good things next year. And in year 3 of my quarterback, I'll be excited. When we record all off season and preview shows, I will be excited. And these bored beat writers are going to look at my healthy team on paper and they're going to make me excited. But in a year and a half from now, I want to be cataclysmic excited.
Tim, you remember at the beginning of the Spread Pick show, you said, will Cleveland be like the trendy Super Bowl pick next year? They will not be, because the Chargers exist.
But we still play in Mahomes' division. So I don't know that people want to run to us. The Dolphins could be trendy. They get Mahomes, Watson, or they do something.
If they get Watson, yes, that would be a different case. But I just think that analytics love the Chargers anyway. They have for like the past 5 years.
Yeah, with a court. Yeah, they
you know
did
what I mean?
before.
And now analytics like Herbert. Herbert looks good. They're on paper getting their entire team back healthy, which we know is never going to happen by the time the season actually comes along.
I know.
But there's going to be a point in May where it's like, oh my God,
on paper,
everyone's healthy.
The model, yeah.
This team is the second best team to the Bills and Chiefs in the AFC. Yeah. Be like, oh, their odds are so great. Let's pick the Chargers to beat.
They'll win the 2-point games. They'll make their field goals.
And then
next year.
Tim will jump on board and they'll go 3-13.
No, don't. Tim doesn't need us. He doesn't want us.
But everything that you said, if you go back and watch the early like preseason shows that we all did, Tim, the way that you talked about the Jets and the way that you talked about Darnold is actually what happened with the Bills.
100%.
Like
I agree.
To a T.
I agree. I agree.
Everything you said about Darnold actually happened to Allen.
I don't dispute a word of it. Not one word of it.
And we've talked about it many times over the year, Pat. Those two teams went 2 completely different ways in constructing their rosters.
Yes, the C.J. Mosleys, the Le'Veon Bells, the flashy day 1 signings that all went to the Jets. The Bills pulled the Patriots. Let's wait till day 3 and
Beasley and 6 guys.
Yeah, let's get some depth.
Yeah,
the overlooked guys who are cheap, and then we can fill in the rest.
Yeah, we get 10 for the same price as year 2.
At least maybe C.J. Mosley will be fired up to play next year.
Yeah,
He's fresh off a whole year off. Maybe he won't even be good
Really too.
anymore.
Really too.
Do we worry about the I don't know what the Patriots end up doing. Whether they go with Stidham, they draft a quarterback. I have no
They
idea
got
what
all their COVID guys back?
Yeah, they get all their
cares?
COVID guys from the defense back. Their defense should be a lot better next year.
Great. I
I'm
hope they
just-
lose every game.
I know you do, but now you're going to be triggered about the Bills if they make the Super Bowl.
That will not be. I'll be furious. I'll have to get myself involved if they get into the Super Bowl.
Wait, you'll pick them?
You can't fake
I don't
anything,
know.
though.
I don't know what I'll do.
You should have a lesson. You learned enough Brady Super Bowls, like how you need to play the Super Bowl angle when you want a desired outcome.
right, guys, we got some good stuff on DraftKings right now. NBA and NHL contests are still available tonight, including our NBA 200K fadeaway for tonight's 2-game 10 p.m. slate. Lock it in just a few minutes. And a reminder to you all, we'll have a special edition of The Sweat for Sunday's conference championship games right here on YouTube and Twitch. It's going to start at 2 p.m. Eastern. Our analysts will break down each game from a DFS and sports betting perspective. You can also check out all the action over on the DK Sportsbook for tonight's games, as well as NFL, NHL, PGA, college basketball, UFC, and more. That's going to do it for me. One more game to go here on the Dream Stream. Cowboys, Bills, Brendan Glasheen, and Brandon Cristal. I'll see you next time. Guys, have fun.
All right, Jesse, thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. We've got the Bills and the Cowboys. The Bills are more relevant than the Cowboys. That's kind of how I look at it as of right now in real life. Brandon Cristal, lineups are going to lock any moment. Look, I'm going Josh Allen in the captain spot. Just doing it. There it is.
Well, I wanted to try to get more value throughout my lineup and figure Tre'Davious White's going to be on Amari Cooper plenty. So I went with Michael Gallup as my captain and then was able to get Dak and Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs into my lineup. So I'm going top heavy there. And then I snuck in Zerline, and you talk about a punt play of all punt plays. Tony Pollard, I'm hoping that he finds a little bit of run when Zeke is a little tired or whatever the case may be. We know injuries don't really happen in arcade mode. So hopefully I don't hate Pollard as my sixth player, that the other five score so many points that I win going away.
CEH 1300 says, don't mess this up, Glash, because, when the host says that the highest priced player is his captain, we're just doomed. We are just doomed. We had 198 entries in the Bills are more relevant than the Cowboys. Ha, 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 ha. Free roll. David Litzow does not like this either in terms of what it could mean.
Oh, good. You're jinxing everybody.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
I was going back and forth between Dak and Zeke. I figure let me ride Dak because I took Zeke last time. It's hard to get both of them in no lineup. So we'll see what Dak can do.
Just checking in on Twitch, and Care Bear says it looked like a drug addict. Well,
that's
excuse
nice.
me, Care Bear.
We have both put on outer layers, though, after being in T-shirts first game. I've been freezing in my house, so I put on sweatpants and a sweatshirt.
Yeah, I wanted to warm up. Hi to Roland. Reed Tees, did you know? I do. I do get a pleasure out of your demise. I sure do. Thank you all for tuning in for the final sim of this Thursday. Crooked Tooth, it's good to see you. Robert Roy has Singletary in the captain spot. PhD, 1974, has CeeDee Lamb in his lineup. We'll be heading out to Dallas here, guys, in just a few moments.
Virtual Big D.
Virtual Arlington, technically.
Oh, I know. Trust me, as someone who grew up in Dallas, I know where they put the stadium, and they should not have. But Laura Miller, the worst all-time mayor in the history of Dallas, screwed it up. It was going to go exactly where the Cotton Bowl is, right in the fairgrounds. They were going to have the light rail go right to it and revitalize the area, which they're doing now anyway. But she didn't think that it would make sense, so it's out by the baseball stadiums, because there's two stadiums out there currently. And it's hard to get to, and it takes a lot longer time to get out there and get in and out of the stadium. And it's all Laura Miller's fault.
Hey, Mike Amen. Let's hold on for first, buddy, in the classic. Rooting for you. Hopefully it works out. So I put Josh Allen in the captain spot. That was the lead sentence to this Madden After Dark sim. I really hope it doesn't ruin your night, everybody. Zeke Elliott, Diggs, Lee Smith, John Brown, and Dawson Knox. I'm kind of doing what you did, in the sense that last sim I was like, oh, I just played a lot of Bills and only Zeke. So, yeah, I kind of need the Bills here to dominate this sim.
Yeah, so again, Gallup, Allen, Prescott, Diggs, Zerline, and Pollard. That's what I'm going with.
John Hinkle, thanks for being here. Mo, what's good? Carter Robinson took a chance with John Brown. I think he meant the captain spot and not the cabinet spot.
Either way.
But that's pretty cool that you have a cabinet spot in your lineup. Wish I had one of those. Travis, what's up? Congrats on the 8th place finish. If you're not first, you're last, though. Carl, good to see you in the chat. Let's roll.
Well, like Kaufman's going to probably destroy me. Well, I don't know. His 3 other players are Quickly, Oubre, James Weissman. I've got someone named Bullock and Lonzo Ball.
Randy Bullock.
Yes, Randy Bullock.
Stephen Boss put Greg the Leg in the captain spot.
Oh, interesting.
Love the Bills unis here. That is
Dak
a
to Gallup.
caught ball for a first down for 14 yards to Gallup.
See, I know what I'm doing. Gallup is my captain. Stop the count right now. I'm the winner. I am in first place because I got Gallup as my captain and Dak.
Robert Roy, that's a good spot for that in the cabinet. J.E., what's good? There goes Zeke up the middle.
Oh, he looks tired.
Large game.
He looks tired. They should probably put Pollard in.
There you go. Right off the bat, the fatigue is already present.
If he does what Fournette did in the first drive of last game.
El Paso number 1. Don't get ahead of yourself, pal. Gallup starting hot in all caps. Who's that? Show me.
Is that the tight end? Was that
Jar?
Schultz or Jarwin? Blake Jarwin?
Jar, yep. Oh, Blake Jarwin. He sometimes bugs me in these sims, just disappears.
Too much talent here to captain kicker, says Justin Gardner. Yeah. Unless you think they're going to get 5 field goals. They're almost in Zerline's range.
Nick Spores on YouTube. Second
Gallup.
and 3. Oh, right on the bat. It's a Gallup.
Tony Romo here calling the play before I even see it.
Oh, boy. Nick Spores says, having YouTube problems on my other account won't let me comment. Any reasons why? Also, let's go.
Don't tell him to sign into Twitch. He's not banned.
Nick, you must have gotten in trouble.
He's not banned. Donald Trump's banned from Twitch, but you're not, Nick. So sign into Twitch.
Nick must have gotten in trouble. That's why his other YouTube account doesn't work. Silly Nick. Nick. That is caught inside the 10.
Koopa?
I think it's Cooper. Smash that like button. We got to get to 400 likes by the end of the night, or we are ending Sims. I'm just kidding. But you got scared. I could sense it. You all got scared. So please, for the love of God, hit the like button.
So you had that Lakers-Bucks game on. What's going on with these Bucks uniforms?
Yeah.
I thought they were one of those Mavericks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you read our minds. I don't know. Too much. You're doing too much. You know? Like, come on. Just put on your dark green or whatever. Nick Spores, I'm just kidding. I have no idea what the problem is with your YouTube.
But if you did sign into Twitch, you may not have the same problem.
Exactly.
Koopa again.
Koopa. You sound like Francesa.
Back after this.
Mark Underwood said, smashed. Love it.
You ever hear when Francesa will do his Super Bowl trivia game that he does? So he did it for years. I think the winner got tickets to the Super Bowl. Like on the Friday before the Super Bowl. They would do it for a couple of weeks, and then they would literally put you on a plane, and you got to go.
Wow.
But first person to call up, Brendan and Lowell. Brendan, what kind of fan are you? That's how he would start it. Not who are you a fan of? What kind of fan are you?
Interesting.
Oh, I'm a Bucks fan. Okay, well, it's Bills and Packers, but okay.
Oh, Dak to Amari. Touchdown.
Well, looks like my theory of Tre'Davious White covering Cooper apparently not coming to fruition on this first drive.
The happiest person in the planet, Matthew Uriah Kai Mitchell. How was your day? Mine was great. And you? Matthew gets mad sometimes when, things don't go his way in his lineup. But he seems like a nice guy.
Cooper's 21st TD here in Simone.
Wow.
I would assume that. Does that mean this season?
Like, since we went to the new game.
Yeah.
21. Let's see. Owned in 30% of lineups. 6.6% captain in the $500 free. Pebble Beach. I didn't start Cooper or Dak, so makes sense that they will score.
Well, Dak, that's the 74th time he's tossed a touchdown pass, so he does seem to find his receivers in the end zone.
Edge 95, what's good? Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being here, guys. Staying up late on a Thursday. We got 6 sims coming your way tomorrow. We've got the $500 late classic wrapping up. Mike Amen was in the chat earlier. Says he's in first. What if that changed? Thanks to that touchdown. All right. Josh Allen, put him in the captain spot for the free roll. Don't mess it up, or I'm going to get yelled at. Oh, the Lakers won. Very good. Yeah, Koff played a lot of Lakers tonight.
Yeah,
Actually, that's not true. He played a lot of Lakers and Bucks combined.
Yeah, so did I, but he's got 3 players at 2, and I'm up 24 points. We'll see.
Oh, Matthew now says Matthew Uriah. Matthew, do you have a nickname? We have like 4 names. Can we come up with something? Can we get you a nickname? He says my classic lineups are doing well, so I'm happy with a wink face. Ah, so not a lot of complaining tonight. That's good. Interesting how that works.
When LeBron retires, do you think Anthony Davis will go back to not being tough and just missing games because his shoulder hurts?
Well, he'll be older, right? So
that'll give him cloud cover to...
Yeah.
That's my
I
biggest
think
issue with
AD
him. He's a hell of a player. I mean, he's a top
Great
3,
player.
top 5 kind of player, but especially before he got to LA, he would just miss 2 games here, miss 4 games here, an ankle, a shoulder. The true greats just don't miss those games. They numb the pain and go get 30 and 20.
Fred Prather says, apparently I have some lad named Lee Smith. Let's see what that's about.
Hey,
He's
Lee
the tight end
Smith.
one.
Lee Smith every now and then will find the end zone.
What was he going to say? Rick Lewis, Clash, first $5 bet on Sim late night game last night. Won $1,000. Nice. Sweet. The Bills are punting. Uh-oh, not a good start.
Here's a little breaking news.
Oh.
Washington football team is promoting Jennifer King, the full-time assistant coach. She will be the first black woman to hold a full-time coaching job in the NFL.
Wow.
I guess
Awesome.
Coaches. What does she coach? Position.
Was she already in the organization?
Yeah, I'm guessing she was quality control or something along those lines.
Wow, excellent news.
So, yeah, because it said promote. So,
yeah.
Let me find out, though, real quickly. Ron Rivera is making us forget about what a crappy owner Dan Snyder is. And what a toxic environment that's been for 20 years. Which is good, right? We need less of those and more good environments.
Sure.
So, Jennifer King, let's see if I can find out here. Why did it take me to this? This another page about their journey. I don't need their journey, they coaches.
Meanwhile, Zeke with a tremendous run from the 17 to the 43.
So she wasn't listed as even one of their quality. Oh yeah, I missed her because she had a short haircut. Apologies, Jennifer. Full year coaching intern. So I don't know what maybe she's being promoted from coaching intern now. Likely quality controller. Maybe they'll make her an assistant position coach. We'll find out. But that's cool.
Bruce Harding says, thanks for the DK dime, DK. Come on, Bruce. I have confidence you're going to win more. You're going to be rich. I can't promise that, though. Play action here. Dak launching a deep ball. Oh! One-handed catch, Michael Gallup. That was awesome.
My captain.
Sarah, come watch this play. This was crazy. Show the whole replay. Let's see it.
Does the op team save these great plays? Because you can
Watch
save your
this.
best plays.
Oh, sup!
Look at that. Odell Beckham. Odell Beckham Jr., eat your heart out. So he did it with his left hand. Well, I'm glad I captained him.
That was so cool. Sarah, you missed it. Wow. Her loss.
She'll get over it.
I don't think so. That was that good. Dak completing 2. Blake Jarwin. Jared Surratt says, one of the best catches I've seen on the game. That was pretty good. That was sick.
So I don't know where my phone is. That's why I was getting here just before kickoff.
Oh, man. You didn't get to tape that play.
But so I don't know where my phone is. Well, I can just go to YouTube. Anyway, so I have the website up. How do I figure out what place I'm in? I'm just looking at my entry.
You just click your entry. You click your thing, man.
I did. It's giving me my score. Says I'm doing great.
Oh, did you not enter in time?
Yes.
All right, you did.
I'm scoring 29.96. I'm probably in first place.
It's all right, man. We'll get there. We'll find you. That was an awesome catch. That was so cool.
Come on, throw it to Gallup. There
This
he
is why
is.
we do the Sims. Second to go. Wide open.
Amari again.
Touchdown, Amari Cooper. Number 2.
Captaining Amari, that was the way to go.
You're in 22nd, man.
I was. I don't have Amari. Look at Don
Now you're
Party,
20.
Pro.
Yeah, now you're dropping. 33rd. You do have Gallup. Gallup already has 92 yards.
Yeah, he's closing on that bonus. Feels inevitable, but you never want to jinx it. I'm just saying, I have the website open. I'm looking at both my lineup against Koff live and my Madden Showdown lineup. I click on entries, and it just gives me like a pop-up page.
So, Travis, who invited me to Maui.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Maui's
Travis,
awesome.
I'm holding him to it. Travis has been here since March. That was the best I've ever seen in terms of catches. That was pretty good.
Pretty good. Does Travis live in Maui? That's why he's inviting you, or he's going to take you with him?
No, he lives there. Lucky guy. Jeff Duke, by the way, mentioned give him a contract to Michael Gallup after that catch. Imagine we could be GMs of Simland. Never mind. We'll be commentators and we'll give out contracts.
Sure.
Sure. Anything's possible.
I'd love to be a GM.
Well, this has been what a start. Josh Allen, wake up.
I think I'd be a better GM than a coach. In the real NFL, I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
And here.
John Hinkle says, I'm terrible at this. John, as long as you're having fun.
Our pal Cap back. Cap City Niner.
Yes, Cap. Show yourself in the chat to make sure, because I'm pretty sure he said hello. Right at
Lee
kickoff.
Smith again. There's that guy, Lee Smith.
Hey, Fred, there's Lee Smith. Fred, he's free. Fred! All right, Fred's here.
All right, I figured out how to get into check out the rank. I'm in 33rd, which is what you already told me.
Hey, Jeff, formerly of Ops Freeze Pops, the OG Freeze Pops, Jeff from Ops. You guys remember that? He says, I played Madden as a side job, and that was the best catch I've ever seen. We just made history.
Travis Castaneda's been in Maui for 22 years. Okay, what kind of setup does he have? Because inviting you, but then giving you a futon is cool, but not as great as if he overlooks the ocean and has like a great guest room where it's own separate bathroom though.
Hey, Fred, Lee Smith. Another catch for Lee Smith.
You ever been to Hawaii? You been to Hawaii, Glash?
Never.
If you and Sarah ever get married, put that as very high on the list for a good honeymoon.
Well, I want to hang out with Travis, not Sarah.
Well, he'll be there in Maui, and you could probably, get a good hotel rate because it's hopefully only going to do that once.
I think I'm okay. I'll have more fun with Travis than Sarah. No disrespect to Sarah.
On your honeymoon, you're gonna have more fun with Travis. That sounds amazing.
Well, okay. Well, I just meant I want to just go to Hawaii.
You should go next year for the Maui Invitation.
Ooh.
Back when it's Cuse is probably playing in it one of these years.
Yeah.
This year was in Greenville, North Carolina. Let's see.
I mean, the good news is, as I'm saying all this, Sarah's doing her hair, so she has some loud machine going, so I can say all these things.
All right, Maui Invitational
You have to
2021.
pick your spots. Anyway, what was that?
The 2021 Maui Invitational. I'm trying to find these upcoming.
Come on, man. They're trying to get through this season. Never mind the next year.
Yeah, but they announced it because there's a rotation, so like Duke can come every 4 years, Kansas can come every 4 years.
Wasn't this year's Maui Invitational in
Yes,
like
in
South
Greenville.
Dakota?
It was in Greenville, North Carolina, or somewhere named Greenville.
Okay. All right. Close enough. South Dakota. Whatever.
But that's why like teams will go to that one in the Bahamas every 4 years. They'll go to Maui. They'll play in the or in the whatever the preseason NIT. They do it on a rotation. So I'm sure your Syracuse Orange will be there soon. And you can do sims from Travis's house during the day or whatever. Get a couple sims in and then go to the games.
I mean, Travis, do you have good internet? If you have Christian level internet, then we can't work together. So
Christian and I did that game on Tuesday.
How'd that go?
Well, I thought it went fine. You know, we kept the train on the tracks, but his internet was fine.
These sims.
His internet was fine.
Oh, deep ball connection, John Brown.
Oh, look who Captain John Brown now.
59 yards.
Or put him in their cabinet. John Brown proving a worthy cabinet pick.
Wow. There we go.
And Daniel's got Brown and Josh Allen. Look at Daniel.
There's a good energy in the sim. You call that a sit-up? I'm watching you, Josh Allen. Finally! Here we go! Madden After Dark, not messing around. Not messing around, guys. Cap City, having a good time. Love to see it. Last night we had a great sim. Wild Weather Wednesday, Chiefs, Giants. Buffalo and Dallas trying to deliver.
I apologize. My invitation was in Asheville. I don't want to not give Asheville their props.
Luke Murphy, much appreciated. That's nice of you. This is funny. Jay Taylor just followed Glash on Twitter, yelling for Sarah to come watch the play. It was epic. I know, it's her loss. We'll have to watch it back tonight on the replay. That was an awesome catch.
You don't watch the late night shows or anything like
No.
that. You rewatch the streams.
I go watch film.
See how you did. Yeah. Check out the game tape.
How can I be a better broadcaster? Matt Faulkner with a good question. Here it comes. Matt, here, let's read Matt's question. How long does DraftKings plan on keeping these sims? They started due to no actual sports, but I enjoy these games when able to watch. Oh, Matt, we're not going anywhere. We are here to stay. Stay here. Don't leave. Oh, we're staying. Off season's on the way. I know that's tough news to swallow because I'm sad when the NFL season ends, but man, we can go to the Simland.
Well, there is going to be some mid-level college football going on too. So you get a little bit of football.
Yeah.
Drafts around the corner. New season's going to be here in no time. I get that we're still on the brink of championship weekend and 2 weeks away from the Super Bowl. But as somebody who sets their life to an NFL calendar because of my day job,
yeah,
it comes at you faster than you think when there's not a full-blown pandemic.
Life comes at you fast.
It does.
Cap City, glad you're enjoying. Lee says, you know you have a good partner when she listens to us talk about Sims. Well, Lee, that's the problem. She failed to watch the best catch in Sim history.
If I tried to show my wife that, say I grabbed my phone and say, hey, watch this, she would literally throw it across the room.
That's not very nice.
Amari Cooper's going to be closing in on that bonus too.
Yeah, I love the flow here. The ball's moving. There's flow to the sim. There's a good energy here. John Brown, by the way, folks, and Amari's at 45 yards on 6 catches. John Brown with the long ball, 59-yard touchdown. If you missed it at the start of the quarter, 35% flex, 2.8% captain. Josh Allen, 73% in the $500 free showdown. Cooper, I don't think I've seen this in a long time. 2 players on the same side with X Factors lit. Cooper and Zeke.
And the way Dak's slinging it around, his might get lit too. I don't know if he's an X Factor player, but we'll find out. As our pal Michael, the producer, points out, that was Brown's 11th TD, 41st for Josh Allen. So Josh Allen, who in real life is probably going to finish second or no worse than third in the MVP voting. 41 TDs to Dak, who we know was hurt all year. Almost twice as many TD passes for Dak. Now, Dak has a lot more weapons, especially virtually, than Josh Allen has. Josh Allen mostly just has Diggs, and I guess Brown 11 times.
Guys, smash that like button for our great team. Jim and Zach updating scores. Ops is the priority here. These guys keep this train moving. Michael and Daniel producing tonight. Doing a great job as always. Inside the 15, it's Amari Cooper once again.
Or as Archie Manning calls his oldest son, Cooper.
Really?
Yeah, they call him Cooper. That's how they all say his name. Peyton, Eli.
Interesting.
Eli's may sound a little more like Cooper, but mostly it's Cooper. Today was Archie and Olivia Manning's 50th wedding anniversary, thanks to Chris Mortensen pointing that out. Why did he cut inside? What a terrible cut.
Oh, he had a wide open lane on the right side.
Put in Pollard.
You gotta, I love when you just drop that in. It's so seamless.
Well, if he's going to make terrible cuts like that, then maybe he doesn't deserve to be on the field. Watch Cooper get touchdown number 3 here. As X Factor's lit. He's got, I think, Poyer on him.
Bottom of the screen. Dak going that way. Not him. Blake Jarwin.
Slung to the turf by Milano.
Mike Ament lost first place. Sorry, Mike.
Hold your head or
high. Chin up. You never know. Travis says, you are so welcome to come, Glash. BK had a good plan for the Maui Invitational. Come on over. Sims in the morning, games in the afternoon.
Yeah, you can't beat it.
Yeah.
Now,
this is...
you're going to have to be up a little early because of the time change. But that's okay. Just never go to bed.
Yeah.
Jarwin
touchdown. The jar.
The jar's open.
Get your hands out of that cookie jar. Touchdown.
Yeah, he jumped up to 59th with that touchdown pass.
That boy.
Dak is making a case for a captain-worthy player of the game kind of consideration. He's on pace for 6 touchdowns.
Sorry, Carl. It's not Lamb's turn. It's the jar. 26% owned. 3% in the captain for the $500 free contest, which ended up with 14,003 entries.
So now, big 75 on the touchdown mark there for Dak after that throw. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
And probably going to need Daniel and Michael's help. I know about the Lamar Jackson 300-yard rushing game. Do we have, off the top of anyone's head, the record for touchdown passes? I'm not saying that Dak's going to get to 5 or 6, but I'd be curious to know what it is in similar.
For Dak, the record of touchdown passes in a game?
Not for Dak, for any quarterback.
For any quarterback, I think it's 6. Baker's done it, and Brady's done it. Brady did it with the Patriots in Madden 20. Right. I'm pretty sure Baker's done it in 21.
Michael said he's seen 6. Okay.
6, yep. 6
7, I believe, is the NFL record. Peyton Manning tied that a few years ago. Joe Kapp had it. There's like 5 or 6 guys that have thrown 7.
Yeah, we definitely saw Brady do it in Madden 20. And then I think Baker Mayfield did it in 21. I think. Stephen Boss says 6. Edge 95, John Brown, 59-yard touchdown. Come on, Josh Allen. You're letting me down. You're letting the people down, more importantly. Pebble Beach. That sounds like a nice place to go, too.
Yeah, but that's in California.
Needs Beasley.
So only 3 teams are announced for... Is that the 2021 field? I need to check and see if that was this year's field that was played.
Yep.
Because even though it's 2021 now, but Arkansas, Creighton, Ohio State, Marquette, and Duke in the following year. So maybe Syracuse or Kansas does get in. I'll tell you the last time that your Orange were there.
Ooh, don't tell me. It was 20. They beat Baylor, I think, right? 2014? 13?
In 2013, they did beat Baylor. C.J.
13.
Farah was your outstanding player.
C.J. Farah.
Are you still in school then?
Yep.
How come they didn't let you go call it? Not in the budget?
Because I wasn't one of the older kids, and the older kids get to go on the cool trips.
They're like, hey, do you want to call a home game against Siena? You're in.
Yeah, right. Hey, but I want to go to Maui. Yeah, back of the line. I was a sophomore, right? 13? Junior.
So fall of 13.
Yeah, junior.
Okay, so they do. All right. This website was all jacked up. So Texas won this year. They beat Carolina in Asheville. Last year, my Jayhawks won. Remember, they had a great game with Obi Toppin and Dayton that went to overtime. 90-84. Udoka Azubuike and Devin Dotson were the co-tournament champ, whatever, most outstanding players.
Yep.
But so next year, if anybody's a fan and wants to go see their team, Butler, of course, Chaminade. Oh, Chaminade missed it this year because they could not get from Maui to Asheville. Butler, Chaminade, Houston, Notre Dame, Oregon, St. Mary's, A&M, and Wisconsin. So if you like any of those schools, you're looking for something to do Thanksgiving week that isn't go to your families, although the tournament's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So you could do both, I guess.
Wow.
Those are the teams. Yeah, so next year, Arkansas, Creighton, Ohio State. The year after that, Marquette and Duke. So shortly thereafter, I imagine either 23 or 24, Kansas will be back because we jump on that rotational option. I think Syracuse does a lot as well.
Carter Robinson, the touchdowns after Amari belong to Blake Jarwin and John Brown. John Brown, 59-yarder. Jarwin was near the goal line. I'm in 147th.
I'm in 62nd.
147 out of 198. What a joke. I don't deserve this. Yeah, maybe I do. Josh Allen in the captain spot, letting me down. Come on, Josh!
Well, let me ask you, did anyone force you to pick this lineup?
No.
Okay, so then you have no one to blame but yourself.
Correct. Oh,
Big
dude.
sack. So I'm not sure who got that sack, the large defensive lineman. Do you remember Jay Ratliff was about that same size defensive lineman for the Cowboys for a bunch of years? Big Jay Ratliff, number 90, was a nose tackle.
No, but I can look him up.
Well, anyway, 6'2"-ish, 6'3", 330. Big guy, right?
Big.
Nose tackle in the NFL. I'm 5'8", these days 179. My good old days 150 to 165. Anyway, a buddy of mine that was playing for the Cowboys, I kept asking him for some white practice shorts because you couldn't buy them. You could buy blue and gray. You could not buy white. They were only team issue. So he finally gets me a pair, and he texts me. He goes, hey, I got you some shorts. I said, okay, great. And he was an O-lineman. So I said, okay, where'd you get them? He goes, oh, they're Jay Ratliff's. I said, in what world do you think that Jay Ratliff and I are wearing the same size shorts? He's like, so do you want them? And I said, no. Go see if you can get me Terrence Newman's or one of the coaches. Nonetheless, I do not have white Cowboys.
Looking at Pro Football Reference, yeah, 6'4", 303. 39 now, Jay Ratliff.
Right. He and I are not wearing the same size anything.
Right. If you were like a kangaroo Joey, you could, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
You and Jay Ratliff could fit in the same pair of shorts. Frank White, this is random. So DeAndrea's hair is the tallest commentator on the Dream Stream. I think our actual tallest is Zach Thompson. It might be Emerson, but I think it's Zach Thompson. Zach Thompson is 6'4".
How tall is Emerson?
Emerson is probably... So I've never met Zach in person. Emerson's probably 6'1", 6'2".
Well, 6'4" is taller than that.
Right, yes. What'd I say? Probably taller? Yeah.
I'm just doing quick math, and now
Yeah,
that's
it's a
not my
good
strong
point.
suit.
Yeah. Guys, we're only 32 likes from 400, 500 plus on YouTube. What's up with Twitch? How's Twitch doing? Vert, what's up, Vert? Verta, Fooligan.
I don't know how much you're tracking this because you got a lot of other stuff going on.
Yeah.
But maybe it's because a couple Broncos players have started streaming whatever video game they're playing on Twitch. But there are a lot of NFL players that are spending time on Twitch just talking while they play their favorite video game.
Yeah, I've heard this.
And so I don't know. I don't think it violates any kind of journalistic rules if I'm like, hey, what's going on? How's your knee? Right? What's going on with your contract? They don't have to answer. And I wouldn't be pretending that, like, my screen name is my screen name. I wouldn't be trying to just look like some nerdy video game fan. Apologies. I don't mean Madden fans. I'm saying these guys are playing lamer games than Madden, the best game of all time.
Blake Jarwin, 7 for 76. Dak Prescott is already up over 220 yards passing.
Blake Jarwin going to be the captain of the winning lineup?
Might be. Akeem LaValle wants them to run the ball. Well,
yeah,
they're going for all the points they can get.
Just hand it to
Bruce
Pollard
now says,
and
"Is that
get out of
Travis
the
Kelce?"
way.
Dallas God is in first place in the free roll.
I wonder who he wants to win the sim.
He's got Jarwin in the captain. It's working out. In the $500 free contest, Steel Curtain 04. Steel Curtain 04, that sounds familiar. Steel Curtain, are you in the chat? Steel Curtain is in first. In the $500 free. Alabama Jones, Germ, Goodster. What's up, guys? First time playing Fortnite?
I'm in 68th place.
Yeah, I'm in like 140th. Not good.
Zeke, just 60 yards on 7 carries. He needs to do more. I'd give it to Pollard. It's only 8.5 yards a carry. That's not getting it done.
Yeah, but I mean,
you need to be 9 yards a carry or more. Pollard would be. Pollard doesn't even think that.
Yeah,
He's like,
Pollard.
I'm
Hey,
fine.
Pollard's got the what's his speed rating? He's got great speed.
Yeah.
93 speed, man.
I think Pollard might be the kick returner, so maybe I'll sneak in points there because we'll have a very rare but not impossible kickoff return. How about those 3 Cowboys sacks or 2 Cowboys sacks? Sorry.
You know, it's something on the subject of kick returns, and for your sake, I hope it is Tony Pollard. We haven't seen one in Simland in a long time.
They just don't happen very often in Madden in general, nor do blocked kicks or extra points.
We got a pretty good amount, though, of kick return touchdowns in Madden 20. When I say good amount, maybe like, if I had to guess, like 7 to 10. I haven't seen one yet in the new one.
So I'm excited to get a PS5 at whatever point we find one. And Koff made the point talking about Madden 21 and even the next couple of games are really going to still be engineered for PS4s and the other Xbox system that they won't. They'll have special features, but the games will look similar. Kind of like now, if you go to YouTube and do a split screen, there's people that have done it.
Yeah,
it's certainly sharp and crisp on a PS5, but it isn't light years ahead of it. And so I'm saying all that to say I was just kind of digging around on the internet and came across an ad for the Kobe Bryant NBA 2K1 game, and it is designed for PS5. So now I'm kind of excited to check that out at some point because there's only a handful of games. There's that Spider-Man game. I think there's maybe a Call of Duty game. There aren't that many games designed for the PS5.
Right.
Madden will get there for sure, and it'll be awesome when it does, and FIFA and everything else in the EA catalog.
Todd Live for Sunday says, great second half coming up. What's up, Todd? Thanks for being here. David says, love the hoodie and haircut. Let's go. Yeah, I got the haircut today. It's been like a month and a half. So.
Supposed to get one today. Wife went skiing instead. I got to play daddy daycare all day, which is kind of what I do anyway because she's back at work and I'm done working most days at 9. So I have to wait till Monday now.
Yeah.
I'll be wearing a hat on Saturday when I'm doing some morning sims.
Mr. Nick, guarantee he gets tackled at 25 here. me trying to speak a kick return into existence. Raider Al, I chuckled at this. My fast forward button isn't working. we stop the game at the end of each quarter and halftime for our ops team to update the scores. Zach and Jim.
And so you can see us on camera and comment on our appearance.
Yeah. We know you like it. Was that pick? Oh.
Diggs. Oh, Diggs against his brother here. The Diggs brothers.
Wow.
Right? His brother, the first round. Wasn't he a first round pick for the Cowboys last year? What is it? Quandary? Is that right?
Quandary Diggs, yeah.
From Bama.
Justin Gardner suspecting that Allen has a concussion.
On the game.
In the game. Justin, what would you like us to do? Who's the backup? Barkley?
Matt Barkley and Jake Fromm is their COVID quarterback.
All right, guys. So everyone in the chat, yell at Justin if we decide to take out Josh Allen.
Trayvon Diggs. Quandary Diggs is somebody else. Trayvon Diggs is his little brother who was drafted in the second round by the Cowboys and is wearing jersey number 27, I believe.
Yeah, Pebble Beach. That was a drop. Come on, Pebble Beach. You know what Pebbles look like.
We'll see if Trayvon Diggs can get a stick on his brother, or his brother will blow him up in the run game. Maybe a screen pass to Pollard. Oh, no, it's the wrong side of the ball. A screen pass to Singletary.
Oh, it's Fromm. Jake Fromm's the backup.
Oh, he's the backup on the game. In real life, it's Matt Barkley. And Fromm in real life is the COVID quarterback.
That's true. Yeah, in the real life, that's probably what it is. David Litzau, we don't have that power. It was a joke, but I think you're joking back, so I will laugh. Ha ha ha.
Oh yeah, Quandary Diggs went to Texas. Thanks, Mo.
Mo's a good guy. Thanks, Mo. Dominic, you want Michael Gallup? What the heck, hot potato?
That was about to be a pick six on a bad pass on Dak on a slant. Dak coming back down to earth. Question is, will a concussed Josh Allen be able to make some plays?
I love these Apple Watches. They say, Brendan, you're so close to closing your move ring. A brisk 11-minute walk should do it.
Oh, I don't even get that update. I just get, hey, you
specific
stood.
11-minute walk.
I get, hey, you stood once for 12 hours today. Congratulations.
CEH 1300. I will not do that again. I was haunted for weeks.
My wife got me a new Apple Watch for Christmas, and I love it because I had the Generation 1, so it gave me about 6-7 hours of usage before it died. It wouldn't tell me when I got alerts half the time. Like, I'd get a text, just wouldn't see it.
I love how there's an account called Tom's Microwave.
What do you think about Dwayne Haskins, the new Steelers quarterback?
Yeah, what is this thing called again? The contract that he got?
Did he sign a futures contract?
Yeah. Can you shed some light on this? Like, who signs these? Do these ever work out?
They do work out, but futures contracts are almost never for frontline starters. They are for backup linemen and DBs, guys that you either had at one point or you just had on your practice squad. Essentially, you don't have a practice squad in the offseason, right? So you have to have these guys under contract. So it's mostly for guys like that. You're not really guaranteed to any money other than whatever this minimal deal is. But you didn't finish the year on the active roster, right? So whether they sign you off the street or you were on their practice squad, any team can sign you. But you have a guy you like, a running back, a lineman, a corner. He wasn't on your active 53. You took him out of college. You either drafted him late or you signed him as a free agent. He was on your practice squad all year. This year was such a weird year anyway because of everything related to COVID and the roster flexibility. But that's what he signed. So there's no real big guarantee. I didn't see that's what he signed. But that makes sense. They're not on the hook for much. He'll have a chance to earn a roster spot, and if he can find a way to get on the field, then a new contract will be imminent, and he'll sign a 2 or 3 year real deal if he can beat out Mason Rudolph. But he's got a ways to go to figure this out. Question is, do you believe that Haskins has enough talent to ever actually get there? And I don't know. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, and look,
I don't want to say no, but I wouldn't bet.
Robert Roy's in here, and Robert, I don't want to. not disagreeing with you. Like, I think Mike Tomlin can maybe get through to him, but let's not lose sight of the fact that Ron Rivera is a really good coach too. And if he couldn't get through to Dwayne Haskins, I don't think there's many others that could.
This
right?
this isn't about a coach getting through to a player. This is about the player wanting to be a professional.
That's true too. Yep.
And so will somebody say something to him that clicks? Maybe. But getting cut by your hometown team when you're a first-round pick before you even finish your second season after being benched multiple times and realizing, okay, I was a 21-year-old rookie that probably shouldn't have come out when he did.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to need to do some self-evaluation, but it's way too early to just write the kid off. In 3 or 4 years is when you'll be able to make the determination. Maybe sooner, because maybe he just doesn't care and doesn't try hard and doesn't show up extra and doesn't do all the stuff you have to do to be a starting quarterback, franchise quarterback. But maybe he does. So, I like I said, I wouldn't bet on it, but there's way worse places to go than an organization that has the stability that the Steelers do, from the ownership to the GM to the coach.
Chris B., we're talking about Dwayne Haskins because he signed a futures contract today with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Also, they're getting a new OC, so there's a chance he meshes with the new OC, and that helps click.
Yeah. Oh, Josh Allen, whoop, inside the 10 to the 6, gain of 13. Robert Roy says true Glash, but Ron Rivera might not be strong enough. I think Tomlin is pretty tough. Let's just say this, if it doesn't work in Pittsburgh, it's over for him.
Well, I don't want to say that either, but there's nobody that's not accusing, or not accusing, that doesn't assume a guy that played linebacker on the 85 Bears isn't tough enough to get through to a 21-year-old kid. And that's who Ron Rivera is, who was going in and out of cancer treatments while he was coaching to the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
So I understand that he and Tomlin have a little bit different approach in just in terms of their personality and how they operate their teams. But that wasn't the issue. He showed up and he already knew that Jay Gruden didn't like him. Rather, Haskins had in the back of his mind, he knew Jay Gruden didn't like him. And then Rivera was forced to take him. Touchdown, Cole Beasley.
Cole Beasley, touchdown, Pebble Beach, rejoice.
Former Cowboy, Dallas kid, making his hometown team pay.
Revenge narrative. Fred, not Lee Smith.
I thought about Beasley too, but he just doesn't do much.
Yeah, but look, I debated between him and John Brown, and I think, John Brown only has one catch, but it's the 59-yard touchdown.
Beasley only has one catch.
Right, for a touchdown.
Well, it looks like it was the right call by you.
Chris, fair enough. Akeem, I hope your mouth feels okay. He has his wisdom teeth out.
Ooh.
Trying to relax.
He's probably going to make some crazy lineups if he's on pain meds.
I love how folks come in and tell us like what's going on with their daily life, and they choose us to give them relief. But we do appreciate that, really.
Absolutely.
Hopefully we can make you feel less painful.
Okay, so your boy Rob Roy comes back with Mike Tomlin's style might fit Haskins better than Rivera. That could be. And so that's the thing, is that the coach connecting. But here's the other thing. Mike Tomlin isn't an offensive coordinator, and he isn't the quarterback's coach. Those are the two guys that are going to have to get through to Haskins the most. He's not going to get to wear jersey number 7, so that may help too. I know it sounds weird, but it's like you don't just get everything you want. How come Pollard didn't take that back to the house? I asked him too earlier. Anyway, Pittsburgh is a good situation for him, but it's going to be on the kid to figure it out. And if he doesn't, he doesn't. And he has a nice signing bonus, and hopefully he didn't blow it.
Ooh, Eric Stern. What's good? We need a buzzword tonight. Maybe it's Pollard.
Or Haskins.
Or Haskins.
Or Dwayne. Dwayne would get annoying. Not that they don't all kind of have a tinge of that. That's only Beasley's 5th TD, by the way.
In sim history. Well, 21 history. Hey, but makes it a one-score game. 1:40 left in the third. Take that CD Lamb in motion. Cooper up at the top. Here's Dak. Cooper, first down. Dak's at 247, 3 touchdowns, only 3 incompletions, 8 for 75, and 2 scores for Amari Cooper.
25 yards away from that bonus. So Rob Roy said that while Tomlin isn't OC or QB coach, he's a player's coach. Yeah, I like Tomlin's chances to get through to him, but I'm going to just keep coming back to it's going to be on Dwayne Haskins to want to be great or good. Good block on the outside. Nice tackle, though. Boy.
In the $6,000 Thursday night special, that is a paid contest. Crooked Tooth has Beasley. Nice job. Jason, if you check out the Game Center, when you make your lineups, so when you're in there, you see Dak, you see Josh Allen, Diggs, and you click on their bio for a Madden contest Game Center, you can see the stats for these players and their game log history.
I might have a new favorite screen name. Small Ben 7 says stop throwing it to Koopa. Small Ben 7, not Big Ben. Small Ben.
Small Ben 7, good customer, always here.
Apologize for not noticing you before, Small Ben.
It's okay. He's small.
Well, he's smaller than Big Ben.
I like how he's copying you now, except it's for Zeke. Zeke has no catches. Come on, throw him a screen. Yeah, where's Pollard? Throw him a screen.
There's Koopa again.
Koopa. Hey, Koopa. Koopa, please make a catch. Ooh, NBA trade.
Real one?
Yep. The Houston Rockets have acquired Kevin Porter Jr. from the Cavaliers.
All righty.
Awesome.
Championship.
Houston!
What'd the Rockets get?
I don't know. For a future protected second-round pick.
Oh, that could be such a good player.
Wow. James Harden out. Kevin Porter in. Championship back on. Cooper, 9 for 89, 2 touchdowns. Jarwin, 7 for 76 and a score. Gallup, Michael Gallup, if you missed it, made probably, I would argue, I don't think it's even an argument. He made like the best catch in Madden in our sim history here with DraftKings. 4 for 96. He's got to get the bonus. He deserves it.
Yeah, Daniel's telling us that they wanted to get rid of Porter. I understand why they made the trade.
Joseph Marr. Good job, Houston. Way to make up for giving away Harden. Cavill, I'm sorry. I said customers. No, you're more than just customers.
You were just using that colloquially. You weren't
Yeah,
referring
it's-
to them as customers.
Right. You be both. Good customer and a good guest, a good member of the family.
I had a favorite tweet today that came courtesy of Jonathan Jones. I'm trying to remember who Jonathan covers. Jonathan covers, he works for CBS Sports, so he covers the whole league. And he tweeted, on his first day, Joe Biden signed into law a measure prohibiting sports writers from continuing to say, thanks for doing this on Zooms to players and coaches that are contractually obligated to fulfill media duties. We have 2 here in Denver every time. Hey, Justin Simmons, thanks for doing. Hey, Justin, thanks for doing this. Hey, Vaughn, thanks for doing this. Like, they're not saying, hey, what are we doing today? You know what? See if you can get the media together so I can talk to him for 10 minutes about my future as a Bronco.
Oh, Choker, I hate you. That's funny. Glass struggled with colloquialism in the past, BK. Careful.
You just struggled with it right then.
I struggled to say the word
Yeah.
back in like June. Yeah.
You just did a second ago, too.
How do you say it?
Colloquialism. And you
Oh,
said
queel. There's a Q
yeah.
there. What did I say? Colloquial? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, here we go. Here we go again. That's why Koff calls me phonics. Colloquialism. There it is.
But phonetically, that's how you would pronounce it also.
Right. Yeah. I know.
Throw it!
Walked right into that
Dak?
one. Chuck Nevitt's swim team. Porter, Oladipo, Christian Wood. What is the real deal?
What is the real deal?
Future protected second-round pick.
What's it protected against? The second round lottery?
I suppose.
Is the best second round player of all time? I'm doing this just off the top of my head. Is it Manu? Can we think of some others? Oh, Joker. But I mean, he's got a ways to go to catch Ginobili. I'm pretty sure Jokic is a second rounder.
Fernando says, can your boy get a shout-out, Glash? And what's up, Sim fam? Robert Roy, and you can happily say, I shouldn't say happily, that's a very poor choice of words. You can decline any news on Von Miller.
No, and I don't think we'll hear any news until there is news. I talked about this the other night, that the Parker Police Department, where there is an investigation into allegations against Von Miller, and that's all they've said, they will present their case to the DA if they think they even have a case. There's a chance it never even gets to the DA in the county.
Okay.
And then their public information officer told me they won't even let us know that it went to the DA. We would then have to reach out to the DA or file a Freedom of Information request. And look, I cover the football team. I understand Vaughn is a big key to that, but that's just not in my wheelhouse. We have a news department, and all the TV stations do as well. I'm not saying other sports people in town aren't calling the DA every day. I'm just not. I'm fine reacting to it. Because it's not going to change anything. Either they're going to file some sort of charge against him or they aren't.
Go, Josh Allen, go. Boy.
He almost slid. He fake slid there.
All right, we've got 5 minutes and change left. Want to say hi to Matt Wilson. Says, shout out, so sorry. It's his first time watching. Well, hey, Matt. Thanks for being here. Guys, we're only 14 likes from 400 on the YouTube stream.
Maybe Matt can be your buzzword in honor of it being his first time.
Ooh. CEH, bite your tongue hard. Love you. That Singletary? Think so. 2 for 7 for Singletary.
He's a ways away from the bonus.
Smash the like button for the ops team. Zach and Jim doing their thing. Hit it for Michael and Daniel.
We're so close to 400.
Matt Faulkner's first time. Yeah, Matt. We could shout out Matt.
So that's 2 different Matts?
2 different Matts, their first time.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can shout out both of them separately.
Okay.
Matt and Matt. Just alternate their first names.
Alex Wilson says, let's do ops team for the buzzword. We've done that before. No disrespect to the ops team. Hey, Lee Smith! Fred! Lee Smith! CEH, I like you, though.
Gotta get a Zeke TD this quarter, says JE. Not if Pollard can help it. I mean, Zeke's sitting over there on the bench talking to some fake coach.
Wow, you guys are awesome. Way to hit that like button.
Did we get to 400?
Easy, 407.
Oh, just cruising.
You guys are awesome.
Is Pollard the punt returner too? I don't think so. Wishful thinking. Nice punt.
All right, anyone else with buzzword nominations? Going once, going twice. Let us know, because we got to make it.
I think it's Matt. Matt or Matt. Pick either of them.
Cavell says they need 14 more customers to smash the like button. LOL. Matt Faulkner says, first time caller, I'll hang up and listen.
Where's our guy Lewis? Is he off tonight? Not making Subarus? Isn't that his name?
Oh, Joseph Odom.
Joseph. Sorry.
And then his boss, Casey. Hope he didn't get fired. Joseph, you there? Joseph!
Wow, Indiana's getting drilled by Iowa.
Hoosiers.
Wait, hang on. I'm just trying to read Fran Fraschella's tweet. Anyone who's coached knows this feeling, but Archie Miller is having an out-of-body experience, trailing for nearly 29 minutes. The team's playing its best game of the season tonight against Iowa. Now can they bottle this? Okay.
Death Pause. Death Pause says buzzword should be welcome, Matt.
Yeah, welcome, Matt. There you go.
Welcome,
Both
Matt.
of them.
Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. I like that. It's pretty good.
It's enough syllables. Matt is 2 few syllables. Koopa, now he's hitting the bonus.
Go! There's the bonus and more! Amare!
Tackled by the middle linebacker.
All right, let's make this one of the buzzwords, the best buzzwords ever. Welcome, Matt.
140.
Welcome, Matt. All right, guys, are we ready? Give it your best. Let's get this chat going. In 3, 2, 1. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Blake Jarwin, bonus. Welcome, Matt. 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 Oh, it's hard. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt.
Transposing the W and the M.
Welcome, Matt. 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 Trust me, it's good luck for your lineup. Welcome, Matt. Matt.
20 seconds.
Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt.
Oh!
Zeke. Touchdown. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Hey, that's a good old looking welcome, Matt. Welcome to my house. Look at the welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Matt.
Welcome, Matt. It's become welcome, Matt.
Welcome, Matt. All right, it's 11 o'clock. That's
Welcome, Matt. WELKAMAT. Welcome, Matt. Zeke, I don't know if he's in. Maybe he is. People under him. Now that he's gotten his touchdown, put in Pollard.
the chat. The fact that we have a 30-second delay, it's just the best watching the chat.
To get to watch him keep going.
It's just fantastic.
I'm exactly in 100th place right now. I didn't realize this either. So Brandon Staley introduced today as a new head coach of the Chargers.
Kareem says, "Wipe your feet."
Check this out. Brandon Staley, new head coach of the Chargers, 97-minute introductory presser on Zoom.
Oh my God. There's
16 pages of quotes transcribed. I don't have 97 minutes, but I'd love to kind of click on it and fast forward some.
Aiden Dennis, Matt, you're welcome.
Hopefully both Matts come back. And then Double B says, F off, Matt.
The fact that I think that's so funny is just sad.
Zeke's 34th TD. He's only 40 behind Dak's throwing numbers.
Yeah, 97 minutes. That is absurd. I learned more about Dan Campbell in like 2 minutes. You
learned all you need to know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Is there's more layers, I guess. Dan Campbell's pretty straightforward. I have a couple friends that played with him at A&M.
Oh, no.
And yeah, that's who he is.
Oh, no, I'm a bad person. Johnny H. just called me out on it. I said bonus for Blake Jarwin. He's got 99 yards.
Ooh.
I am a bad person.
Yeah, he's not getting it either. I don't know. Maybe the Cowboys decon could play right
Oh, here. Guys, I'm so sorry. Wipe your feet, Kareem. That was good. That might be the comment of the night. Welcome. Matt, you're welcome, and wipe your feet. My dad says wipe your feet all the time.
Wait, Michael's saying that he's in 7th place. 2 players with 0 points? Well, so Pollard's got to be one of them.
Oh, my God, I'm such an idiot. I should have...
Better lineup than mine, Michael. I'm guessing he had Koopa.
No, Johnny H., but it's fair to call me out. He said you were close. People don't care if you were close. If you're not first, you're last. I shouldn't say bonus unless he hits bonus.
Yeah, almost bonus doesn't get you any points or any money.
Right. Gallup is, yes, Brian, 4 yards short, but we knew that.
Look at Josh
Allen. Oh, Josh.
Oh, that should have been
PI?
picked off. No, it's holding.
Boo. Hey.
Yeah, that flag was thrown way before PI.
Okay. Yeah. Come on, Josh. You can now look. Buffalo could still do it with his arm.
Sure. And
let's go.
See if Diggs can get free up top.
4th and 10. Diggs, first down. Johnny H.
100th place.
Johnny H. You're one of the nice guys.
Oh, I went to 99 on that catch.
I'm in 138th.
So I'm much better than you.
Yes.
How about our guy Michael, though? He has 2 players with 0 points and is in 7th place.
Holy crap, you're right. Producer
Diggs,
Michael.
Catch that. Yeah, producer. It just hit Diggs in the face. He didn't catch it.
So producer Michael has Cooper and the captain, Allen, Prescott, Elliott, and he's got Blake Bell and Dawson Knox.
The Belldozer.
Wow. Robert Roy says, you guys should do late night games. If I go to Hawaii, to Maui with Travis, I will do a lot of Madden late.
I think the biggest issue is getting the ops team ready to roll late. We understand. Look, I'm in Colorado. It's only 9 o'clock here. I could easily do another game. And folks in California and up and down the West Coast certainly could. I think it's having the ops team on the West Coast of America that's probably the challenge.
Sure. And a lot of our production team, not all, but most, is based on the East Coast.
Right. So
if we build it, they will come. Come on, Bills, let's go. Gotta hurry up. Okay. Robert Roy says, I will work for the ops team. Hire me.
And Travis in Hawaii probably will. He'll be super late there. I mean, super, not that late there, but he'll be fine with any late games. He's like, let's do a 2 o'clock East Coast game.
That might be the deal. If Travis lets me stay with him in Maui, I'll have to interview him for a job.
I think he's already letting you stay there without interviewing him.
Yeah, but maybe it's the least I can do.
Yeah,
But he's gone.
You can put it on social media. We probably went to the beach. If I lived in Maui, I'd go to the beach every day.
Pebble Beach, it's the most positive thing you've said all night. Didn't win anything today. Well, hopefully tomorrow is better.
Yep, we can all say that.
You sure can.
At least as it relates to Mega Millions. I'm trying to get that close to $1 billion. If so, I'm going to be in a really good mood Saturday for the 2 Sims. Could you imagine that, winning $960 million and then just showing up and doing 2 Sims Saturday morning?
No.
I would. I made a commitment. My wife would be looking at vacation homes in Vail and Aspen. And then when we're done, we'd charter a jet and fly over to look at it.
Wendell Smith, I want to do a game with you guys. Oh, Wendell. Thank you. Wish it was that easy just to...
You buying a Mega Millions ticket tomorrow?
Sarah got one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Of course, y'all aren't married, so there's that.
No,
But
if I win, I'll take all the money to Hawaii.
Yeah, but it'll upgrade probably the bedroom that you broadcast from to a bigger bedroom. And you won't have to worry about quiet hours, I would think.
This is true. Wow, I hope I hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. The first thing I'm going to think about if I win $960 million. Oh, wow, I can be as loud as I want. Oh, all right.
The odds of winning that are about the same as winning the Millie Maker.
Yeah, right.
Oh, no, it's 176
Come on, Josh
million to
Allen.
1.
Come on, Josh. Complete.
Lee Smith. This is setting up perfectly for a Diggs touchdown. Why didn't the clock stop?
He didn't get out of bounds.
Yes, he did. Challenge it.
6 for 60. And that's the sim.
You probably could have just shortened Glash to Glash and my full name to just Glash and BK. Save you about 13 characters.
Bruiser B, Glash, have fun with your addiction. I don't have an addiction. Anyway.
Addiction to what? To
Gambling. What are you talking about?
Oh. I finished in 86.
Playing in the free roll?
Yes, you're so addicted to playing all these free games.
I mean, it's kind of true. All right.
I think if you were filling out a lineup every day for all of the DK Sin fam leagues all the time, that would be an addiction. Like not even the ones you're calling, just all of them. I don't think you're there yet.
All right, guys.
Something to aspire to.
Dak went for 335 and 3 touchdowns.
Bonus.
Bonus.
Enough to help me get 86th. Got 86th.
Zeke, 85 yards and a touchdown. Singletary, 37. Allen, 36. Dak does not run the ball as much.
No, he and Pollard basically have the same day.
Yeah.
On the ground.
Hey, Cap City. Tomorrow it is. Guys, had a blast.
Good. Welcome. Just like the 2 Matts.
Let's go. More the merrier. Jarwin, 8 for 99. I am such a bad person. I just guessed when he made that catch. I'm like, oh, there's the bonus. Middle of the buzz. You know, his buzzword juice is flowing, you know?
You know who's worse? Jarwin for not picking up that extra yard. What a jerk.
Yeah.
Kind of glad he tore his ACL now.
All right, guys. Thank
I'm
you.
just kidding.
All
I'm
right.
kidding, by the way.
Thank you.
I'm not glad that he tore his ACL.
So, who do you like for player of the game? It's got to be Amari Cooper, right?
Amari Cooper. Yeah, 100 and whatever yards, 140 yards.
140,
2 scores.
10 catches. Bonus.
What was his captain number?
58.5 points. He was only 6.6% owned in the captain in our free roll.
He might have been the player of the day, not just the player of this game, but all 6 sims. We'd have to talk to people that, well, on the upside, they'd be able to look at it. They just have names. They probably don't have points, do they? But that was an impressive effort from a guy who at one point held the SEC record for touchdown catches, along with Chris Doering, the Florida great.
What about your Not My Kid award?
I want to say Pollard, but the expectation was pretty low there. So
such a strange face.
Looking at, I'm kind of scrolling back to ownership numbers. CeeDee Lamb, a goose egg.
Yeah.
Where was Lamb's ownership? Let's see the Bills' ownership here. Oh, here you go. Jarwin, Koopa, Gallup, Zeke. I don't see CD's ownership, but a goose egg for a guy that I'm sure was rostered.
I got it right here. 48% flex.
Yeah.
4.7% captain.
CeeDee Lamb wishes he was back in Norman, Oklahoma right now. A game like that. Embarrassing.
Ooh, Brother Phil. That's a good one. Tre'Davious White, the Not My Kid, because he let Cooper do whatever he wanted to.
Yeah, except that Cooper wasn't being guarded by Tre'Davious White almost at all. They don't roll corners in the video game. They line one up on the left and one on the right.
And they
so
stay
unless
right.
It's like goal line and a player goes in motion.
That's true.
He was on the bottom of the screen, whatever. He was on the left side of the defense, and so he's picking on, I guess, Josh Norman.
Yeah.
And the other corner whose name escapes me.
All right, we had a 6-way tie for first in the $500 free. Cooper and the captain, Prescott, Singletary, Jarwin, Lee Smith, and John Brown. Dallas God, 1 hour free roll. The Bills are more relevant than the Cowboys. 80 Poker 89. That's a throwback. Tied for second. Captain Blood, tied for sixth with producer Mike. Alabama Jones, who is on Twitch. Nice job.
Chef Duke says Lamb was silent. I get it. You guys just say Lamb was silent because we get the pun. Silence of the Lamb, sure. But not bad.
Good stuff, guys. All right, here's the deal. Here's the schedule for tomorrow, then we'll get out of here. So, I will be with you guys to start the day.
Same outfit, different outfit.
I might sleep. I like sleeping in the sweatshirt. I might just roll out of bed and wear the same thing again.
All right. I'm not mad at you.
So I will be on the first 2. I made a switch with Emerson, so I'll be on the first 2 sims of the day tomorrow. I'll be on at noon, Seahawks at Bengals. I will be with Christian DeAndrea.
Bengals got new uniforms coming here in the spring.
Really?
Yep. Saw that announcement today on their Twitter page.
Cool. All right.
Yep.
Check that out. Seahawks at Bengals, me and Christian. Then at 2 p.m. Eastern, Patriots at the Browns. I will be with Jeff Ulrich, the Moose, at 2.
Yeah, Browns could use new uniforms.
4 p.m. Emerson will join you with Jeff for Falcons at Niners. The 6 p.m. sim, Vikings at the Bears with Jason Rossi and Kenny Ducey. And then to wrap up the night, 8 p.m., Broncos at the Dolphins. And then Madden After Dark, Saints at Steelers. You get Adam Kaufman and Tommy Freeze Pops, Tom Carroll. So there you go.
And I'll see you Saturday. I got the first 2 games on Saturday, I believe, with Koff.
Yes.
Maybe or Rossi and Koff, maybe.
Yeah, you are with Rossi for the noon, Eagles, Ravens, and then Bucks, Packers at 2.
All times Eastern, because it'll be 10 a.m. my time and 9 on the West Coast. And for our pal Travis, 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. in Hawaii.
Hey, man, you're getting an NFC Championship preview.
I know. It's exciting.
Very nice. You and Koff. And I'll be on Saturday night with Lamarca. That should be fun.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So I will be back here at noon, a couple minutes before, 5 minutes before, 11:55. with Christian for Seahawks and Bengals. I will make the free rolls in the DK SimFam Friends League right now, so I don't forget and have to wake up early to do it. So thanks to our great team, Zach and Jim from Game Ops, producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, you, the family, not just customers, Cavell, family. Thank
Loyal customers.
You guys have a great night, and catch you tomorrow here in the Dream Stream. 6 Sims coming your way. We'll see you.